Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. It's the penultimate round. The race is on, and I'm Grandmaster David Howell. I'm joined by the wonderful Women's Grandmaster, two-time American champion, author, poker player supreme, Jennifer Shahade. Jennifer, it's great to be with you on such a big day.
I'm so excited. Our first time commenting together, and what an event we get to debut at because we are in the final stretch here of the women's candidates, and only one player advances.
That's right. The race is on. At the moment, there is a clear leader. We see Tan Zhongyi out on 8 points after 12 games. She's half a point ahead of her compatriot Lei Tingjie. And it looks like those two are the most likely. Of course, if things go a bit odd, then mathematically it's still possible for others to catch up. But it does look like at the moment it's going to be one of those two players, Jennifer. Who do you think it's going to be? What are your predictions for this round?
Well, I gotta go with the math and say that Tan Changxi is the favorite because there's only 2 rounds to go, and that half point is so huge. But wow, they have both been playing amazing, David, and also the resilience. No matter how bad their position is, it seems like they just stick with it. That is an important chess skill.
Exactly. I've loved following the games from afar, the women's candidates. So many twists and turns, so many interesting moments, like you said. And all of the players, it feels like they're really in the zone, really going for each other. Today, that brings us on to round 13, of course. We see Nagul Salimova against Katerina Lagno. We see Tan Zhongyi, the leader, against Alexandra Goryachkina. One of the biggest games on paper. We see Humpy against Anna Muzychuk, meanwhile, and Vaishali against Lei Tingjie. Which games kind of catch your eye, Jennifer?
Well, Vaishali is absolutely on fire in this tournament in the last few rounds. In fact, literally, she is on 3-0. So that's another reason I really think that Lei Tingshie, she's only half a point behind. But this is a tough pairing for her in that she is playing against somebody who struggled in the beginning of the tournament, but now is just crushing.
Yeah, it's been a twisting, a roller coaster for Vaishali, as you say. 4 losses in a row, followed by 3 wins in a row. And you normally don't want to meet someone who's bang in form like that. And here we do see the two leaders. It looks like the 2-horse race at the moment. They've actually scored 1-1 against each other, 2 decisive games, beating each other with the black pieces, but unbeaten against the rest of the field. And Tan Zhongyi, she's half a point ahead right now. Jennifer, that shows she's been slightly more ruthless, but of course, this is where the nerves kick in.
That's right. But, she had a really tough position before the rest day. I mean, we really thought this was going to be tied up, David. I was commenting with Danya, and I think her position was like -5, according to the engine, for many, many moves, right? But, -5 isn't what it used to be. And especially when you're playing against a defensive rock like she is. I mean, she just found everything.
Exactly. What do engines know anyway? And of course, in such a big event like the candidates, it's all about just playing the moment, staying in the games, and just trying to grind out any result possible. But for all of you viewers at home, we do have something very special. It's still possible to vote on each and every round before the game start. The FIDE women's candidates. So go to the social tab on chess.com/candidates vote. And remember, there are prizes at stake. Chess of all courses. I know, Jennifer, a lot to enjoy out there for the viewers, including courses by yourself, I believe. But you all have to go !vote if you want to take part. So join the fun, join us, and the game's soon to begin. Jennifer, are you as excited as I am?
Oh yeah, I really am. Goryachkina, a little disappointing for her. Things were going a little better for her a few rounds ago, but she's still determined to potentially play the role of spoiler. And here we have a woman who is just playing such fantastic chess. It's like in those horror movies. You really can't just get a good position against her and trap her. You got to get it again, and then you got to find the perfect move again and again and again. And that's why she's so hard to beat.
That's right. All of these ladies are hard to beat. And the games are off. Meanwhile, we've had the handshakes. The games have begun. Okay, looks like a bit of a pause on one of the games you picked out, Vaishali against Lei Tingjie. It looks like a pawn push. I'm trying to guess on the camera. It looks like e4 and a pause already for black. So yeah, what do you think the strategy is going to be for Lei, especially against an informed opponent, half a point behind? Do you think she needs to take a risk here and now?
That's a great question. I mean, not too many because she doesn't want to leave herself totally out of it, but a little bit. That's what I'd say. That she does need to go for something. She wants to keep some destiny in her own hands. In the last round, she plays the super solid Humpy Canaro with the white pieces though, with the white pieces. But you know how so solid Humpy is, and she's in like really good form now, David. She also didn't start out the tournament in great form, but she's really finding it. I think she's tough to beat. I think maybe Lei Ting-Che should be taking her chances in this game against Vaishali, even though she's playing so well. I think the battle might be a little bit more dynamic, and that's what she needs.
That's what she needs. That's what we would love to see as well. We do see a bishop b5 check Sicilian and black blocks, so no open Sicilian. Maybe that's what Lei Ting-Che was hoping for in a situation where a win would be priceless. But yeah, I agree. Against Vaishali, who's kind of, I mean, so many decisive games. I think she's responsible for pretty much half the decisive games in this event, Vaishali, it feels like. Yeah, it feels
Yes.
kind of the moment to try and keep the destiny. We should mention as well, if, as you say, if Lei Ting-Che loses and Tan Zhongyi wins, the race is over. Tan could win it this round. But okay, Jennifer, what do you make of this last move? Bishop back to a4.
I must
Mysterious
admit,
retreat.
I am not familiar with that move. I mean, that is, I played the bishop b5 check. I've seen that before. I played that before myself. Well, usually I play it with the move knight c6 on move 2, right? This variation is considered a little bit less aggressive because bishop d7 can trade off a lot of pieces, right? So this one is very theoretically viable, and so is bishop b5 check. It's just not quite as popular as bishop b5 against knight c6. But knight d7, it's a great psychological move in my opinion, David, because probably the best theoretical move is bishop d7, but Lei Ting-Che might have wanted to keep it more interesting with knight d7.
Yeah, that's right. Knight d7, it tends to be a kind of 50-50 choice, 50-50 split these days at the top level. Like you say, Jennifer, knight d7, in situations you want to keep tension, you want to win, but bishop d7, very, very solid instead. And yeah, bishop a4, I've played it once myself, but only because I was feeling lazy that day and didn't want to walk into any forceful preparation. I'm sure that's not the case with Vaishali, who's definitely studied the ins and outs here. I believe that the idea is that you can actually gambit the e4 pawn in some cases after knight f6. You can even just castle and explode the center open with d4 if black gets greedy. The whole idea is to kind of wait for a6 to try and expand with b5, and then you kind of advance with c4 to try and get a Maroczy bind. But yeah, interesting. It looks like it's caught Lei Ting-Che off guard. It is quite a rare move. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
who
don't
introduced it.
I don't.
Go on.
So when you say you've played this before, you mean you played bishop b5 check. You did not mean that you played bishop a4.
I've played bishop a4 before, Jennifer.
Oh,
Even this one.
really? Oh my God. Okay. Okay. You really surprised me there. You played bishop
Yeah.
a4 before. And what was your idea when you played bishop a4? Just to
Um,
anticipate
just
a6.
Yeah, my idea was just to copy Magnus Carlsen, who's played it a few times.
And
But yeah, I mean, like you said, just to put a couple of moves on the board, a6 would be natural to try and trap this bishop, actually big threat. And then the idea is to play c4 and just to kind of go for a bind. Now you're flexible d4. Sometimes actually they just go d3 and kind of sit on the very closed position here with white. And just to highlight again, knight f6, I believe you can castle because knight takes e4 is super risky here. Just
huh.
variations like this with d4, and black's king is actually coming under heavy fire in the near future.
Okay, so
So
I'm
I
going to
think this
ask
is Vaishali's idea.
okay, so d4, that makes sense. This looks very exciting for white, but let me just understand the point of the move again. So what about playing c4 right away instead of bishop b5?
Yeah, I never really understand why they don't do that. Good question. Oh, c4.
It looks, well, maybe there's something with trapping the bishop, but I don't see how.
Hmm.
Because if I play, I mean, I can easily play, if I play like queen a5, you just play knight c3, right? So that doesn't seem like an issue.
Yeah, nice
But maybe,
e3.
yeah, and then you can go back to a4 anyway. But
Uh,
is it just me or the bar says that this is pretty good? Oh, no, no, that's
this
something
is
else. That's the opening bar. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in this position, we see the kind of percentages scored. So in top level games in this position. White scores 31% wins, 28% games are drawn, and 41% wins for black after c4. So c4 doesn't score that well. Let's see after bishop a4. Okay, 36% win percentage for white, 30% draw, 34% for black. Yeah, the top players, they play the stats these days, I guess. Similar in poker, right? They just go according to what they see. The stats
Yeah,
speak for themselves.
or they're looking for very specific ideas that will, confuse their opponent, catch them off guard, and also remember that Vaishali has a bit of a psychological, I wouldn't say an edge, but there's psychological advantages that she enjoys in this situation. And one of them is knowing that, for instance, when she plays bishop b5 check, her opponent is not as likely to play bishop d7. Now that's great, right? So you're preparing in the morning and you're like, should I play the open Sicilian or the bishop b5 Sicilian? And suddenly you can take out some of her responses because you know that she needs to play with more pieces on the board. That's a really nice psychological advantage. And we saw her use that to her advantage against Goryachkina, David, where there were many instances where Goryachkina was worse and she could have taken a repetition, but because of the tournament standing, she just kept going for it. And of course, at some point, that backfired and she got a bad position.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Actually, you're right. Just from one of the previous rounds, and it's like a superpower, right, Jen? Like you know your opponent's coming for you, so you can just counterattack. You can just be calm. You know you're going to get chances at some point when they take those risks. But in the meantime, this game, Lei Ting-Jie clearly surprised by this bishop retreat. We are too. So should we check out some of the other ongoings? Maybe we can take a look at what's happened in the opening stage on the other boards. And here we
Yeah,
get our
let's
beautiful bird's eye view.
That's right. Well, we've got our tournament leader against the aforementioned Goryachkina, who's got 6 points, 8 points now for our tournament leader, who's a half a point ahead of Lei Ting-Che. And it's really mostly a two-horse race, and unless like both of them were to lose today, something crazy would really have to happen to break this tournament wide open. But very relevant game nonetheless, David, because right now, if she were to win this game, it would really put massive pressure on her compatriot to catch up.
That's right. Striking with the white pieces here would make her a massive favorite to become the challenger for Ju Wenjun for the next World Championship match. Should we quickly backtrack from the start and see
Yeah,
what
let's
happened
see
here?
how this happened.
Okay, so we see d4, d5, Queen's Gambit declined initially. From the current position, I thought it was Queen's Gambit accepted, but okay, we see one of the main lines. The bishop comes out to g5 pin, and now d takes c4, so releasing the tension. And yeah, Jenna looks like a hybrid. Queen's Gambit declined, became accepted, and okay, this last move, she wants the queens off. Maybe she wants to play safe here, Jen.
It sure looks like that, David, and I never would have predicted this, but that we are at the point in the tournament where it is very important to think about the math and the strategy of every point and half point. And hey, it looks like she made a choice here to steer waters towards something more quiet. What do you think of the decision?
Yeah, I understand why she's doing it. Like you say, tournament situation, she's pretty much ruling out most of the risk here for white. But then again, the principled move would be to just develop. White's so far ahead in development right now. Like after knight f3, you've got 4 pieces out. What black only has 1. And maybe she just doesn't like playing with an isolated queen's pawn. It's very much a matter of taste. Which side are you on here, Jennifer? Do you like playing with the IQP in the center, or do you like playing
I
against them?
I do like playing. I actually like both, but I like playing with it. I like playing with it, and I guess even more than I like playing with it, I don't like taking on c5 and then they get to play bishop takes c5 in one move. I always feel like that's kind of annoying that they can, swap off the queens, and I didn't even get them to play bishop e7 earlier to grab another tempo. So I just that just makes me feel a bit sad. But maybe there's something here that she has in mind very specifically with a bishop f6 and a knight e4. But the problem is, it seems to me that uh, there could be a little pesky check on b4. I don't know. Is that good to throw that in, or should we just go back to e7?
I think both are probably fine. Bishop e7, I guess white could throw in like knight d6 check, get the bishop pair back, and It's probably just
Exactly.
level, but black at least has some ugly pawns. But yeah, I like your bishop b4 check, king moves, and now, I mean, at the very least, you play king e7, right?
Yeah, and now we get to protect the pawn and the square. Although you
Mm.
do have a3, so I suppose you could get the square anyway, but then it's going to be a different situation because I have time. I don't know, but I might have to give my bishop up anyway. But I'm getting a lot of development in the meantime.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like white's playing for the advantage. I don't think white's worse, but yeah, this looks very, very level. So yeah, bit of an odd decision, or at least not maybe the objective decision there by by Tan Zhongyi as she aims to play safe here. And are you surprised to see Goryachkina think? Because surely black's behind a development. She needs to trade queens and needs to take this pawn. Maybe she's frustrated that it's going to become a bit quieter now, the game.
Maybe I think so, based on what we've seen from her in the game against Vaishali, where it really did feel like her position was quite bad. So the first time around, I was guessing that she was going to go for a draw because her position was bad. But you know, by the third time, I wasn't fooled anymore. She just kept fighting. She wanted to get some win to give herself a chance to be the champ. But it's very, very long here. And she did end up taking on d1. And now after rook takes d1, I think we're going to see this bishop takes c5 on the board.
Mhm. Yeah, pretty much guaranteed now to take this pawn before white is able to defend it with b4. Yeah, maybe just some frustration, that little thing. As you say, Goryachkina actually, with a win, would have moved within striking distance. With 1 round to go, she would have been 1 point behind. Bit of a far-fetched hope, but yeah, a draw here and she would have no chance. So, uh, okay, everything we predicted has come to pass. And queenless middle game. Okay, there's still chances, right, Jen? Just for both sides with so many pieces still on the board.
Well, what do you think about the decision of playing bishop takes f6? Do you like it, or would you hold off on making such a move because of those lines where black gets just very easy, quick development and play?
Yeah, good question. I'm quite biased towards bishop, so I'm hesitant. But if you don't take this opportunity now, then black might just play like knight d7, and you'll never get that opportunity again. The bishop's not great on g5. How about you? How tempted would you be to take?
I think I might be tempted as well for the same reasons. Yeah, just create a little bit of an imbalance and well, I guess especially depending if she wants to try to make the game imbalance. The question is, does she? Because actually, it doesn't really seem like it based on what we've seen so far. So maybe she won't take. In
Yeah,
fact, now that I think about it, I'm like, yeah, it's actually consistent for her to just do something more relaxed, like knight f3. I would think that that might be consistent with the idea of taking on c5 in the first place.
that's right. Yeah, sorry, I got confused with my errors there. But knight f3, I think, like you said, would be consistent. Also, b5 is coming, so something they often do in the Queen's Gambit Accepted is to kind of drop their bishop back to e2 preemptively, so that b5 you can meet it with like bishop f3. But that looks a bit too sophisticated. Yeah, I think she'll either take or just kind of bring her knight out, and game goes on. Um, okay, shall we zoom out of this one temporarily and check out the
Yeah.
other openings?
Yeah, let's check out the other two games because I will say that Lei Ting is still thinking after Bishop A4. So the move that you played that one time has seemed to flummox Lei Ting so far, but I'm sure she's going to come up with a good reply. So we have two other games though, and we have Humpy Kaneru, who I mentioned earlier, is starting to really find her form in this tournament. Up against Anna Muzychuk, who I don't I love Anna style. So aggressive, so great at calculating, but man, she has not had a great tournament and I feel like she's gotten quite unlucky, David. Every time she plays an opening, it seems like her opponent is armed to the teeth. Every time she gets an advantage, they find a miracle perpetual. It's like a nightmare for her right now. But
Yeah.
yeah, she keeps coming at him.
And yeah, I mean, we've all been there, right, Jen? We've all had those types of tournaments where we feel like we're playing pretty well, but then the points just don't seem to arrive. And unfortunately, like you say, it's been one of those for her. Yeah, I remember a couple of really promising positions. She just couldn't finish off her opponents. Must be so frustrating. But okay, let's check out this opening. Maybe she can put on a bit of a late surge. Okay, we started with Queen's Gambit declined again. Knight f3, knight f6, and okay, a bit of a rare move, Queen c2. Yeah, I guess just defending this pawn, often a normal idea in the Catalan. But here, after a trade of pawns, the white queen does get kicked about a little bit, but okay, queen c2, and black is thinking. White's lost 3 moves through tempi with the queen, but I guess white has the better pawn structure here. White has d4, and it's harder to break out for black with moves like c5.
But bishop b7 now, importantly, stopping the move e4, which I think is really key. And I mean, I would quite like to get the move in e4 as white. So if I play knight to d2 here, knight to c3, a little less keen on because, you can hit me with b4 yourself, and then I won't have access to any good retreating squares. So indeed, she did play knight to b to d2. And now how do you stop e4, and why isn't that going to be a really nice move for me? Like if you play castles or knight d7, I play e4, and that seems pretty cool for white. Threatening e5, and I don't think you really want to take on g3.
Really good question, especially just to put on the board, like one of the moves you suggested, castling. After e4, it looks terrifying to take on g3 because there's going to be all sorts of mating ideas on h7. E5 is a massive threat next move. This looks huge for white. So black needs to be a bit clever. So no time to just kind of play standard moves here. You've got to be a bit creative. I don't know what that is. Like you say, how to stop e4?
Maybe don't castle is what you're saying, so that you have the option. You have more of an option to play bishop takes g3 if you really need to. So what's another move? Just knight bd7 instead?
Yeah, maybe knight bd7.
Um,
And let's see, e4. I wonder if black... Maybe now you have to exchange, unfortunately. Maybe you can try something like this and just... I really want to break e5, but just not in time. I wanted to play rook c8, but actually e5 is still strong because you can still take on h7 next move with the white rook.
Oh yeah, just win a pawn. Right.
Greed is good. Yeah, knight d2. You're right. It's actually quite a critical moment this early in the game. Humpy's definitely got her prep in, and Anna needs to find something creative. Moves like knight c6 come to mind as well, but it looks a bit clumsy in this type of structure, just kind of indirectly hitting the d4 pawn. Maybe that's something to think about, threatening like bishop takes g3 and knight takes d4. So there's
I
no time for e4.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because there's like that spidey sense that even though white has a nice setup, they're actually behind in development. So is there some way? And I feel like when you use the word creative, like to me, it signifies that you have that spidey sense that you need to take advantage of this moment as black when you have more development, but white has this very clear, nice plan.
Yeah. Then again, I hate being creative in the opening. I just want to get castled and kind of postpone the tension to the middle game. Nobody wants to be thinking as early as move 9, kind of just how to survive, how to not allow the opponent to get a huge advantage already. I do
I like your
wonder.
knight c6. I like your knight
Yeah,
c6 though, because it does seem like it stops e4, right? I probably have to play like e3 instead, which is not as exciting. Unless you think I can sacrifice with e4. I don't think so. I
don't
mean,
think so.
because, well, I guess c7 is hanging at the end. Let's take a look at
Mm,
that. So,
yeah,
but
this is true.
but e4 is hanging too, right?
Mhm.
The
Knight takes
computer certainly does not approve of snatching this pawn on c7.
maybe
Knight
so.
takes e4. Nice one.
Maybe knight takes e4, and yeah,
Yeah.
there's threats on d2 and f2 and everything, and black wins a pawn. So yeah, the downside to knight c6 would be e3, and then I might be feeling silly in a game that I've blocked black's main plan of pushing the pawn to c5 and blowing open the center. The knight's really clumsy here. Maybe you gain time with knight b4 or knight back later, but um, the other thing that comes to mind, Jen, is maybe knight d7, e4, and then looks a bit odd again, creative, as we called it, but knight h5 maybe, just to kind of walk out of the e5 fork. Maybe this is okay.
Yeah. And then if you play e5, I can play bishop b4, and suddenly
Yeah,
bishop takes f3 comes into the equation as well because you're pinned up.
yeah.
Knight e3, yeah.
This looks okay. There are options. It's not the end of the world for Anna.
But
This
we
preparation.
but we understand why she's thinking, because
Hmm.
there are some pleasant little wrinkles there.
Yeah. definitely. And she has to do something that you don't normally do in these types of positions. Normally, you just go knight d7 castles, like you say, and c5, and you're fine. But yeah, here you have to play some unorthodox moves. So, okay, who do you think is going to be the happier of the two players this early in the game?
Oh, well, I think just by
Question.
definition, the fact that black is the one that thinking, I think it's a good sign for Humpy. So I'm giving the opening edge to Humpy Canero just because it seems like she had a preparation, she had a plan, and she followed it. And her opponent's thinking. I mean, you know, very we it's something. It's something. And the only other game we haven't looked at, David, is the one between Salimova and Lagno, which looks like it's going to be a fun one as
Let's
well.
jump over to that game, and yeah, we see top right of the screens, Tanjongi, Goryachkina haven't moved. Lei Tingje has made a couple of moves, but let's first check out, as you say, Salimova against Lagno, just for completeness. You made it sound so simple. Yeah, you launch your surprise against the opponent. You kind of win the opening battle, and so actually, it is like that sometimes, at least psychologically. Okay, should we do a quick backtrack, Jen, or are you happy to go
Yeah.
from here?
Yeah, and I think we can go back and see how they got here. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
action
still
replay. So knight f3, reti, d5, white just fianchettos. Okay, we see a transposition to the Catalan after c4, and black takes. I think this is called the open Catalan. Queen c2, and first move that's a surprise to me, I've got to say, like nearly everyone plays bishop d7 just to try and get this bad bishop out and to try and trade it off in this position. But knight d7, have you seen this one before, Jan?
No, this is new to me. I don't play the Catalan myself, but
Quite a rare move, I believe, because this bishop is still stuck at home. It looks a bit odd to kind of not try and trade off your problem piece if you can so early in the opening, but we'll see what the plan was, what the idea. Knight d2, and okay, b6, getting it out this way. This is normally a bit tricky. You normally walk into all sorts of trouble on the diagonal, but
right.
must be preparation, right?
With knight g5 or knight e5, and by the way, knight e5 was played. And now after knight takes e5, um, well, okay, what happens on bishop takes a8, which by the way wasn't played?
Exchange sack. You just kind of, who cares about rooks anyway? That rook was passive in the corner. You take this pawn, and it's 2 pawns for the exchange. You know, I'm quite old-fashioned though, Jen. I think I would take white here every day. You just kind of trade off and hope that the rooks will play a role. Open files, after all.
Yeah, for sure. I hear you. I'm used to like this being a sack when you get a chance to win my bishop on f3, like, for like that's the exchange sack, right? That you get that bishop off the board somehow, right? You
But that's,
trade,
yeah, it's
yeah.
not happening here though.
But it seems like, yeah, so that's why it's puzzling to me to see why bishop takes a8 wasn't the right move. Bishop a8, queen d4, black must have some really nice hitting compensation that Lagno studied with the computer, because it's not obvious to the eye, but I can't imagine she would go into this with using no time without having a clear plan.
Yeah, I guess after a move like knight d5 here, that comes to mind quickly, just to kind of stop white's dark square bishop coming out to any key squares, like rook d1, you just drop back. I guess the pawns start rolling, and knight b4 might come. Bishop will sit pretty on f6. I could see how this 4 versus 2 majority on the queen
Mm.
side might be slightly scary to play against, especially if the opponent's well prepared, right? Something you mentioned earlier. Clearly, Lagno, she's got more time than she started with. Clearly, her preparation.
Yeah, so you're starting to feel it more here.
Maybe. I'm trying to talk myself into feeling it at least.
Well, you
uh,
know what? Salimova talked herself into not taking that as well, as she did end up playing just d takes e5 instead of snatching the rook on a8. And now she will get a more balanced material position because she's going to win the pawn back on c4, and then I has to go to d5 here. And indeed, knight d5, knight c4, bishop b7, all on the board now.
yeah, and again, we've got one player who's much more deeply prepared than the other, but To my eyes, it's, I mean, some stuff to be happy for white, right? You've got a space advantage with the pawn on e5. You've got kind of an easy plan, rook d1. Maybe at some point you try and trade off black's strong knight. Uh, who would you prefer if you didn't know that Lagno was prepared here?
Maybe white by a smidge, just because that white pawn on e5 does look kind of formidable. I always like it when I have a pawn on e5 and there's a lot of pieces in the game because it spells to me and smells to me like attack. Because the
Yeah,
best defensive piece is a knight on f6. And when you have a pawn on e5, it can't have a knight on f6.
this is true. I've seen some of your attacking games where you you like to go for the king, and yeah, pawn on e5 normally signals. I mean, for example, if a white queen ever posts up on the king side, yeah, it could be scary. Could be scary for the black king. Also, I like kind of in the Catalan having a pawn on e5 because now the black c pawn never really wants to move. There'll be a kind of an outpost for the white knight on d6 if the c pawn ever disappears. You can never push b5 because knight a5 will come. Black is a bit stuck. Clearly, she has some plans up her sleeve. At least there's this outpost, right? There's a nice hole on the b4 square for a piece.
But I will
Early
tell you
days.
this, David.
Mhm.
Yesterday, Salimova also had the white pieces, and her position was like, 10 times as good as this one. I mean, to be fair, she played just fantastic opening middle game play last round. So if she's playing the game of comparison, she won't be happy. But I think that she showed some really nice form, and it was kind of a miracle that she was not able to win that game, and that Ten Changchi actually escaped with a draw.
Yeah, I must admit, like so I was commentating on the other candidates tournament, but I flicked over. I was looking at the games, and I was like, okay, Tan Zhongyi is going down. I saw the position halfway through the game, and then yeah, somehow she held. Like you said, really resourceful, really really tenacious defense there.
Yeah,
So
she
yeah,
was really good with handling her clock, I think. Like, she was trying to take advantage of the fact that Salimova didn't have that much time, so she played all her obvious moves really quickly, but then there were some moments where she really dug in to not just get annihilated, and I think
mm,
practically speaking, like, it could seem like she got lucky, but if you look at it more deeply, you see that she really deserved that draw.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, you deserve any result, especially if you're fighting an uphill struggle. Just staying in it, staying mentally strong. That's normally the way anyone wins these long tournaments, right? You just have to be really resilient. There's no chance in 14 rounds that you won't get a bad position at some point. You just have to try and survive.
So
So,
checkmate in a variation alert. I can't believe I
ooh,
didn't suggest this move earlier. It's with our tournament leaver against Alexandra Goryachkina. So we were talking about playing
jump.
bishop takes f6, but of course she just plays knight e4 right away because you can't play knight
Oh,
takes e4 because there's that beautiful rook to d8 checkmate. Oh, I love that one.
yeah, we've jumped straight over there. We'll try and get Goryachkina up on the camera to see whether she was ready for this. You're right, Jen. How did we not spot this? Ugh, forcing moves. Knight e4. Really clever. Um,
Although it probably transposes to our line, right? With like bishop b4 check and king e7. Does it?
yeah.
Does it transpose to our line? And then you have, well, you don't really have to do anything, but
Yeah.
you can't really add more pressure to the pin piece.
That's true.
It's not,
Although
I
it
don't,
does feel uncomfortable, right? Maybe.
you need a knight on g4. If only you could put that knight on g1 and g4
Not
or
on h5.
h5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, it's going to take a long time to do that though.
Mhm. I don't know. Knight h3, knight f4, knight h5. Now you've said it. You've put the idea in my mind. I get the knight here.
Right.
Uh, but okay, what else could she be thinking about? Okay, she has actually given a check. I'll just to put this on the board for everyone at home. I always promise I'll put checkmates on, not just arrows. This is a proper checkmate.
I love it. I love the
um,
checkmates on the board.
exactly, especially after 10 moves. But of course, nobody will fall for that one. This level, King e2 after a check. So yeah, like big difference actually, not including bishop takes knight, is that now after knight d7 you can jump in and, for example, something like this. It doesn't look like much, but oh wait, I've just blundered. My first blunder of the day, Jen. But I was going to
Not
say
your
white gets the
last.
bishop there. Whoops. So maybe white doesn't rush. Maybe knight d7 is a fine move then. Mm,
Yeah, that's probably better than self-pinning with king e7. You're right. There's no real reason to self-pin if you don't have to. So this one just makes more sense.
yeah. Now I've seen it. Now I've
Because
seen the
knight
blunder.
because knight d7, we can go b5 and bishop b7, yeah, and it seems like a very pleasant scenario for black. Like no worries.
Also, immediate threat now to take this knight to capture on e4. Unlike with the king on e7, you'd still be pinned. Now the pin is broken, and that's. I don't know. It does feel like maybe Tan Zhongyi, she might be caught in two minds. I'm sure. I mean, we've all been there, right, Jen? Like sometimes you want to play safe. Okay, knight d7 on the board. You want to play for kind of withdraw in hand, as they say, but things can backfire if you're, especially with white, you're kind of honor bound to try and play for an advantage at least. And if she doesn't get it, at some point she might just need to pull the brake and go into reverse gear and try to not take too much more risk, because she's lost a bit of time already here. I do slightly fear her approach with white. Goryachkina, I think, should be happy.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It doesn't seem very exciting. It seems like it's a pretty symmetrical scenario, except we're missing one developing move. So dare I say, it almost seems like black is white.
Yeah, that's true. Black is white and up is down, and yeah, at least black's moves are easy to find. Like you said, b5, bishop b7 coming. I don't know. I have a feeling Tan Zhongyi needs to be accurate here just to hold the balance, which isn't something you normally say with white after 10 moves in a symmetrical position. So, okay. The race is on. The field is open.
Now this game is quite interesting, and the game between Vaishali and Lei Ting-che, I love the way it turned out for Lei Ting-che, knowing that she's going to have to potentially win this game to keep pace with her rival. How can you ask for more, really? I mean, it seems like it's just a very like long. When you switch over to it, you'll see what I mean. This Vaishali game, I just feel like it's a great pick. You know, I
Yeah.
don't know what Sicilian we might have seen if there was an open Sicilian, but not a single piece or pawn has been traded. And we're in for a long-winded battle, and I think that both players can be pretty happy with the scenario.
Yeah, 100% agree. That's kind of the only thing you can ask for with black is to keep the tension when you need to win. Often with black, the kind of down, right, Jen, is because often you might get hit in a forcing line of theory. If you find every move, you might make a draw. But this one, it's not direct, no big attacks. I like your plan actually from the other game. I'm going to steal it here, like a6, b5, with the bishop on b7, and game on. Still, like you said, a long way ahead. This one could be yeah, really tense for a long time.
Yeah, and we could also start with rook b8. I think
Mm.
that with this structure with that pawn on c3, we might find that rook b8 is even more useful than a6, because if we get b5, b4 in, the rook will be really nice. And maybe a5 in one move is something where we could jump a move.
Hmm. Exactly. I'm really liking actually her chances. Objectively level, but still early days. And of course, early days in round 13. But I think this is the perfect moment. The openings are over on all boards. We'll just take a step away, but we will be back for the continuation of the penultimate round here at the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. So go get some refreshments, go get your popcorn ready, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on Chess.com.
What's up, y'all? This is Chittlebear Awazier, otherwise known as Cheeto, here with big brothers and big sisters and Chess.com at St. Boniface School. We're here to play some chess, have some fun, give out some lessons, and just have a great day here. So we really appreciate all the people that's involved in this. We're gonna have a great day. So, the NFL and Big Brothers Big Sisters organizations collaborating, I think means a lot. Whether we choose to or not, as football players or as entertainers, we become somebody's role model. We don't have to make that choice, but that choice is made for us because we're doing something that a lot of kids want to do. So we have a responsibility as well to kind of live a good life so that they can see that. And, Big Brothers Big Sisters collaborating with the NFL gives us a chance to impact these kids directly. Come to their schools, come to their houses, help in the community so that they can see what it looks like to get to where they want to go. And also just grown men who maybe you watched on TV come, and it humanizes them. And now they're saying the same things that your parents or your teachers or your community leaders are saying. It kind of hits home a little bit harder. So I really appreciate the NFL and Big Brothers Big Sisters collaborating.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the penultimate round of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. I'm David Howell and I'm joined by the wonderful Jennifer Shahade. Jen, great to be with you. First time commentating together, and the games, they've started. They're heating up slowly.
That's right. Hey, we've only got 2 rounds left here. This is the penultimate round, and we have 2 players who have realistic chances to win it all. I know there are some mathematical scenarios where it will not be a Chinese player, but it's got to be in the high 90s here that we're going to see Lei Tingxie or Tan Changxi capture that candidate spot. Which one is it going to be, though? That question is very tense. And I have to say, so far in this round, I'd say that it's looking kind of promising for Lei Ting-che to have at least a good chance because she's got a very dynamic opening. And meanwhile, her main rival has not really gotten much out of the opening at all. And that would be the scariest thing for her, right? That Tan Changqi just wins and she's like kind of out of it.
Yeah, that's right. Do you think they've got half an eye on each other's boards? They'll be kind of walking around, checking in on the progress of their main rivals?
I think especially Lei Ting-che is going to have to check it out at some point, right? Because she does need to know how it is such a disaster. Luckily for her, I don't the way this game is going, I don't think she's going to have to like put on her calculating hat and apply it to a different game. But I think she'll take an eye to it because she really does need to know now whether she should be pressing. I really, it's so close to the end and everything's on the line. And don't forget her last round pairing's pretty tough. Humpy Canero. So she's going to have to win one of these games most likely. And which one's it going to be, David?
Ooh, yeah, that's the big question. I wish I knew. Of course, it's scary as well. Playing black against someone who's banging form, Vaishali, 3 in a row, as you mentioned earlier. Taking too much risk, you might live to regret it. I remember the kind of great candidates tournaments of old. I say of old, I mean from like 10 years ago, where, for example, Magnus Carlsen, Vladimir Kramnik, they were both racing for the title. They had an eye on each other's games. They both ended up losing because they were both pressing too hard. And of course, with Lei Ting-che and Tan Zhongyi, there's half a point difference right now. But I mean, if it comes down to the final round, yeah, nerves will be the biggest kind of role player there. So yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough to know what to do. What do you think of her last move, Jan? I've got to say, I like Black's position, but Rook D8 a bit mysterious.
The mysterious rook move. Yeah. Well, we were looking at like rook b8 or a6, which had like a more obvious plan. And this one, the plan seems to be, like you said, mysterious. But maybe the idea is to discourage moves like e5, knowing that there will be that line of attack on the queen on d1 from the rook on d8.
Mhm.
But how
That's
much does
true.
it discourage it? Like, can e5 actually be played here, or is it just a simple case of take in knight g4?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think depending on Vaishali's approach, White can of course just continue maneuvering knight f1 over to g3 to sit in front of the White king. That's like a typical maneuver. But you're right, like going for it, being super direct, that would be another viable strategy. And knight g4. Yeah, I guess one just to highlight the black rook being on d8. Now knight c4 is impossible because you would unleash an attack against the White queen. But White can defend with a queen, like queen e2,
That's a
within the pawn.
problem. Yeah, and if I don't have a way to attack your pawn again, then my knight is going to be ousted to the kind of unfavorable square of h6.
Mm,
Unless I can reroute back to f5 quickly, but I have a feeling White will have something to say about that. So yeah, maybe I should have just played knight d5 or something like that instead. I'm also noticing that the white bar is going way up for some reason after knight g4, so I'm kind of assuming that that was an ugly position. But I do have other options after takes on e5, or I could perhaps play knight d5 right away, but
yeah,
play knight d5 straight here. Yeah, maybe that's the
quite like that
best.
one. Yeah, knight d5 looks very, very solid. Now queen e2 is always less attractive because knight f4 might just hit Her Majesty on that square in the near future. Um, yeah, it's really tricky to know what to do. It doesn't feel like White's quite ready with these pieces still stuck at home asleep to kind of initiate the action in the center. I'm also really not sure what Lei Ting-che's next move is, so maybe I would be inclined to play a move like queen e2 just to set up e5 next in a more favorable way. Um, I mean, you've been watching a lot of her games, Vaishali. How would you characterize her style, and what do you think, therefore, she might do in this position?
Well, I think, the games I have seen in these last couple rounds, she's just really been in form and she's been really good at those critical moments. There was a really important moment in the last game, right before time control, where she had to decide whether to go into a rook endgame or a minor piece endgame. And she spent all her time before the time control, figuring out which to do. And she made the right decision and she ended up winning the game. And, similar type of thing happened in her victory against Goryachkina, where she was just very attentive to these moments. So, yeah, that's something I've been really impressed by. And I love the move Queen E2, make a little improving move before you commit to E5. I mean, that's kind of the advantage of having pawns on E4 and D4, that your opponent has to stress. And there's that famous expression, David, the threat is stronger than the execution, right? That once you play E5, they know that you're going to play E5 and they can kind of strategize around it. When they don't know, they kind of have to just stress about it.
Exactly. It's like having an ace up your sleeve. You don't want to tell your opponent you have that ace card too soon, like E5. Yeah, it just feels a bit hasty. And I think the key thing, like you said, I mean, this is something I was taught when I was like 5 years old. I always forget it. But when your opponent puts a rook opposite your queen, move the queen. Sometimes chess kind of basics are that
Who
simple.
taught,
I quite,
who,
yeah,
who taught you
quite like
that?
queen e2. One of my first coaches. I mean, I always forgot it because I'd always end up like going for tactics, and then I'm like, wait, the tactics don't work because my queen's always hanging. But yeah, here at least queen e2 would at least ask black, why did you put your rook on d8? Really unclear. And if black wants to stop e5, we should just mention, then the rook on d8 is seriously misplaced. White could lock up the center if she wanted to, and the rook looks a bit odd on this square. So yeah, I agree. It's still really kind of tense right now. It's going to be tense for a long, long time. I think Lei Tingzhe should be happy with the outcome of the opening, but yeah, this next move will be crucial. Should we check out some of the other games? I saw some action happening elsewhere.
Yes, action called.
Mm.
Where's the action?
It's actually everywhere, Jen. That's the trouble with these candidates tournaments. There's always action nonstop on every single board. But I mean, some developments in the Tang Zhongyi game, talking of the leader and the race for first place. But maybe the biggest changes are between Salimova and Lagno. So I'm going to give you the choice. Which one of those two?
Let's go to our tournament leader because, hey, I mean, this is where the money is. Like, we need to find out what happens in this game because that could determine everything, not just for the women's candidates, but also the Women's World Championship. And we do see that Tan Tangxi has grabbed a superior pawn structure by clarifying matters on f6. But look at those, that lovely bishop on b7 that Goryachkina has. Raking down the board.
Yeah, beautiful bishop. Definitely the best piece on the board right now. I think black has solved all of her problems here, Goryachkina. I mean, for Tan Zhongyi, it's tricky. She knows she's the leader, but she also knows literally everyone else in the field is cheering for her opponent. If black wins this game, suddenly, I mean, anything could happen in the final round. But yeah, I don't know why she's hesitating. Surely, surely it's a time for knight f3. What else?
Yeah,
Jen?
what
Do
else
you
is
see
there?
anything?
I mean, right, that move does two things that are very important. Finishes are actually three things. It connects our rooks, develops our last minor piece, and it protects our pawn on g2. So, that's a lot of things. It's got to be a good move if it does that many things.
Exactly. And she hasn't spent that long on it, about 2 minutes, but I would assume in a blitz game she would play this instantly, and you really don't see anything else at all for white. If you push a pawn to f3 to block this bishop, then the white knight is crying at home on the g1 square, so bring it out. Is she afraid of, like, no, e5 is just ugly.
Maybe rook g8. Is she afraid of rook
Yeah,
g8? Rook g8,
e5
but
would lose the square. Rook g8, yeah,
I mean,
you're
it
right.
seems rook g8. We can't we all just go bishop g3, worst case scenario? And I mean, I don't even think that's too bad of a scenario. Hey, that just you're not really going to be playing h5, h4 here to any good effect. So I don't see how you continue. And as you point out, now the pawn on h7 is under capture, so you might have to take a move out to play h6 or rook g7.
Yeah. Don't see anything at all to be afraid of. Really surprising to think here and now. But maybe it's the nerves we mentioned. Often it forces players to slow down. She's played really quick up to this point, so I'm sure she's just looking into the future, maybe coming up with a plan after knight f3, for example, if black just kind of plays king e7. And just
I think that's right. Yeah. I think she's just looking into the future. If you have a good enough although, yeah, you make a good point. Like, why look in, why make a move now rather than look into the future? Well, the main reason is that you don't know what your opponent is going to play. So if you look into the future and you're looking at the wrong line, you wasted time, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I used to watch a lot of the broadcasts you were doing with St. Louis Chess Club and long think, wrong think, all these things. But yeah, why spend time now? Same move faster is
oh
better.
yeah,
Knight F3.
that's a famous Yasser line. Yeah. Although I
Yeah.
did long thing, wrong thing. I did read a study recently that was quite interesting to me. And it was about blitz games and long things.
Okay.
So apparently people made more mistakes when they thought for a long time. So, your superficial thought on that is long think, wrong think, but there was much more to it than that. These players were thinking for a long time because their position sucked. So they were actually correctly thinking for a long time. And the reason that it was long think, wrong think was actually because their position was tough, right? So they had a difficult position. So they thought for a long time and they were more likely to make a mistake. When you couch it in those terms, all of a sudden you're like, wait a second. Yeah, of course, chess players are going to make bad decisions when they have difficult decisions. That's like the nature of chess. So it really kind of made me rethink things. I have to tell you, David, the whole line about correlation and causation, right?
Yeah.
That yeah, so now I'm like rethinking everything.
Wow, I can't believe. I mean, I've been stealing that phrase for ages, and I've been spouting it. I can't believe I never once thought of that. You're right. Like, I mean, here it's not a bad position at least. So I'm slightly surprised she's having a long think, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you're
I still
right.
think there's some. There is got, and also blitz game is very different because in a blitz
Mhm.
game it's hard to think for that long by definition because you'll just flag. Whereas in a classical game you really can think for an inordinate length of time, right?
Yeah,
So I
more
would
taught
love
that.
to see the. I would
Sorry,
love to
go
see
on.
the study. I would love to see the study kind of like repeated with like classical games or something.
Yeah. Actually, I did see some interesting posts on social media recently where they were analyzing the time usage. I think across both candidates, but they were using for example, the open section where Jan Nepomniachtchi was always like he always had 30 minutes left when he had like 5 moves to make before the time control. Everyone else was like really low on time, and the blunder percentages were so much higher. So yeah, analyzing time
Oh,
usage is really interesting, I think, for improvement in general at all levels, but it's definitely playing a role in these big tournaments still.
yeah, Nepo's also often had that kind of reputation of being a fast player. But then on
Mm.
the other hand, there are some memorable moments of him blundering earlier in the game, right? So there is that kind
Yeah.
of there's that trade-off of having the confidence to always play quickly. In the
Yeah.
end of the day, everybody's susceptible to blunders. Speaking of statistical analysis of the candidates and the women's candidates,
Mhm.
I also saw a really interesting tweet by I believe it was Kenneth Reagan who said that the ELO performance, or what was it? The ELO performance of their moves was much closer than you would expect based on the ratings. So the move quality of the women's event was very close to the open event,
Yeah. Okay.
like
I mean,
only 50 to 100 points different, where you would expect it to be 200 points.
yeah, I'm not surprised. These women are all super strong, and I mean, yeah, I guess as well, like players in both sections, they've been taking huge risks, and I mean, it seems to me like the calculation's been really good. The opening preparation's been really good across both tournaments. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of putting pay to all those myths. It's rating. I don't think it's the determinant factor anymore. It's we can't judge everything purely on rating these days, as we see with all the juniors rising up through the ranks. Rating. Maybe we need other metrics to measure things, Jen.
Great point. I think that's a fantastic point because people are just playing better in general potentially. So the ratings might need to be like kind of shifted. And there recently was that effort. By the way, it does look like E5 was played, that critical move that we were talking about in Vaishali's game, where you were advocating for potentially a slower approach, but she's just decided to, um, well, take her space in the center.
Okay, and we'll jump there in a moment. But just before we leave this game, Jen, F3. I'm not sure what Ben Feingold would be thinking right now. F3 and that White Knight. I'm not sure what that piece is thinking either. Suddenly, I fear for Tan Zhongyi. She's. I'm not sure I'm going to say long think, wrong think ever again, but that was a slightly longer think, and I'm not sure it's the right think. Yeah, really weird move.
Oh yeah, yeah. I still think it's a legitimate long thing, wrong
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, but it's just
Okay.
there's more nuance to it. Chess
Mhm.
players are good at making decisions, so I mean, right? They should be somewhat good. So,
Yeah.
but
True.
this one, or better than average, right? Something we got to be something. But
Exactly.
F3, at least, well, I'm gonna have to keep qualifying this. We're better at making decisions in chess.
Yeah, life not so much, but chess definitely.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
I guess her idea, like for example, of Rook G8, the move you suggested in the other variation, just before we leave this game, King F2 might be her idea, and then to get the white knight
Mm,
out this way. So yeah, it's fine still.
yeah,
It's balanced.
I guess maybe she's thinking just long term that the knight on F3 wasn't having a huge future. Whereas if you can imagine long term, because this is an endgame, it is relatively closed. The knight can go to E2, and then maybe it can go to G3 to H5 or E4.
Mhm. You're
I
right.
wonder if that's part of it because the F3 square, it was not really hitting anything that magical.
Mhm. Yeah, the knight in F3 would have been dominated by the F6 pawn, kind of controlling the white knight's jumps forward. The white knight would have been pinned to the G pawn forever. Yeah, you're talking me into it. Why am I questioning her? She's the leader. Um, yeah, I think it's a decent move. The more I think about it, definitely. But you mentioned that things are getting more explosive on the other board. Um, so let's maybe switch over there to Vaishali against Lei Tingzhe. And like you said, E5 staking a claim for the center, going for space. And we already kind of came up with one thing not to do for black, I guess. I don't think we should be putting the black knight on G4 if we're Lei Tingzhe. Just felt a bit offside and just a one move hit. But ultimately the wrong circuit for the knight. So knight d5 definitely looks like the way to go. Centralization. Do you think she's going to have a long think now? And do you think she's going to come up with the right conclusion?
Yeah, I do think she'll come up with the right conclusion, and there it is. She did play
Yeah.
that knight d5 immediately, and this is instructive because I think that sometimes it can be a little stressful to allow the tension to remain, but that is such a valuable skill because you know that if your opponent takes on d6, suddenly bishop takes d6, and your pieces have improved. So if you can resist taking yourself and keep giving them that option, it's a really important chess skill.
Yeah, definitely. And I noticed this actually, especially with newer players or younger players, they get itchy fingers and they're like, oh, I see a trade, I have to go for it, I have to release the tension, I don't want to have to calculate, c takes d4, d takes e5 every single move. But ultimately you've got to stand your ground, right? As you're saying, you've got to, especially with white, you've basically been playing, everything's been pointing towards this e5 move. Yeah, you've staked your claim for kind of this clamping pawn structure, so you cannot back down now and trade off on d6. And I think the reason Lei Tingzhe made a good call by playing knight d5 is if she had taken on e5, then now kind of, I'm not sure about queen e2 actually, but for example here, now she can never really challenge this pawn structure. This pawn on e5 is going to last forever. And actually, I think her intention, for example, if queen e2 happens in the game, after knight d5, the difference is that after queen e2, she can trade off this set of pawns first. And if she does want to trade, then now would be a better moment because her pieces, the knights especially, they get more squares. So she's doing it on her terms. Suddenly, this bishop would be hit, and you can imagine things really spiraling out of control for white
Oh
suddenly.
yeah, look at that d3 square, juicy.
Mm. So good call, Lei Tingzhe. Keeping the tension. Really instructive for everyone. What would you play here for Vaishali? She chose to initiate the action with e5. What's the backup? What's the kind of follow up? Sorry.
Well, she's got to start bringing her pieces into the game. And the thing I would love to do would be like something like knight e4 or knight c4 to force you to be the one to take on e5. But of course, I can't stop. I have to start by analyzing the very forcing move c4 and kind of examine the ramifications of that as well. So those I think would be my candidates, like knight e4, knight c4, c4. What about you, David? What would be the moves that would come to your mind first?
Yeah, again, I think really instructive, Jen. You're right. Like c4, whether it's good or not, it should be the first thing we calculate because it's a forcing move, it's a threat. If it's strong, you don't even need to calculate anything else. If it doesn't work, then okay, back to the drawing board, but you haven't lost anything apart from maybe a few seconds on the clock. Yeah, knight c4, again, great square, but maybe feels a bit loose. I would have to calculate there. The c4 square
Yeah.
undefended, and wow, she's done what you highlighted as something not to do. She's taken on d6. Wow,
Well,
didn't want the
maybe
tension
there's
anymore.
I think there might be a specific idea. Maybe she wants to stick that knight on e4 and grab the two bishops, threaten to grab the two bishops. And in order to stop me from grabbing the two bishops, Lei Tingche will have to give up a tempo. So bishop f8 or bishop e7. So I think that's probably went into this. That yeah, she gives up that tempo, but then she gains it back.
Yeah, and from what was quite a blocked position, a closed position, it's starting to get open again, the center. That's what I kind of I asked about styles. Maybe that's just what she prefers, Vaishali. She didn't want to kind of maneuver around and wait forever, tiptoe around the center. Instead, open things up, makes it clearer what white wants to do, maybe what black wants to do as well. But white is the first to create a bit of a threat.
And it makes sense. I mean, we are going to get one of those bishops of, isolated queen pawn positions, most likely. The bishop will probably go back to e7. That seems like a more natural square than f8 because it stops, bishop pesky little bishop g5 ideas potentially. And I guess that's the thing now. How do we develop our remaining pieces? Our bishop on c1 and our queen on d1 that does not like to be on the other side of the door from that rook on d8.
Yeah, I really want to put the queen on e2, but it feels a bit slow this time. I'm not really sure what the plan is. Like you said, if an isolated pawn happens in the center, for example, if white kind of moves the bishop, I'm not sure this is the best version actually, but you could definitely see the skeleton of an attack on the king side. Knight g5 coming in. Yeah, it's really hard to handle these positions from experience. I used to play these all the time with white, but if you don't checkmate, then you might just be worse due to having this bad pawn on d4. So that would be quite a committal decision. I'm not sure how to play it safe with white. Struggling to come up with ideas. I liked your bishop g5. Maybe play it anyway. I'm not sure. Although,
Yeah, you could play it anyway. Yeah, because capturing on g5 would allow me to play like which knight? Probably the f knight, knight f. I don't know. Knight f takes g5 because now my queen has entered the party.
looks a bit scary. Slightly scary for black.
But
Maybe
okay, if you play h6, can we actually sack of anything, or do we not have enough firepower?
I would love to. I just don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Doesn't
if
feel
there's no
maybe
sack.
not quite enough. It feels like we need like a pawn on e5, so we could play like queen h5 takes on g5, knight g5, but you're always just gonna have knight f6, and that is gonna be the end of the party. Mm.
Yeah. Once the black knight lands on this square, shuts down all the attacks. Yeah, like you said, a white pawn on e5. That's why we were hoping, at least from the white side, for Vaishali to keep a pawn on the square. But now it's much harder to attack. So I think we will see bishop e7. Yeah, you mentioned the bishop pair. I think at this level, players are very, not just myself, but we're very biased towards the bishops. And I think it's just a wise choice because it's such an open position kind of in the making now to drop back black's bishop. Maybe nothing wrong with actually ignoring it, allowing the knight to take on d6. But if you have a choice, probably you save that piece. So bishop e7, maybe bishop f4 potentially, or bishop f8 somewhere, and the game goes on. Just different in nature to what it was a few moves ago, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for either side.
So why are you biased in favor of bishops?
I don't know, Jen. I actually did a statistical analysis of my own games a few years ago. I think it was during the pandemic because I was bored and I had nothing else to do. But I looked at my games and I think 70% of my wins, I at some point had the bishop pair.
Oh,
So I
wow.
thought that can't be coincidence. So I started tailoring my repertoire. Now most of my, I shouldn't tell my future opponents this, but most of my repertoire is kind of based on openings that get me the bishop pair. And
So
I
don't
don't know.
play the Nimzo against this man. He's gonna be like, all right, I'm ready for that one.
I've just given away my biggest secret, but you're right. Just don't play the Nimzo against me. I mean, that's why I play the Berlin endgame as black, because I'm hoping they give me the bishop pair and yeah, all these other openings. That's why I don't play the bishop
Right.
d5 Sicilian like Vaishali's doing here. Often white
Right.
has
Well,
to trade
that's a
off.
great observation. One of the great players who just stood by the night was Vishianan, right? Except recently he kind of walked it back a little bit. He said he was studying more with Alpha Zero or Leela, and he realized that with like a really really good bishop play, they are a tiny bit better, but that it's in some ways, it actually was counterintuitive for me to hear this because for some perspective, I think people think that knight play is more complex, but Vishy was actually saying the opposite. And I'm sure maybe at such a stratospheric level, it makes sense for him. But do you know what I mean? Like for me, like that was counterintuitive in a way because I think we look at knights and it seems like they're like tricky to play with actually.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, we see so many games where kind of they're decided by blunders for either side. You miss a knight jump, you miss a backward knight retreat. Knights are so tricky. But I guess, yeah, at the top level, kind of having the bishop pair, that's a very long-term strategic thing. So often it only really kicks in as a factor to move kind of past move 40, move 50. So maybe it's just surviving to that point and knowing when they're actually a strength, when to keep them, when to trade off. Yeah, it's so many layers to it. But I mean, talking of layers to a position though, is this a mistake? Bishop back to f8. You said e7 was a more natural square. I agree. Given a question mark by the computer, is it because of this bishop g5 move? Is there an
Mm.
immediate reason that black's last move was bad?
Well, if we play bishop g5, you don't want to put a knight on f6 because that gives me the option of crippling your pawns with your king on g8, right? And rook e8 is a self pin, and f6 looks like it looks
Ugh.
terrible. I mean, that looks the worst, right? Hey,
Uh,
is Ben Feigled in the chat?
hey
But
Ben.
seriously, I mean, we're a fun master Mike for that point. I mean, my son is 7 years old, so he loves Fun Master Mike, and even when I play him, he tells me I need to get a permission slip from Fun Master Mike to move my F pawn. Yeah, my son tells me that. So no, I mean they all look kind of unfortunate, David.
um,
Which one appeals to you the most?
I mean, that I totally agree with you. They're all as unappetizing as each other. I mean, f6 is ugly to say the least. I think for everyone at home, well, the bar doesn't move, so it's probably the best move. But for everyone at home, you just move the bishop, and you're left with weaknesses: the white bishop on this diagonal, the king. It's a short-term thing, long-term thing. It's a dynamic and positional thing. It's just everything's wrong with it. Playing f6. Yeah, you'll live to regret it later. But if not, then what else? If we go back, like rook e8, like you said, it's a self pin this way. It feels like tactics and the e-file later. Already, you can at least very minimum get the bishop pair by taking a pawn, and black has to take back with the bishop, which is ugly due to this pin. I'm
Oh
really surprised
yeah.
late Jays have allowed this. Didn't understand.
Yeah, Rookie 8 looks the worst as you put these variations on the board for sure. Yikes.
Yikes. Maybe she wants to block with a knight, but I don't know. There's all c4. You mentioned that idea
Oh,
in the air now.
C4. And then you can't even play knight takes C4 because bishop takes D8 hits the queen. Ah, that's losing for black. So C4, and then if you move the knight, I take on F6 and win a pawn and kill your king. I mean, I guess no, this is just horrible. Yeah. You can't play it.
Oh,
So can you put the other knight on F6?
yeah. Then I was worried about the same thing, but just bishop takes d7,
Oh,
eliminating the
yeah.
defender.
Just bishop takes D7. So we're eliminating both knights on F6. Rook E8 looks horrible. Okay, so now I understand why F6 is the best move because the position's bad.
Best of a bad bunch.
Yeah.
Okay, f6. Wow. So, okay, early days, it's not a blunder, but it's maybe a strategic mistake, bishop f8, because, yeah, surely Vaishali, it's her type of move from what I've seen. She likes to attack, gain time, kind of go on the front foot. Bishop g5. And Jen, you mentioned your son. His name's Fabi, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you cheering? Who are you cheering for in the other candidates? we can't be biased here, but you can be biased about the other tournament.
Well, I mean, obviously Nakamura and Fabi. I mean, yeah, I am Team USA. So, and well, I also would love to see Nakamura have a chance, and it would be so great for chess. So the kind of obvious reasons I've known him since he was like a little kid, and playing the Grand Prix every game. Oh, it would be awesome to see him in the World Championship. And Fabi, I thought the match that he played against Magnus was just so she showed such tremendous preparation and nerve. So seeing him go after the title would also be pretty cool. And then I mean those are those. So I think asking American, you got the answer you might have expected. What about you?
I have no English fellow Englishmen to cheer for, alas. But yeah, I would. I mean, actually, I would love to see all of them have a chance. Gukesh, because he's so young, and what a story that would be, like a teenager challenging for the world title. I mean, Hikaru. I've been a massive fan. Like you said, I've known him since we were kids as well. I've been a massive fan for a long, long time. Had some great games against him. Fabi, just nicest guy ever. Jan, it would be nice to get that kind of redemption arc, like third time lucky, but I don't know, sport for choice. I'm the most indecisive guy ever, Jen, so I'm just cheering for chess. I'm not I'm gonna dodge that question.
Fair enough, fair enough. And those in the chat, I'm sure you all have your favorites in both tournaments. But one thing's for sure, I mean, these events have been such a treat. I just love the double round robin format with such combative players. And one thing I really like is that they're not slowing down, even if they're not technically in contention. I think that is so important for the integrity of the game, David. And it's not something that should go overlooked, because I think that it's possible for players to, soften up a little bit towards the end, and they're still playing, but not playing quite as hard. And I don't really think that's fair. Just playing your heart out till the end so that everybody gets the same experience. And I think they're really shining in that arena, and I love to see it.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Actually, that was one of the main things that's impressed me. I mean, for example, in this tournament, Vaishali has been out of it for a while. I mean, at least contention for first place. I mean, she's won three games in a row now. Just wanting to play game by game, move by move, fighting despite having a really tough start to the event. And a Muzychuk still fighting every single game despite being out of the race for first place. So many. I mean, same for Salimova. Just really exciting chess every single round. So full credit to all the players out in Toronto. Meanwhile, Bishop G5 landed, and we'll get an answer. F6.
It lands with a punch. It lands with a punch, and she
Ooh.
did immediately play F6. So that was her intent. And so it's not like she missed Bishop G5. She just saw that F6 and perhaps was satisfied with this after Bishop H4. It's a bit surprising, right? Because it leaves E6 so weak. Or what do you think, David? Am I wrong that she didn't really look at Bishop G5 that much, and then she saw it when it was Vaishali's move and just planned to play F6 immediately?
Yeah, I think maybe a bit of both. Maybe she saw it and thought, okay, I'm going to provoke my opponent. I'm going to get a different pawn structure. It looks ugly, but it's not as bad as it looks. And game goes on. I just wonder what next. I think we'll find out a lot of, we'll find out a lot kind of insight right now into her mindset, like what she wants next, what she's got up her sleeve, whether she's calculated something, which I don't really see.
Right.
Maybe she's just going to go b6, bishop b7, and kind of ignore the weakness around her king. But no, she takes. Okay.
Maybe she wants to chase that bishop on b3. I don't see how that does much, though. Like, take knight b6, bishop b3, and it just seems like, yeah, this didn't really accomplish a heck of a lot for black.
Yeah, it just looks so scary. I mean, e6 is so loose. There's going to be tricks galore on this diagonal. I mean, already e5 looks like it might walk into some little tic-tacs and little tactics. Don't really see it, but I mean, I really want to play bishop takes f6 right now, just to be flashy.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
But I don't know if it works. Bishop takes. Of course, the bar says no.
Oh, it says like a big no. That's not a little no.
that's why it's these players there, not me. But e5. I mean, it just feels all wrong. Like, I guess the
Yeah.
idea here, if the white knight moves, is to play bishop e6. But
Yeah, we also even have well, we have bishop g3, but yeah, there's no
q3 is
need. There's no. My move wasn't as bad as your move.
that's true. You
Sorry.
win.
We both lose. Okay, knight b5. No, that looks good.
Maybe knight
Uh,
b5.
Yeah,
Let's
that looks
see.
like a better one. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that looks like a better one because
still need a
now,
flop.
yeah, c4. Yeah, well,
Maybe.
c4 looks really interesting.
And there's a pin here and there's a pin here, so black has to
Yeah,
take. And
now.
those spidey sensors you mentioned earlier, they're tingling. I just don't see the knockout.
Was it rook c? Is it rook c1 and let you take on b5, and then after bishop c4, you're just in big trouble here. Bishop takes c4, and I think that if you play queen a5, maybe I get to play just b4, pawn to b4, wrench
Before,
that queen away from the action. Oh, I forgot
still
about
heavy.
bishop b4. I
Yeah.
forgot about bishop b4. Maybe maybe something more generic here. Let's see.
Is it now
Maybe
bishop takes f6?
yeah, I think your move works now.
Finally. Oof.
Yes. Yes. See, that's why it's never bad to look at sacrifices because they might not work when you look at them, but then they can work later. So never feel
Exactly.
bad if you, like David did earlier, like try a sacrifice and it's terrible because that terrible analysis can turn into treasure analysis a few moves later, like this.
Thank you for saving me, Jen. You dug me out from under the bus there. Yeah, but I mean, that's just one of the many pitfalls that's kind of in Black's future. That's knight takes d4, which I think is the most natural move. But you mentioned the IQP, like the isolated queen's pawn earlier. Even if white takes back this way, which I don't think she will, I think knight takes is more dynamic. But this is a long-term backward kind of weak pawn. I still really like white's chances. Like rook c1 will come, bishop b3. If the black knight ever moves, then you plop a knight in on c5. Still feels like white's the one in control. Dating J, taking risks. You got to say that's clearly her strategy today, taking provocative risks to try and lure Vaishali out into a full fight in the center here.
Chaydoc says, instructions unclear. I sacked my queen so that it might work out the next game. Uh-oh, they're misapplying our advice. Then we also got Krishna21234 who says that Tan gets the chance to re-challenge Ju Wenjun this time. Lei Ting-che can try again next time. So based on the positions on the board, Krishna there is already thinking like this is really looking good for Tan Chang-chi. I can't blame you for thinking that, but we've had so many turnarounds and even positions that look hopeless. Somehow these players, when their backs against the wall, they seem to just find flawless defensive moves. So definitely too early to tell, but I can definitely sympathize with why you think that.
Yeah, it's clear no big blunders have taken place. Maybe a kind of very big strategic risk, but at this level you need to take risks if you want to win, and that's what Lei Ting-jae feels she needs to do in this race for first place. So I think this is the perfect moment. We will recap the other games. There's a lot of action happening elsewhere, of course. But first, time for a small break. And when we're back in a few minutes, we will delve into the rest of the action. Join us soon.
Three sisters smashed chess's greatest records, and it all started with an experiment. Their father, Laszlo Polgar, believed that anyone could be a genius, and he set out to prove it with his three daughters. At an early age, the eldest, Susan, showed an affinity for both chess and math, but her passion was at the chessboard. Susan became the best female chess player in the world by age 15. Their father nurtured his daughter's gift, and when it came time, he taught chess to both of Susan's sisters as well. Before they were even teenagers, Susan Sophia and Judith Polgar became world-renowned for their exceptional chess skill. At age 15, Judith Polgar became the youngest person to achieve a Grandmaster title, an incredible chess record which had been held by Bobby Fischer for 34 years. Jude quickly climbed the ranks in chess, mercilessly destroying grandmaster opponents and gaining victories and accolades. She became the number 7 player in the world, reaching a peak rating of 2735 and defeated 11 world champions, including Garry Kasparov. At Rome in 1989, Sofia made history with an incredible 2900 rating performance, one of the best ever recorded to that date. She later decided to pursue other avenues than chess, but according to Laszlo, she had the most talent. These 3 sisters defied the norms at the time and became champions. To this day, they fight for equality in chess and continue to inspire the next generation.
I try to be the person to help kids learn chess and through chess to be more successful in life.
The Polgars left a legacy both on the board and in the world.
Lei Ting-jae was this close to becoming world champion last year. Will she get another crack at the throne? First, she has to win a second straight candidates tournament, and the format is different this time. Last time, in a knockout tournament, she defeated 3 of the current candidates. Now, in a round robin, she would have to surpass all 7 opponents. Still only 27 years old, Lei not only has won a candidates tournament before, she's also among the top 3 highest rated in this field. This combination is enough to make Lei the favorite in most matchups. But being the favorite and winning the game are 2 different things. And it's hard winning 2 candidates tournaments in a row. No one has done it in women's competition in 50 years. Lei Ting-jae is here to try to make history.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to round 13 of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament in Toronto. I'm still David Howell, and I'm still joined by the wonderful Jennifer Shahade. Jen, things are heating up. Things are getting exciting.
Oh yeah. I mean, one of the games that really determines our tournament is quite combative. Really couldn't have asked for more, but honestly, David, with the way things are going, I would also say that Tan Changxi couldn't have asked for more, as it's Vaishali playing with White against her nearest rival, and White is very much on top right now. As it's just a pretty normal position, but there's two things. Now, she didn't take with the knight like you suggested, David. So Vaishali did choose to take with the pawn here. I mean, honestly, I like, and the computer agrees with you, but I can definitely see why pawn takes d4 was chosen. I think it opens up that rook to come to c1. That was definitely a factor. And I think that was probably it. But you know what? I really appreciate that you were digging knight takes d4 so much, because I think that the knight on f3 is dominated by the pawn on f6. So in a way, that should make knight takes d4 look even better.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I think it is desirable to play knight takes d4. Also, just sensing the dynamics, it feels like the black king is weak in lots of those variations. But I mean, we were having a tough time calculating, right? It's kind of reliant on finding a really kind of forced series of moves potentially. Maybe she's just thought knight takes d4 long term isn't the best, because if black ever gets e5, then actually black's pawn structure is very nice. But c takes d4, yes, it's given it's not given the seal of approval by the computer, but now long term, the e6 weakness is always going to persist, Jen. So she's playing the long game. I don't fault it at all. I think it's just a matter of taste. Of course, we're not all computers, and this promises a fighting game. Knight
Thank
b6,
God.
and yeah,
And that gets a question
one might be
mark
saying.
too. And that gets a question mark too. And I think that that shows that like c takes d4 was fine, because it's probably something weird, like um that bishop b4 or something here, with the idea that if rook e2 knight f4, and then rook e3 knight d5. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
it. Rook d3 then, though. But maybe, but it's like if knight b6 is a mistake, then well, okay, c takes d4 looks like even stronger. It definitely looks viable in that case. But what it comes down to, I believe, David, is that the position is just really good for white. Knight takes d4 was good, and c takes d4 was good.
Exactly. She was spoiled for choice, and we can't blame her going for this one. I just want to praise your instincts there, Jen. Just to mention, in this position, bishop b4 wasn't on my radar at all. I did briefly check what the computer was saying, and you're right, bishop b4, best move. So, like you said, we only get it because we see the question mark appear. But
Yeah.
just want to say, you're still, you're spotting the correct ideas, and this is maybe what Lei Tingzhe had missed as well. Knight b6, like a really natural move. Can't fault that one. Bishop c2. Ooh, are you as fearful as I am along this diagonal?
I am, but it's like I also was like kind of digging bishop b3, because there's a diagonal, there's that pawn on e6.
Hmm.
So for some reason, bishop b3 seemed more natural to me, but I think that bishop c2 is also very sneaky. But she almost played it immediately, David, didn't she?
Yeah, this must be part of her kind of 2 or 3 step plan here. She wants to go queen d3, I guess, and just with this
Mm.
queen sat at home, she wants to just line up. And it's actually quite hard for black to block this diagonal due to the pawn sitting on f6. You can never well, at least you need to prepare playing g6 because it is currently hanging that f6 pawn right now. So yeah, queen d3
Ooh.
would set up some nasty tricks.
Yeah, especially if I play bishop d7. Can we look at the line? So
Yeah,
if
let's
I
do it.
play queen d3, if I play queen d3 here and you play knight b4, looking to win my piece. Now, knight takes f6, check, and I get to have that beautiful checkmate on the board that we all love. But that said, suppose you don't play bishop d7. Suppose we play some other move here. It's hard for me to know what that other move is. That's a problem. Is there a
A5.
pass? Okay, okay, yeah. And now if queen d3, knight b4, notice it doesn't necessarily work anymore, because knight takes f6, check, pawn takes f6, and I don't have mate anymore because your queen defends laterally. So yeah, this would not work in this situation. So the question is like, what is Black's kind of A5 move? Because A5 is actually very anti-positional, right? Like you don't really want to play A5 here.
Yeah, I mean, just for instructive purposes,
Yeah.
really key detail there, Jen. Like you said, it's all about these little nuances. Like if you step, I mean, Bishop D7 is by far the most natural move in the position, but it might just lose immediately, or it might just give White a big attack. So yeah, what else? Maybe Queen F7. I don't know why that comes to mind. Just to shore up the king side. I kind of want to play G6, but then I do forfeit control over the C5 square, which might be a nice one for the White Knight to post up on
And I,
in the near future.
and I can consider the tactic knight to G5 sacking. I don't know if it's good, but
Nice.
I want to try it.
It's
Oh,
good,
the
Jen.
computer likes it. Okay, okay, yeah. Pawn takes knight. Oh, bishop takes H7 check right away is another possibility. But they're probably both good. They're probably both good.
On fire with the tactics. Yeah, you're right. Bishop takes H7, even stronger. And yeah, not just winning the queen, but here it's actually 3 pieces for a queen. It's level material, but more importantly, the rook hangs at the end as well. Extra food. Wow.
And so you would have had to go king H8 after bishop H7 check instead, right?
This is terrifying. Not even knight takes G5, maybe knight E5 as well, going the other way.
That's why. That's why the computer likes it so much. Because then queen E8, bishop G6, and I'm coming back. You're done. You're done.
Yeah, this is game over. So that's how easy it is actually. Like easy it is to blunder for Black. Like I wanted to play a natural move like Queen F7. If Black gets one more move, G6, then the king side's solid enough for now, but White can strike immediately. Nice spot, knight G5.
Bishop D7 instead, maybe, with the idea that if queen D3, maybe bishop E8. How's that look? I know I'm weakening my E6 pawn, but can I get away with this?
Yeah, just still defending indirectly.
Yeah, that's the point. Now knight takes F6. The H7 pawn is protected. Okay, well, according to the engine, I'm not blundering everything, so at least there's that.
Yeah, if you get one more move now, bishop G6, you're fine.
Yes, and not to mention knight B4, right? Because knight takes F6 not on tap anymore. Knight takes F6 no longer a thing.
Maybe after bishop D7, White should be a bit clever and, sorry, in this position, just rook C1 first. Just
right, yeah. And then boot your queen out and then play queen D3. I like that. Because where do you even put your queen? Queen B8, queen D3. Oof.
Scary.
Because you want to be able to play bishop E8, bishop G6, and you're just one move short, right? So rook C1 looks really good. And what if I play bishop C6 here? Does that do anything? It's not my desired. It's definitely not my favorite square for the bishop. I wanted to go to E8, but at least now after queen D3, I'm still able to make that knight B4 move, right? Yeah. Still make knight B4. Yeah.
Deep detail. Yeah, I wonder whether it's something like knight C5 or maybe bishop G3 before trying to land knight C5 in, but it's awkward. It's like you said earlier with the one rook opposite one queen. Tactics, it's not clear who it favors. Normally it will favor the side with the rook staring down the queen, but here White also has a similar kind of setup. So calculate. It definitely feels like Lei Ting-Jie, critical moment now. She needs to find some really accurate moves. The next few moves are critical, Jen. Like if Black doesn't defend, White might just get a decisive attack. If Black can defend, then actually long-term Black's doing very well against the White isolated pawn. So stakes are high. Should we check out some of the other games in the meantime? The Tan game has changed enormously since we were last there.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a quick look at that. That is our tournament leader. Oh my God, they played a flurry of moves here.
Feels like everything is getting vacuumed, hoovered off the board. I'm not sure what the... I mean, I know UK, US, there's different ways of saying it, but the vacuum cleaner is out there. They're just trading off all the pieces now, Jen.
That's
rooks
right.
and bishops left.
Yeah, and it does look like a very solid position here for both players. It's hard not to predict that this would be headed towards a draw, but we've been fooled before. And, I know you have co-authored a book with none other than Magnus Carlsen, who I guess we could call him your co-author. He has a lot of titles, but that's one, right?
Exactly.
Grind like a grandmaster. So you know more than anyone that you can't call things a draw too soon, right?
Yeah, there's always something to play for, and it's like you said with the kind of tail enders in this competition. It's like you just got to keep playing. Who cares if you're out of the running for first place? For example, here in this exact position, who cares if all the knights are off the board? There's always stuff to play for. White has a slightly better pawn structure. Black's got doubled pawns. Black's got an isolated H pawn. So white has something to hope for. In the meantime, on the bright side for black, maybe you line up at some point with nice bishops. Maybe you're more flexible to later try and advance with f6, e5. It's all about timing. It's all about the mentality of just staying patient and looking for chances. But yeah, ultimately this one, it's so level that I think even Magnus would struggle to grind this one with either color into anything more than just a draw. But yeah, it's about just staying present in the moment, especially for Goryachkina, maybe who feels that this is a must-win situation for her. The only way to keep her tournament hopes alive. But yeah, Tan, it feels like she's been quite dead set on the draw, Jen, from an early stage. She played d takes c5 in the opening, and she's got what she wanted, just a safe, risk-free position almost here for white.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily her style at all in this tournament. I think she's really it's just because it's so close to the end, you know? And I think that's like the correct way to think about it, you know, like earlier rounds is too early to think in that way, but finally we're at the point where it might not be too early to think that way. That's why they call it the penultimate round, right? Because
Exactly.
you really are calculating not just the position, but the permutations and the chances you're going to get that coveted spot to face her compatriot Ju Wenjun for all the marbles.
Yeah, she wants her title back. Former world champion Tan Zhongyi. She wants, she wants to ascend to the highest throne yet again. And I can't fault her at all. Some of the viewers at home might be wondering, oh, why play it safe? You've got the white pieces. But actually, that's where the biggest kind of obstacles lie. If you're too aggressive, if you kind of play with too much emotion rather than just playing the percentages. She's still the big favorite here. She's half a point ahead of Lei Tingjie. Also, maybe she's seen that board by now. We mentioned that earlier. Maybe she's taken a walk around the playing hall, seen that Lei Tingjie is in a maybe not in trouble, but she's got a quite risky position. So she's just maximizing her chances. And if a playoff happens, so be it. Why risk anything at all? So yeah, I think White's just going to play like Rook D2 over the next few moves. White, not sure what this bishop is doing on B1. Maybe she can try and play H3, G4 eventually, but H3 will always be met by Black clamping down on this flank. Oof. Okay, I think we leave it and say that it's level for now, and Goryachkina, it's up to whether she wants to create any risk to try and win. There's two games we haven't been at in a while, Jen. I guess not affecting the top of the standings, but the clashes between Humpy Konaru and Muzychuk and Salimova and Lagno. Which one would you like to see next?
Well, let's take a look at Humpy Konaru versus Muzychuk, because one thing that interests me about this game is the vibes for the players next round, because these two players will be controlling the destiny, as in the final round they play the two leaders. So Anna will be playing against Tan Shangqi, and Humpy will be playing Lei Tingxia. So very important, the kind of mood and form that they're in to the destiny of the tournament.
That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, of course, the spoiler role is not the role they wanted to play coming into the event, but that's the role they'll be given in the next round. So I just want to backtrack a few moves. We've actually only had half a dozen moves since we were last here, but the players have been thinking knight d7 was chosen. Just e4, I guess, might be met by the likes of knight to h5. She was also kind of potentially scared of your bishop b4 idea. You mentioned that in a few positions, Jen. So she played a3 here, Humpy. A bit slow, so I'm a bit inclined to think that black is more than fine now. But queen e7, e3, and black does indeed actually strike out in the center, solving all of her opening problems. It looks very balanced, very symmetrical, quite level, apart from the fact that the white king is still stuck in the center. And a few moves down the line, I just wanted to mention this one moment. Knight to e4. White simply had to trade here. It was imperative. Bishop d3 would have walked into some nasty tricks. Knight takes f2. Bang.
Oh, knight g4 coming. Yummy.
Yeah, lots to snack on here. The white e3 pawn drops, and black would simply be winning. So she had to trade off one set of knights. And now, key moment, big decision. Do you think black will take the knight or the bishop?
Oh, what a close one. So bishop takes f3 destroys the pawn structure, but we've only got one minor piece left. So the question is whether or not we can take advantage of that in the middle game. I I think I would try to take on f3. What about you? I know that you're a bishop lover. So are
Yeah.
you very reluctant to do that?
I don't know. I do make exceptions when one side only has one bishop. If it's the bishop pair, then I'm
Right.
quite biased. But here, also Queen and Knight do have a good reputation. For example, in this position, Queen and Knight tend to work quite well against Queen and Bishop, especially if they can kind of team up together. I'm not sure how the Black Queen ever gets over to the King side. If she could kind of later in the game kind of zigzag over to harass the White King, which I assume will sit on that flank, then some chances. But ultimately, it does feel like not too much material left. I don't think Black's risking anything though. Black can always just try and trade off all the queenside pawns like a5 and should be safe enough. So yeah, just comparison. You mentioned that comparison in another game, but this one, in the meantime, just looks way too balanced. Same pawn structure, same piece configuration. This one will just fizzle out towards a draw. So if Anna has any ambitions to win this game, I feel she needs to take the knight, even if objectively still fine for white. That's my take, at least.
Yeah, I agree, although it is kind of hard to imagine. Like I think that yeah, I can imagine like if you suppose you were playing somebody that was a lot weaker than you would definitely want to play bishop takes f3 and hope that they make a mistake. Whereas bishop takes d3 is like much more likely to lead to position quite soon because it's just so symmetrical. But is it anything? I don't know. Bishop takes f3, pawn f3. Castles, I imagine you have to do. Or did you want to try queen b7 and hit my pawn? I don't think it's very impressive. Then I could even just play bishop e4 if I'm really hell bent on trading it all off, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Everything would just disappear, fly off the board. So castles, let's say, for argument's sake, let's say white castles. Yeah, what next? That's the big problem here. I guess you would give the black king some breathing space, and I don't know. It just looks really, really balanced.
It does. It does. It seems just like the tiniest of edges for black, but because your bishop is not really doing much, but hey, you need more weaknesses than that to beat somebody like Humpy, right? I mean,
That's
she's not going to fall because you have a tiny weakness on f3 that can easily be defended by like 5 different pieces. Okay, that's an
true.
exaggeration. 3.
But no, we get the point, Jen, and you're totally right. I think that's why I'm so reluctant to say bishop takes f3 and get excited there, because you're playing Humpy and she'll lock things down. She's in full control. What are you predicting? Draw on this board?
Yes, I'm predicting a draw, and it looked like it was a pretty well played game. So if they do indeed make a draw, I think that's I mean, it's fair because they'll be rested for tomorrow when both of them will be playing the spoiler role potentially against the Chinese players who will be playing for first.
Mm, this is true. So, okay, this one we're predicting might fizzle out at some point, depending on Anna Muzychuk's mood right now, and depending on her choice on the next turn. There was one other game we haven't explored in a while, and that one has also somewhat changed since we were last there. So let's jump over to Salimova against Lagno. And on this board, Lagno's away from the table right now. That gives us time to delve a bit deeper. We left it again half a dozen moves ago. Bishop to b7 was played. Okay, queen to e4. Actually, I jokingly suggested, Jen, that with a pawn on e5, white's queen needs to be over on the king side, going for the black king. And okay, she actually took that wisdom on board, queen c8, and she played it. Queen g4, big threat now, massive threat to land a bishop on h6, winning due to this pin. So black actually struck out with f5, changing the pawn structure en passant. And black actually has a big weakness on e6, but for now it's defended. The white queen had to retreat. And
Wait, why weren't we allowed to play bishop b7 there? What was up with that?
ooh,
Or was it just a trade? So if
guess
you
it's
play
an
bishop,
endgame.
I guess it was just a trade, right? For some reason, I hallucinated that we would be winning something here, but no. Just bishop c8, rook c8, and just hoovering everything off. And I don't know. The endgame seems like a decent place to try to make way of the weakness on e6, but clearly white thought it wasn't enough. Um, maybe with bishop c5 ideas in the air as well.
That's true. Yeah. big target on f2. So Salimova, I think it's very much her style as well. We've seen some up and down endgames, but like she likes to attack if given the opportunity. So queen h3, keeping the queens on. I guess a comparison, the white queen is superior to the black queen for now, so I totally understand her decision.
Right.
Bishop g5, rook d8. So this is the current position. First instincts, who would you prefer here, white or black?
Oh, white because of that pawn structure. I mean, it looks like a little bit of a lemon on e6, and I'm actually surprised that the engine has this as the 00. So I think there's some. Usually, what that means is when the engine has it as 00, but the human viewpoint seems like, oh, looks nice for white. There's some kind of active element to the position that I'm underestimating, like an activity for black that gives them plenty of compensation for the weaker pawn structure. Now, maybe you can tell me what you think that is, David.
I think it's maybe just because there's no immediately attractive moves for white. It's actually hard to improve the position here and now. Like you would love to challenge, for example, for the open file, but if the white rook ever moves off a1, then the a4 pawn is a bit weak. At first, I thought this was really strong for white because white can play a move such as queen to b7. Looks like you win a pawn. But you mentioned active play for black, and I guess the idea might be to play moves like queen h5, suddenly hitting this bishop, hitting this pawn. Watch out! This idea is like knight g4 jumping, and bishop takes knight, maybe even rook takes to slide across to h6. At the very least, bishop takes f6 as well. Probably gives you good counterplay. If white
That's
grabs a pawn, yeah, e2 is hanging.
yeah, just e2 is hanging, so you're not even winning a pawn there. And if they capture on c7, then you just have rook c8. Yeah, and I'm getting into like trying to lose the position territory here. You do have queen f4 though, so the variation doesn't end, but it's like looking quite dodgy, right?
Sorry, my mouse slipped. Not queen e5, queen f4, of course. But yeah, I think you're
And then
right.
that's
Bishop takes b2. Oh, sorry, I keep mouse slipping, but bishop takes b2.
bishop takes b2 wins a little material in exchange, in fact. So, well, yeah, win something good. So, okay, that's why we can't be super greedy here. Greed, not good in this scenario. What's an adjective that starts with a G that means bad?
Greed
Gross.
is
Greed is gross.
gross.
There you
Nice.
go.
I'm sure chat will throw more
So,
adjectives at us there, but
yeah.
greed is gross. Agreed. Greed is grotesque. I don't know.
Grotesque. Yes, I love it. I mean, and it even has like the double consonant GR. I mean, oh
Mm.
gosh, this is the one we should be saying. Come on.
Exactly. Let's coin it before Yasser gets his hands on a phrase.
I don't think Gasser's going to want to say that though. He's not going to want to say greed is grotesque because that'll mean he'll have to stop taking all those pawns in analysis. So,
Exactly.
so what
So
about so queen b7, no bueno. And I guess the rook d1, the problem is you said queen a4, other rook to d1, the f file is half open. So it's like one of these classic scenarios where the e6 pawn is a bit weak, but it does open up that f file, which creates some counters. Okay. And what about just a move like queen h3 attacking the pawn on e6? Like, how do you defend it? You just move your bishop to c5, probably bishop c5, right?
yeah, I
Yeah.
think you've called it. I mean, it's actually a bit uncomfortable for white. I could see this turning if she's too excited and thinks that white is definitely better. Then yeah, things could turn. She might have to take some risk to prove that advantage, or at least try to prove it. But if it doesn't exist, then yeah, it's just one tempo. Like if you had a pawn on b3, I would really love white's chances because you get rook to d1 for free next move, and everything's protected on the queen side. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you get that time. The queen comes up to h5, and yeah, it feels like black is just doing totally fine here. Still e2 attacked. Yeah. Also, talking of queen and knight versus queen and bishop, which we kind of briefly touched upon on another board, bishop takes f6 crossed my mind just to get a nice square for the white queen on e4. But then suddenly you get hit by all sorts of rook d4 ideas, and just not in time to solidify and get everything covered. Rook d1. Yeah, queen and knight. You
Right.
don't beat the queen and bishop here. It's
Why does
annoying
this
for white.
why does this not do really well for black? Because if rook d4, don't I have to play queen c2?
Hmm.
And then you have queen c6, but I guess you can bail out with because You can bail out with just rook c1 or something. Sure. Okay.
But I think I would choose black. You're right though. Like black is so active, like d8, and hard to imagine white getting any chance to capture that lemon on e6 ever. Nicely
Right.
protected now.
Yeah, very the knight on c4 is not that stable, right? You know, we can hit it with b5 at some point. So it's just not the greatest knight.
Yeah, and okay, let's zoom out of this one. It looks roughly balanced dynamically. Let's go to the leader, or let's go to the bird's eye view first, where yeah, it looks like a few changes on some of the boards. I'm seeing some black knights jumping on the bottom right. We'll talk about Lei Ting-Jie, of course. Yeah, we touched upon the Humpy against Muzychuk game, but there is a change on this board, Jen, and it might not look like much, but suddenly this weakness on h7 is a bit more pronounced. And hey, Goryachkina tries to get active with the black rook. Big threat, rook d2 check. But dark squared bishops are off. More open files for both sides to look at. Who do you think this little transition has helped? This little transformation of pawn structure as well?
Maybe white by a little bit, but I feel like it's still king e2 looks like a very excellent move, renewing the threat on h7, and now, yeah, well, you don't want to play rook h8, that's for sure. That's not really what you set out to do in this life. Working, I wonder what I would do there. Would rook h6 be a good move? Just kind of like locking down the pawn on h7. I think so. I think that might
Yeah,
be a good move.
looks
But
really nice.
is there a way for black to stay active, or I mean, we can't just lose that pawn for nothing.
Guess if you can't defend passively, which I agree is really unappetizing, then the other form of defense is counterattack. Maybe rook g8 to hit this pawn. We could see a
And
bit
try
of a
to get
dance.
me, yeah, and try to and see if there's gonna be a perp with king f2. Because, well, you could also try taking on h7, rook g3, king f2, but that doesn't look like it's that much for white, does it? No, and
No.
she did play rook g8, as you called. And look at that king f2. I think we might see a draw here because
Ooh.
I think she's gonna go back to d8, David. So good call.
Yeah, we saw a change, and ultimately it was a change that looks like it favors white due to unleashing an attack against the h7 pawn, but no, black's just in time. Really
Yeah.
instructive counterattack. And yeah, the dance between the black rook and white king continues. I think you said it. We'll get the perp, the perpetual threefold repetition handshake potentially in a moment if white plays king f2. Okay, that's actually the third time she doesn't claim it. Maybe a badge of honor to get the opponent to claim it. And now Goryachkina, looking at her score sheet, counting the moves, she can claim the draw with rook to d8. That would be the third time that position has arisen as well.
Chess players so good at calculating variations, so bad at counting to 3. How is it possible, David?
You're right. Like I've literally played some of the best players in the world. Like Fabi has misclaimed the threefold repetition against me in a game. Like they struggle. 3 is a tricky number. But here we go. It looks like we might get Goryachkina. There we go. She stops the clock. She's going to call the
There it
arbiter.
is.
And yeah, what do you make of this draw that we think is imminent now?
Yeah, it does look indeed like we've got a draw here in the leader's game, bringing her to a big, juicy 8.5 points. And I think that, hey, it's a professional decision, David. I mean, it certainly was not an arranged draw, but at the same time, we saw that white didn't bring a lot of ambition to this game. And her idea was to go into that last round, see how Lei Ting-Che does. No, Lei Ting-Che has a tough position, and if she doesn't manage to win it, or even draws or loses the position, she'll know exactly what she needs to do tomorrow. What do you think? Is this a practical decision?
I think a very practical decision here from Tan Zhongyi. She's been here before. She's done it before. She's one of the most experienced players in the field. She knows what it takes, and ultimately, yeah, not too much risk. Still in control of her own destiny. I think that's the key. So we saw the handshake. We saw the draw. For Goryachkina, that means her tournament, well, coming first place is impossible, but still one more game ahead for her. I think I can't blame her at all. Why risk it against someone so strong like Goryachkina? Yeah, maybe a pity that we didn't get more of a full-blooded fight, but that's life. That's chess. And
Oh,
tomorrow
and
is guaranteed to be exciting now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit disappointing, but at the same time, you can judging it from a competitive point of view, can see exactly why she did what she did. Yeah. So let us take a look. Especially, I mean, if you're right, if she glanced at this board between Vaishali and Lei Tingche, she might have thought, "Hey, I mean, I like white here." So if Lei Tingche goes down, if she's the fourth victim in a row of Vaishali's, then I mean, I'm going to be smooth sailing in that last round. I had a full point.
Wow. Yeah, she would definitely have her destiny in her own hands, Tang Zhongyi, if anything happens on this board other than a black win. And right now, a black win, as you say, Jen, looks like a distant dream. This queen is hit. No safe, no obvious safe squares for it. I mean, queen f7, I'm wondering whether there's all those tactics we mentioned with the knight jump, sacrifice, go directly for the attack against the black king. If the queen steps forward, she might still feel uncomfortable in the near future. She's got to commit. Lei Tingje as well. She will have seen that result. She will at least be aware of it through the corner of her eye. And okay, how to keep black's chances alive in this game. What moves come to mind after this hit on the black queen?
I mean, queen e7, maybe queen f7. I wonder if our line still works. I kind of feel like it probably does, although I do note that the knight on c4 will prevent the knight e5 hop that was causing complete devastation. So it might be a little bit more tricky, but queen e7 does seem kind of like an option to me. I mean, I know it blocks the bishop on f8, but
Cover squares. I like it. Stops all of my knight g5 devilry, all those plans. And indirectly still protects h7. Actually, just to mention, your tactic again would have worked. Queen d7. I'm sure white has many stronger moves, but queen d3 would set up like knight f6 ideas, although that square is defended. Maybe queen c6, but just I wanted to check this one while we were on topic. Queen f7, the bar goes crazy, so it's probably knight g5 and one of these two moves. Knight takes g5 or bishop takes h7 first. Not sure which one.
yeah, they both look pretty appealing. Knight g5, and then queen e8 you better play, right? You must stop me from playing queen h5. That's the thing. So, okay, bishop takes h7 check, king h8, and then what is the knockout here? There's got to be a knockout here, but I don't see it quite yet. Maybe I do have two pawns for it, so it doesn't have to be a complete knockout. What about just queen g4 to h4? Just slow burn.
Yeah, although
Knight f6,
maybe
queen
knight
h4, queen h5 or something. Is that what your idea was?
that was my
Queen
idea.
h5, that pesky queen coming to the defense. Okay,
And this, I mean, it goes on like queen exchange and then knight f7 check. White will have some material, but we're not checkmating, and rook for two pieces is unclear always.
You want more. You want more.
Let's find it, Jen. I'm determined.
Okay.
Probably unlikely to happen, but let's check this variation.
So bishop h7, king h8. What about queen? I think I see something. Queen hit the knight on c4 and then bishop g6. I feel like that's probably d3 because then I still. Oh wow! Oh, you wanted c2 because
I just didn't want to allow the black knight to jump out the way with gain of tempo.
Okay, the bar stayed where it's supposed to be, David. Maybe we found the right move with this idea of bishop g6. So why does it win? B5, bishop g6, right? And then knight f7. Just simple, right?
Simple.
Yeah. Okay. This is just why. Yeah.
Okay, so that's what she should definitely avoid, Lei Tingje, in this position. Not queen f7. Anything else?
I mean, to be honest, queen e7 doesn't look beautiful because it's like blocking all your pieces, but I don't know what else to do. I mean, you don't really want to self-pin with knight d6, right? And queen d7, I think you had a point there about, I can't remember what happened on d7, but all these moves just look pretty bad for black, but queen f7 looks like the worst one.
Definitely. So she has to, okay, she's had a few
And
long thinks in the next few moves. Oh, sorry.
Well, I think also queen b6 and queen b6 is also very bad, right? Because then there's queen d3 and knight takes f6 ideas, although knight on d5, so you could play knight takes f6. So that tactic might not work anymore, actually. So excuse me, queen b6. I'm not sure there's an immediate win.
But the fact that we're even talking about immediate wins, that's how dangerous it is for black right now. I mean, we see the bar give white a slight advantage, but it could just shoot off sky high if there is a small blunder from black. Yeah, really scary. And white can, at the very least, kind of play bishop b3, kick this black knight out of c4. I don't think black can ever safely grab on b2 in the near future. So it's kind of pseudo activity for black right now. The black knight will likely get kicked back. Yeah, I've got to say, like, as far as isolated queen spawns go, this is one of the better versions I've seen of them, at least in recent history at this level.
That's not fair, David. Isolated queen pawn positions are not supposed to be playing against a pawn on f6. We'll take them all.
That's true. That's true.
If we get a black pawn on f6 and I'll take all the isolated queen pawns. Usually black's pawn structure is just so pristine against the isolated queen pawn, right? And that is what gives you that kind of static advantage. Whereas now you don't really have a static advantage because the pawn on d4 is counterbalanced by the pawn on e6.
That's right. Eternal weakness, and also makes it harder to block this diagonal if white ever lines up. And like we were showing, a pawn on f6, even if it wins a knight on g5, the black king is going to be so open in a lot of these variations. I really, really fear for Lei Ting-Jie here. I think she needs to go into damage limitation mode, just survive, like queen e7, as you were saying, queen d7. Ugly moves, but needs must. It's one of those positions you just have to keep clinging on. Avoid the immediate knockouts. Really tricky for black right now.
But yeah, very scary situation indeed. As Lei Ting-Jie fighting for her chance to stay in the hunt for the spot. And no matter what, she'll stay in the hunt, right? Even if she's a full point behind, she can try to win and hope that she loses. But the only person who she's lost to this entire event is Lei Ting-Jie herself. So that's, of course, a hope that she can cling to, but not one that she wants to have to cling to.
Yeah. Then again, if she does somehow manage to conjure up a win in this game, then they'll be on level points. She'll get the white pieces in the last round. Her biggest rival, Tan, will get the black pieces in the last round. She'll still hold her fate in her own hands. I mean, that's how big it is at this stage. It's literally life or death situation. A win would be priceless. A loss would be disastrous. Yeah, you need to need to just survive. That's always the first step when it's scary, as you say, Jen. Okay, this is a key moment. She needs to find safety for the black queen. But Vaishali is raring to blow open the black position. Just so many tactics lurking in the air.
That's right. Now, if any of you guys have been watching the entire event, you might remember that these two players played previously, of course, as it is a double round robin. And there was an absolutely extraordinary queen sacrifice that Lei Ting-Jie had in that game. Just a variation. It wasn't a very human-like idea, David. So I don't think anybody criticized Lei Ting-Jie for not finding it. And she ended up winning the game anyway. But will they have traded victories in this mini match? Or will Lei Ting-Jie be able to find her way out of this? That's the big question now. 30 minutes left on the clock. I wouldn't point to time as a factor yet, but it could become one. Definitely, if she's thinks a lot on this move in particular, we could start seeing some serious time pressure as we approach move 40.
Definitely. And just while this game enters a bit of a lull with a long think for black, I actually want to pull up that game that you mentioned because revenge might well be on Vaishali's mind, Jen. So we'll keep the players on camera, but we'll delve deep into the history of this tournament. Feels like what was an eternity ago, but this was round 7, so half a tournament ago, and this was the queen sacrifice. Lei Ting-Jie, she missed it, went on to win though, and I believe it was in this position after queen back to b8. White is dominant here. White has a beautiful knight hitting this bishop, locking in the black queen, and yeah, this would have been the move of the entire event across both sections if queen takes d5 had been played. I mean, this is superhuman, right, Jen? Just another level.
I mean, This is mind-boggling. It's not a move that you look at. It's just so weird because like you can take with the rook, right? And now, yeah, the idea was it's hard to wrap your hand around the idea, but the idea is that you get knight f6 with check, and then you take the rook in the back rank with another check. And then once you take back on d5, all of black pieces are completely in knots. And it's a knot that's not going to be untied. You can't even move a single one of your pieces except for that knight on g6. So yeah, but then there's rook d8 and pieces are going to be flying off the board in a bad way. Black's pieces are going to be flying off the board. So yeah, this is a marvelous conception. But what do you say, David? Is this a type of move that you think top grandmasters would consider, or is it just like too weird?
It's too weird. It's I think if there weren't any other options, then maybe it's findable. But White had many other strong moves. She actually went on to win the game. She took on a7 and kind of dropped her knight into d6 in the near future. She won anyway. So yeah, I think you're right, Jen. It's just kind of so shocking, so out there, so yeah, bizarre. This pattern nearly never ever emerges. You literally give up a queen, then a knight, and you're even material down in the final position, but you're just kind of dominant. So yeah, I don't blame her for spotting it. I don't think even the likes of Magnus Carlsen would have spotted it. And yeah, actually, Lane Ting Jie, I think she kind of found a really impressive, much more human path to victory in the end anyway. But just to show the final moves actually before we go back to the game, but in this position, knight f6 check, this was a much more human type of tactic where we see this type of pattern emerge in all sorts of positions. Just to show g takes f6, this would have been a deadly checkmate. Bishop takes h6 coming in, or bishop b2 with a mate on g7. So knight f6, and yeah, she found some nice tactics anyway. So we can't blame her for missing that that trick. Just g takes
Absolutely
h6.
not. I almost feel like missing it is even a misnomer. Sorry, that was so funny. Excuse me. It was a misnomer to say she missed it. Because if you're saying Magnus wouldn't have seen it. I mean, of course, if you gave it as a puzzle to Magnus, or if you were like, "Oh, what's the best move here for white?" Like you'd for sure see it right away, yeah. But you're saying in like the heat of the battle, you're not looking at it because it's such an offbeat pattern and so bizarre.
Exactly. And talking of bizarre, after a relatively long think, if we go back to today's round, that was round 7, the previous clash between these two. But yeah, today she's self-pinned. Something that you mentioned as being quite unnatural and really undesirable. It's rare to want to walk into a self-pin. I'm not sure if it's kind of an immediate knockout for white or if there's any tactics in the air. Like you said, Jen, really good point. Like top players, they know there's something there if they're being told it's a puzzle, and then they'll always find it. But if they're not told, then often you're busy to kind of evaluating and calculating, and it can be hard. But here, what would you be calculating first for white? Would alarm
Well,
bells
that
be ringing?
well, definitely like what's better than a one pin, two pins. So I would play rook c1, or I guess that's not really two pins. That's a pin and a discovery. So just play rook c1 and continue to kind of put the pressure on that queen. Make her decide where she wants to go, because now queen d7, knight c5 is popping into the position. Queen f7, we still have those knight g5 ideas, which are almost definitely going to work now because we know we have that knight e5 square all of a sudden. So I would play rook c1, and by process of elimination, it seems like e7 is the only square. Is that right?
Oh, but e7, then we can just take on d6 and we win material.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, you can't play queen e7. So queen d7 is not possible. I don't think you can stay in the 7th rank. You probably have to go to the 6th rank now with queen b6. Yeah. And then this move queen d3, we've been dying to play all game. I guess the one positive for black is you'll get to trade off a piece. So perhaps I had something more incisive, and this still looks really good for white to me somehow, but maybe there apparently there's something better here.
Maybe we keep pieces on. Simply, I mean, I'm quite attracted to knight. I mean, firstly, knight g5 is always in the air, but knight c5 at the very minimum, hitting this pawn.
Right. Just keeping that knight on the board, I like it. I like it. And that's another negative of knight d6, that the c5 square is now white, because the bishop takes c5 is no longer in the air. So Still looking like a really great position for Vaishali here, who trying for her 4th victory. What? What's her performance rating going to be in those 4 games? Wow, it might be the best. Wow, it's going to be really sky high. And of course, her many fans are going to be like, why didn't you start this earlier? Well, she's still very young. You'll get another chance to see her here.
Exactly. She's destined for greatness, that's for sure. She's on the right path. And actually, when she qualified for this event via the Grand Swiss, I mean, she was beating people left, right, and center. And it was often in this type of style. Like, okay, the opponent makes a small slip early on, and then she punishes them tactically after a nice build up. So I love your Rook C1 Gen. Like, Rook on A1, the only piece that's still fast asleep in the corner. Continue developing, create threats in the meantime, and really hard for Black to keep finding kind of answers to all these questions. 27 minutes isn't that much either. Still only on move 17, so big chances for Vaishali. That 3,500 performance in the last 3-4 rounds, or whatever it is mathematically, it's impressive stuff.
Yeah, that's a
Yes,
consolation for sure. She's like,
exactly.
can this be a triple round robin?
But it's the butterfly effect, right? It's like if you start badly, you're more kind of driven to take risks later, and your opponents maybe were taking more risks as they fight for top of the standings. If Vaishali had started really well, maybe the opponents would have tried to shut her down and make more draws. And you can never look back into the past. You can never, uh,
True. Good
never
point. Yeah.
regret. Yeah, looks good for White though. Looks. The more I look at it, the more I think it's overwhelming almost. Don't see any easy moves at all in Black's near future.
It does look horrible. And I have to say, like, we look at the computer evaluation and they're not giving it like a huge plus for White, but I feel like this could be a bit misleading because it's like Black has to find really, really good moves and White has like multiple good moves. So some of these like big advantages are like require White to walk a tightrope and find exact moves. This one seems like kind of the opposite. And so that's something that I know there are some researchers working on AI that kind of incorporate some of those factors into things. And my gut sense is that this position is one where the advantage might even be bigger than the evaluation is indicating, when sometimes we see the opposite. Like imagine you had to find queen takes d5 for the advantage to exist. Well, that's not a real advantage. But this one, it looks like every move we're trying, David, is really fun for White.
Exactly. I think for viewers at home, the one thing you shouldn't do is break the tension. You shouldn't trade off pieces because long term, actually, White is the one struggling with an isolated queen's pawn. And also, you lose your attacking chances if your ammunition starts disappearing off the board. It's what we talked about earlier. Don't break the tension unless it's on your terms. So White never needs to rush with this trade. Black is pinned anyway. So that's one thing to avoid. But other moves, yeah, Rook C1, maybe even Knight C5. Yeah, building up moves here, just continuing to add the pressure. Definitely feel like they favor White right now. And yeah, I love the way you put it there, Jen. Like it's definitely Black on the brink. And if Black is accurate, maybe a small disadvantage. But it could spiral out of control so easily with just one slip, as we've shown, as we've seen in multiple variations. We get the right to use trial and error. We get to put moves on the board. Wei Tingzhe needs to defend this, but yeah, without that luxury. So Vaishali, if she brings her rook in, I really fear the worst for Black. Oh, I'm trying to find a bright side. I'm trying to find a positive here. I guess if she survives the next few moves and if the clocks start to balance out, still some hope. It's still imbalanced long term if she gets that far.
Yeah, well, yeah, you got to find some positives. She's got 7.5 points. That's a positive.
That's true. She wants it to be 8.5 though. 9 might be the magic number to get a playoff at this point.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I agree. I think that there is a high chance that she's going to need to win the final game if she draws this. But that's a big if. She needs to draw this game first. Because as we've been saying, she's in some serious trouble here. And to review the pairings there in the last round, Lei Tingzhe will get White against Humpy Canero. If this game is a loss or a draw, she is most likely going to have to play all out for a win in that game. Humpy Canero, very solid player who's getting in good form in the second half of this tournament. So that's going to be a big challenge, but she will be up for trying, that's for sure. And Tan Chong-chi is going to be playing against Anna Muzychuk. Anna, not having the greatest result, but I wouldn't even say she's in bad form. I think that she's playing pretty well and just not running that well, as we say in poker. So I think that that game will, of course, be interesting. I don't necessarily think it's going to be a quick draw, David. Of course, that the leader would like that. I don't think Anna will allow it, though. She's a very aggressive player with white, and I think she'll try at least for the integrity of the tournament, for one thing, and also that's just her thing. Get white, attack.
Exactly. We haven't seen many quick peace treaties throughout this tournament. There's definitely drama ahead tomorrow, but the only way she keeps her destiny in her own hands, Lei Tingjie, is a win. And yeah, a long way away. And I think we will take a break in a moment. Maybe just a quick look at the bird's eye view, just to quickly recap the other boards. We won't delve too deeply into those. But just to update, you mentioned Anna Muzychuk and Humpy with massive roles to play in tomorrow's drama. That board on the bottom left of your screens right now, that looks roughly level, I'm going to say, Jen. And how about the other game on the top left of the screens, Salimova, Lagno? What would we conclude there?
That one, I feel like similarly in that one, actually, that we've got both positions, by the way. We've got the knight for the bishop in balance. But again, it's only one bishop versus one knight, and they seem like they're pretty level now, but not necessarily in the draw zone.
That's right. So still a lot of play remaining in the 3 games still out there in Toronto. But the only way is up for some of those players. And talking of up, Chess.com is thrilled to support fellow game changer ChessUp, the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new ChessUp 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on Chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and TouchSense pieces, ChessUp 2 supports beginner players, players in training, and casual games between friends and family. So, for a limited time, save $100 when you pre-order your ChessUp 2 on Kickstarter now. Head over to go.chess.com/ChessUp2 or use !ChessUp in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. We'll be back soon with the rest of the 2024 FIDE women's candidates.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
The older of the Muzychuk sisters has reached heights in chess that few ever do. She was the 4th out of just 6 women in chess history to reach her FIDE rating of 2600. And in 2017, she played in the final of the World Championship. She was foiled by another of this year's candidates, Tan Zhongyi. Now, Muzychuk is trying to return there, but first she has to get through a tough candidates field. This after having qualified with a third-place finish at the World Cup. Unlike in 2017, she won her last match against Tan Zhongyi, who made the candidates another way. Of course, there are 6 other opponents besides her foil Tan. A consistent performance from rounds 1 to 14 is what's required at the candidates. Muzychuk is as consistent as they come. Is it enough?
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're still here, round 13, deep now in the middle game. And Jen, we're being treated here to some really tense positions. What do you make of the round so far?
Well, the big news in the round so far is that we do have one result as our tournament leader soars to 8.5 points. Ten Jiangxi against Alexander Goryachkina, relatively solid draw. I don't know how to say it. Not super exciting, but you know what? It leads us for excitement in the rest of this round and tomorrow. And the other 3 games still going strong. But of course, the big one is the one where we've got Lei Tengche on the ropes against Vaishali, who is on her 3rd straight victory and hungry for her 4th.
Yeah, she's out for blood, definitely in this tournament in general, but especially today, playing the spoiler Vaishali. Just a brief update there, Rook C1 that you predicted before the break, Jen, did indeed happen. So Lei Tengche We'll just put it up briefly, but she's low on time. Look at that, 24 minutes, only at move 18. Yeah, I think at this point I'm really worried for black. Just getting to move 40 might be tricky, let alone holding the position together at the same time. Rook c1 really sneaky, just to show everyone at home, if black were to play a silly move here, a5, there would be a monster threat of a discovered check winning the black queen. So yeah, watch out if you're black. We think the queen needs to move, but where? That's the big issue right now. One of many problems with black's position.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of squares are bad. As you pointed out, queen e7 allows takes on d6, queen d7 allows knight c5, queen s7 allows knight g5. So many pitfalls. While white's moves, I mean, Vaishali's playing amazing, but let's be honest. I mean, a lot of players are going to play rook c1 in a blitz game, right, David? So that is the thing here, that white's moves are coming a little easier and black's are so hard. And so this time situation where both of them have, between like 24 and 28 minutes, it's not the same. Black needs time even more than white needs time right now.
Exactly. And remember, everyone at home, as we see on the right of your screens there, the increment only kicks in after move 40. So it's a race to the finish, not just in the tournament, but also on the clock in this game. But okay, we'll let her think for a little while. And I just wanted to take us to another of the games in a moment.
No, in the women's, David, sorry to interrupt, but in the women's, they start from 30 from the beginning. It's different than the men's. Yes.
Okay, I got
For the
confused
open.
there. Sorry.
Well, no problem. It's actually kind of funny because the women start out with a base time of 90 minutes, right? So that's why they need
my
well,
bad.
it would, yeah. So technically, the open tournament time control is slower, but it's also like they have to manage their own time. So disaster can strike, whereas the women's time is a little bit managed for them by the increment, right? Which I don't know. How do you feel about that, David? Which do you prefer? Do you prefer the women's time control with a little bit less base time, but that 30-second ink, or do you like the sudden death, more brutal format we have over in the open?
Ooh, that's a tough one, Jen. Yeah, I misread actually. I thought it said 30-second added from move 41 instead of 30 minutes. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I think when playing, I like the safety net. I like the comfort blanket of the increment. But when watching, I quite like the kind of the blitz to the finish, sudden death as you call it. Just that sprint finish. How about yourself? Which one do you prefer?
Well, if somebody I like is not playing on on their last minutes, I definitely want them to have an increment, I'm feeling for them if they're out there with 2 minutes for 20 moves. Gosh, which do I like? Well, I do feel that for the integrity of the game, 30-second increment is a bit better because it reduces the chances that the arbiters will have to get involved, which I think is generally like a good thing, especially for a world championship qualifier. But I think in like other types of tournaments, it would, it's all good. But you know what I mean? It's like, it's nice that the players will determine what happens, not, some kind of like hand battle at the end, right?
Yeah. I mean, we've all seen those Armageddon battles where pieces are flying, the players are kind of standing up over the board, and it's just total chaos. But yeah, the candidates, it's classy. It's sophisticated stuff where the chess is doing the talking. Queen b6, meanwhile, on this board, I was actually going to take us away to another one, but maybe a quick breakdown of this last move just before we jump. We were unsure, right? We were liking the move just before the break, knight c5, I guess, for white, hitting this pawn on e6.
Yeah, that's right. Knight c5, I think, was your choice. Because why were we not playing queen d3 again? Well, there's no threat. So the only thing about queen d3 is don't fall into the trap of trying to win my beautiful bishop on c2 with knight b4, because then I can play knight takes f6 check. And, well, you have to play king f7 here to avoid this checkmate. But if you do something else, like, I don't know what, bishop d7 or something, now knight takes f6, you do have knight takes on f6 protecting against the checkmate.
I think maybe the issue is that after even something so kind of simple as just trading off one side of knights, it's just not the end of the world for black. g6 looks a bit ugly. I'm reluctant to suggest it, but at least these kind of points can't be hit in the near future. probably white still has a big attack, a big initiative, like h4, h5, alpha 0 style, but trading off one set of knights, wow, I was going to say looks a bit flawed because long-term, long-term black's doing okay, but she trades knights just as I was saying it, commentator's curse. Jen, she's threatening checkmate, or checkmating ideas at least. Queen takes h7. Why has she traded off a set of knights, though? Her knight would have been beautiful, glorious on the c5 square.
Yeah, that is odd. I'm a bit surprised because g6 now, and of course, one of the principles of the isolated queen pawn is that trades are good for the player who's playing against the isolated queen pawn. I actually was taught that the magic number was 2, in that if you had the isolated queen pawn, you wanted more than 2 minor pieces, right? And if you were playing against it, once you got to 2 minor pieces, you had a good chance of equalizing or even getting the upper hand. So having every single minor piece on the board was very encouraging for white. And that said, maybe Vaishali has a tactical idea in mind here, David, that after g6, maybe she's just calculated it out and thinks that these h4 ideas will be too strong.
Yeah, quite possibly. Black's king does still look really airy, really weak. Then again, I mean, this is the first time I heard the rule of 2, but it makes total sense. It suddenly becomes crystal clear to me, Jen. And the downside for white is that these bishops are staring at each other. We could be left with 2 minor pieces only. And then at least the majority of the storm might have passed. At least then you have better chances to defend. I quite like your h4, but again, there's stuff like knight b4 on the cards. Suddenly, if there's no knockout break, if there's no kind of breakthrough, then this could turn. This could easily turn against white.
Yeah, although I will say a lot of times when the pieces are traded, black's left with a bit better of a structure. Like g6, f6, e6, all potentially a little weak. It's not like the normal thing where you're playing against my isolated queen pawn if there's a lot of trades and you're just like much better. It might be that Vaishali still has an advantage even if there's a lot of trades, David, just because of all of the weaknesses in black's camp.
Yeah, that's true. I think she definitely needs to keep the queens on, though. The only way will be to attack the black king. Slightly worried that black can get greedy at some point. I don't think we need to worry too much about this pawn because the black queen will be offside, but I would like to cover it. And now this bishop is blocked, so I wonder whether we
Bishop
start with
b3.
bishop b3. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop b3, and then, well,
Read my mind. At least you hint that you might take this knight in the future. Black always has to calculate it. Probably you don't rush to take it. But how does black continue? Bishop d7? Maybe. I just feel it. Oh, maybe the knight comes. Maybe the knight, Jen.
knight d2 threatening knight c4 or e4. That looks really good. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea a lot. And maybe that's the kind of stuff that Vaishali is thinking about here. As what about also, well, knight d2 right away is another possibility. Although there, is that what you played?
No, sorry, that was me clicking away on the board. She's still thinking Vaishali.
Okay.
I was getting carried away. Knight d2. Yeah, I like this idea actually. It's something you kind of mentioned in passing earlier. It's just this dominance of a knight on a 3rd rank against a pawn on a 6th rank. It's always the white knight struggles to go forward, so you have to go back. Sometimes you need to take a step backwards in order to leap even further forward later. So knight d2, either now or maybe on the next move. I quite like bishop b3, the kind of the line we just showed, with knight d2 to come next. You're right. She's still slightly better. I was just kind of general principles. I was against trading one set of knights just because I've had. Okay, she plays bishop b3. Yeah, I've had so many horror stories in my youth, kind of getting all the pieces traded and then losing endgames with this isolated pawn. But of course, the endgame is a million miles away at this moment. So bishop b3, and she gets up.
All right.
Still better for white.
23 minutes for each player, 19 moves to go. As Lei Ting seems to have relieved a tiny bit of the pressure, but still advantage white, as the main rivals here are looking to score 9, or in Tang Changqi's case, maybe even 9.5 points. That's the magic number. Shall we check in Humpy Canero and Annie Muzychuk's game? As we thought that that one looked a bit level. And let's see if that's still the case.
Let's do that, Lei J. I'm predicting that she'll have a bit of a think right now, but you mentioned these two warriors who will have the spoiler roll tomorrow. Initially, I was really skeptical that Black could create anything, but Jen, it feels like Anna, she's really in the mood to fight here. Her last move, really impressive. Black's just landed a rook on c4 and yeah, dynamite on c4, as they say, but rook takes e4 threatened. And if you ever trade rooks now with white, Black gets a really scary pass pawn. Do you think this is going in Black's favor?
Yeah, I do. Black's definitely got play. White is going to have to defend well because, I mean, listen, it's an endgame. And even though it seems like Black's king is in the center, Black's got the safer king, right? F6 and E6 provide a nice little shield. And I think potentially even more important is if you don't take on c4, giving me that pass pawn, like suppose you try to like defend the e pawn or play e5. I've got these ideas of playing queen c7 and completely seizing the open file, which seems pretty scary.
Yeah, this is terrifying. Actually, I just want to point out as well, like just like you, I wanted to play e5 initially, but that blunders, well, walks into checkmate immediately. This is how dangerous. I mean, I
didn't
wanted
see
to play
that.
this move as well, but I mean, the king, look at it, gets caught, gets trapped.
And then if you go to f1, we get you on d3. Ooh, that's a problem. King e1, rook g, well, and it, yeah, okay, so now we just win the queen, and if king e1, rook g1 would be mate.
Yeah,
Oh boy. Oh boy. So
don't envy.
e5 not possible. What else can you do? f3?
Ooh, f3 looks so scary. There's like all sorts of
Queen d3?
incursions.
Yeah, queen d3. That looks like a good one.
Maybe
And
you
then
hold it together, but it's hanging by a
yeah,
thread.
hanging by a thread indeed. You can't play rook takes c4 because I'd have queen takes e3 check in between move, stealing a pawn. Whew. Definitely play. A lot of play here for Anna Muzychuk, who's put Humpy Canero on the back foot here, and she has to figure out how to equalize this situation with Black having all the advantages, the safer king and the better major pieces and a potential pass pawn. I don't know, is that 3 or 2? I think that's only 2 because the it's like either or, right? We definitely have the safer king, and then you get to pick whether we have the control of the file or the pass pawn.
That's true. Sounds like 2.5 to me. You get a bit of everything, and should be enough to win. It's the rule of 2.5. I don't know.
I like that. I like that. The new Dvoretsky.
Exactly. I wish, but yeah, I don't know. In practical terms, I really don't see White saving this. I mean, queen endgames, like you say, the pass pawn, I think that Black would get on c4 just too strong. It would be shepherded forward by its queen. Like, if e5 loses on the spot, f3 is ugly, to say the least, then all of these things add up. I mean, just to jump in one last time with f3, I mean, your queen c7 move as well looks really, really strong, kind of taking over the c-file, because now either you give Black this beautiful pass pawn and probably a winning pass pawn long term, or you forfeit the open file. But not just that, but suddenly the second rank has opened up, and queen takes h2 is coming. This is almost game over. All the natural moves have drawbacks for Humpy right now as she goes under, well, she's around 17 minutes now. This is the kind of definition of chess torture in the endgame. And
Can we
Muzychuk trading
try
on her terms.
can we try maybe queen b1? I'm not feeling it though. I don't think so. You just play queen c7 again, and I wanted to try something with like rook takes c4 and e5, but I don't. You're gonna get that beautiful pass c pawn, and I think it's too fast, right?
Also queen d2, maybe.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I like your queen c7 as well, but this looks terrifying.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Danger zone is Humpy Canero in, and I love this classy move, rook c4, and she has taken it. Humpy realizes it's the
Ooh.
best option, rook takes c4. She does not want to fight. I mean, she doesn't want to get checkmated.
Mm,
after your line with e5. She doesn't
that's
like
right.
that.
Not many people I know, only a few, enjoy being checkmated. But yeah, like taking on c4. I guess the idea is just to play queen c2. Looks super scary, but now queen d3. And note how the pawn was too far away, but now it's just in time for white. And actually, white would be winning here because this pawn would be rounded up in due course. So um, yeah, really scary stuff. But maybe she's found a way. She'll just blockade the pawn with her queen and hope that the black queen will go passive. But wow, Anna Muzychuk throws in a check. Intermezzo. Zwischen
Whoa.
Schuck.
Interesting. So now after king g2, pawn takes c4, what happens on like let's see. Queen d4 doesn't work, right? Because you queen first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Queen c3 was the line that you just showed us. And the only way to but then you can go queen b3, right?
Yeah, queen b3. Also, at the very minimum, there's a check, and you can pick up this e4 pawn. So Anna Muzychuk, to my eyes, finding a really, really nice way to play. But maybe white has to, in this position, actually, I don't even know what white has to do. Is it just a race? No, but a4 drops a pawn. Is it b5 maybe, going for counterplay?
Trying
Maybe
to get some
b5?
perpetuals, and he's done it. B5 is
Wow.
Humpy's choice. Okay, so what is the idea on queen g4 check? I guess there's just a perp
God.
there. But can we take the pawn on e4 with check in some line? No?
I guess the white king will hide out on f1 always, so we can't take it with check.
Okay. But suppose we take on b5 and then take on e4. Do you have a perpetual there? Is that the idea?
Yeah, very good question. I think
Because
showed us.
otherwise, well, by the way, the computer gave that move an X clamp b5, so there is a good chance that Humpy found the right path. Now, to my eyes, if there's no perpetual, it does seem like the C pawn's faster, and that than the A pawn, right? We're up a tempo or two, or one.
Got a head start, some kind of head start at least.
Yeah. But can you just check us?
Yeah, maybe it's a check. Where does the black king hide actually?
Well, I was trying to hide to g6 would be the natural spot, right?
Yeah, but then I come back. This would be a miracle save if the black king can't actually hide.
That is surprising to say the least.
Yeah, actually,
By the-
you've always got to.
Oh, you got to watch out for queen f4, outside pass pawn.
Whoops.
Yeah, my pawn becomes stronger all of a sudden because my king is in the square. Oh, such an instructive moment. Oh.
Yeah, the white king is in this square, and black would lose. Wow, what a miracle if that actually happens. Anna Muzychuk, she's given a check. She carved out some chances out of nothing, like literally squeezing water from a stone. But then Humpy, defensive genius there. B5, getting the white queen active. A good tip for everyone at home, right, Jen? Just active play in the endgame, especially in queen and pawn endgames. Pawns don't matter that much. It's just about activity and being able to give checks, being able to run with pawns.
That's right. And that ability to get a cross check in because your king is in the square is just such an important thing. Like, it's all about, can you liquidate and win the pawn endgame? And if the answer is no, that really sharply reduces your winning chances. Let's see what she does here. It looks like there's a queen g4, king f1 as predicted. And then I don't even know. I think Anna's seen it all. David, I think she's seen that variation. She's a very good calculator. So she might have seen that in just like a minute. And she might be repeating. What do you think?
Yeah, I would be surprised if she repeats now. I mean, she's repeated the position once.
Is there
so
queen b3? Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, carry on. Sorry. Queen b3? Ooh. That will go into a race. Queen takes, and white will take on a6.
Oh, and we queen at the same time. And once you queen, you're actually up a pawn and you're defending e4.
That's lucky. That's lucky.
Yeah, that is lucky. And you're actually better there.
Yeah. So queen b3. Oh, wow. Maybe from afar she thought it was winning, but yeah, it's actually also really important that, like, just to put that variation on the board, white white takes on a6 and promotes on the a file, like you cannot go b6 because black covers the queening square. So you're very lucky here with white that you go to a6 and one at home. The reason we were laughing is because white really lucks out by defending her pawn at the end of the variation. Yeah, I don't think she would take the draw in the game position, Jen, just because she can draw later. Like, it's white still,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say begging for the draw, but it's white still trying to initiate the perpetual check. So I don't think she's risking anything by taking on b5. So I think she'll continue now. And
At
Muzychuk.
least you'll take on b5. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, that would be a bummer if I'm sure. I mean, it would be a bummer if she thought queen b3 won earlier in her variations, but she probably didn't think that. What about queen d3 and then c3? How's that? No, that's stupid.
Not
That's not
stupid.
enough.
It's just a race that white's just about in time with, like queen d3 to put it on the board. Yeah, take, and white gets a check, or I'm not sure where you check from, but yeah, unfortunately the black king probably won't end up very happily. Again, just by luck, we defend the e4 pawn, so no checks. I think this variation we mentioned is forced. She did take on b5, so after queen takes b5 from Humpy, I think she probably has to take on b5. Then, yeah, I think we'll see this variation, and really lucky that white has queen c5 check. I'm not sure if she's calculated this, but I'm pretty sure she'll get there by process of elimination. And I shouldn't say lucky, because actually she found b5, which, even if it isn't drawing, would be the only move to create counterplay. So she's made her own luck. Queen takes b5 on the board. So
Now
just really clever defense.
and to point out that if somehow black had interpolated the move h6, this whole line would maybe be winning for black, because then you could run the king over into h7 perhaps. After you check me, I could hide my king out, and I think I'd be winning.
100% correct. I agree. Wow. Yeah, this is why queen endgames, they're so tricky. I don't know about you, Jen, but they're my least favorite endgame. I hate them. It's always like, I always think I'm winning and then it's actually a draw, or I always think I'm drawing and then I actually lose. It's like, ugh, queen endgames.
There's a
So
lot
many
of
checks.
calculation. Yeah. And then when you're you leave the queen endgame into a pawn endgame, sometimes you get another queen endgame. It's like,
Exactly.
we're back.
It's like the Hydra. You cut off one head and then another one appears. It's another two appear. It's like the queens. Always tricky, these endgames. Okay, maybe we leave this one because I actually see some action in the clash between Salimova and Lagno. Maybe we jump to that board.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. And okay, I just saw bishop on h4 and I thought something must have happened. Has black won a pawn? Am I counting correctly? I think Lagno has. Let's just do a quick action replay. Just the last few moves. We actually left it at this point. b3 was played, defending the knight. We actually mentioned this move. Black queen jumped out. Interpolating h4 and h6 is a bit risky for white, I've got to say, because of what happens in the game. H6 just a generally useful move for black anyway. We saw a trade and rook to a2, defending her e2 pawn. So still manageable for Salimova, but something happened here. e3 not approved of, I think, by the engines, and suddenly, whoops, a pawn has fallen. But maybe it's not the end of the world. Jen, there's a pin, but can black profit from this?
Rook c2. Well, I guess we have to back our bishop up and defend the c pawn that's in take, because bishop g3, just pawn g3, rook f1, knight f1. It seems like it leads to absolutely nothing, and I don't really want to let you play rook takes c7, do I? I could play rook f7 too. I mean, I guess that's the other option, but then there's queen a8 check, but I don't think that does too much. So somehow we have to defend c7, I think.
Yeah, well, yeah, c5 feels a bit loose somehow. So I like your rook f7 a lot. It feels like it's quite nice to keep some pressure on g3 while we can. But as you say, bishop d8 backup plan is a nice one to have just in case. And I just don't understand. White's a pawn down. She's lost the h-pawn. Her king's a bit open here, but the bar, of course, says only tiny advantage for the black. What's up with that? Je ne comprends pas. I don't understand.
Well, maybe a6 or e6 are going to hang in some lines later. Like even with rook f7, if we play rook c4, try to trade off a pair of those tanks, and then see if we can like kind of focus on
Boomers.
regaining our pawn.
Yeah, I think that's a key resource you've just pointed out. You're right. Like if the rooks disappear, for example, if the black bishop moves back, then suddenly, actually, maybe you don't rush to trade with white, but at the very least you can check and maybe take this pawn. And game goes on. Again, white strategically doing quite well because of this, what did you call it? A lemon. The lemon on e6, the isolated pawn. White has a beautiful outpost as well as due to that pawn being on e6 and isolated on the e4 square. So yeah, maybe she'll regain the material. I wonder in this position then, is c5 better? Bishop d8. She's going to make a decision. She drops her bishop. Oh no, she drops her queen back to g6. Whoa, I should have spotted that one. Double attack.
Oh, bishop takes g3. Oh, cool.
Scary.
We're threatening bishop g3, but okay, we don't have knight f1 because there's a rook there. We don't have knight e4 because there's 2 pieces attacking it. How do we defend against this idea?
I think you found it. I think your previous suggestion, rook c4, might be the only way.
Rook c4, no time for bishop g3 because we have rook takes g4, and it looks like she's reaching for that piece. She's played it, I think.
Good spot.
Probably
Nice
the only
defense.
move. Rook c4 played. I think this forces her to take on c4, right?
Yeah, or to drop the bishop back and allow the trade on g4. Either way, the rooks are coming off. Those tanks, as you call them. At least one set of the tanks. Maybe now is the time to back it up. Bishop back to d8.
To stop rook takes c7, yeah.
Yeah. Just reluctant slightly to allow the white knight to jump to c4, but maybe you're right. Maybe as well you can trade there and then drop the bishop back next move. Yeah, pawn up for Lagno, but the rest of the position is fine for white, really harmonious. I think Salimova wishes she had a pawn back on h2, which she could have done maybe if she hadn't included h4 earlier. Yeah, I still think it's a 3-result game. Who would you pick here?
Well, black's still up a pawn, right? But how do I keep it?
That's the question.
Rook takes c4, knight takes c4, and then bishop e7 or something like that.
Can jump in though once white's queen is relieved of her defensive duties. b7 type ideas going. I know Yasser would play that move. Go pawn hunting. He would hate being a pawn down right now for white, even if it's just temporary. Okay, this one. Okay, the clock situation, we're at move 26, 14 minutes against 18 minutes. Oh, style-wise, who do you think this is going to favor? Salimova had a tough tournament, but do you think she could get the win here?
Definitely capable of it, but she did have a really exhausting game last round. Okay, it was before a rest day, so perhaps she was able to shake it off, but that was extremely disappointed. And usually don't see that much emotion in her face, but when she was unable to defeat the tournament leader despite an absolutely gorgeous game up to that point, she was definitely disappointed.
Agreed. So she'll be aiming to bounce back or at least hold this game with white. Meanwhile, there are some moves in the key game for the top of the standings. I'm going to bring us over to Vaishali against Lei Ting-Jie. And okay, I jokingly mentioned the a5 move in a different variation, Jen, but it's popped up on the board.
That is surprising. Just to protect that bishop. And now note that after bishop d5, which we would only do if we thought that we had like a really marvelous tactic, because that bishop on b3 is so great. Bishop d5, it will force rook takes d5 because otherwise there's that fork with the bishop c7. So you don't want to allow that. That's totally winning. But just to calculate, is there anything after rook takes d5?
That's the key.
Bishop
c7, I guess black's got a couple of safe squares with the trade-off. Maybe a6 was stronger.
Yeah,
clinging on.
Clinging on, okay. And then after queen takes a6, are you going to take with the rook or the pawn?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd forgotten that this might be a blunder. Rook takes a6.
Yeah, bishop a5.
Yeah, nice spot. White wins a pawn. So probably I have to take with the pawn, but Okay, at least I'm not getting checkmated. And black
Yeah,
does
that
have the
might
bishop
be
pair.
that might be good enough though. Yeah, that might be
Yeah.
good enough. Your bishop pair, your beloved 70% of wins.
Exactly. Exactly. It's all about the numbers, all about the stats. But a5, I don't hate it, I must say, and it does introduce this idea of kind of pushing forward, kicking the white bishop off its perch anyway. I really want to play knight d2, and just like we discussed earlier, I just wonder whether the black bishop eliminates that knight if it lands. So I don't know whether we should include kicking back this black bishop, relocating the white knight. Either way, Vaishali's advantage, it might rest on being quite accurate now. And 13 minutes against 13 minutes, we're only at move 22. Even with the increment, as I've learned, the clocks are going to play a factor here, Jen. It's kind of guaranteed a time scramble now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think Alpha Zero here, or Magnus, or any strong player would probably play h4 in a heartbeat and just ignore what's going on the other flank, just to try and loosen up the black king, or at least play for some type of attack long term.
Yeah, I like that idea. H4. Hey, A5, H4. It's like very responsive.
Exactly. Quite like it. When in doubt, play h4. That's the motto these days. But
Well, especially when your opponent's got a pawn on G6 and they've got no defenders. Black, this is unusual. Black has no piece, major or minor, from H to E. That is unusual, right?
that's really unusual. Don't know how to mark that out on the board. I'm just going to draw like an arrow around the king, the whole king side. There's no black pieces apart from the king and pawns around this half of the board.
I think it's trying, and the fact that there's nobody there, it's like trying to tell you something. Like, hey, the door is open. Come on in.
I'm going to try and draw some emojis. The black king feeling scared right now. Nah, h4, I quite like. Yeah, from a more positional standpoint, I think it's more likely Vaishali maybe plays a3 first, then maybe knight d2 or knight d2 first in this position. But h4, it's going to appear sooner or later. Whoa, not h4, Jen, but knight h4. That's declaring her intentions.
Ooh, so she's looking to play knight takes G6 next if black does not allow it. I mean, if black allows it. So I guess, how do we fortify that square? Because I don't want to let that sack happen. Knight e7, of course, would bring that bishop back into the fold. King move.
I want to play king f7 or king g7. I'm not sure which one.
And then what if I try to sack again with like bishop c2?
Yeah, I'm more than a bit worried. Rook g8.
Ah, okay. You got one more piece to fortify. Yeah, that's why. Is that why you chose f7 instead of g7?
I want to say yes, but I kind of lucked out. My hand, my instinct says king f7, but I don't know.
Oh, what about the counterintuitive after king f7? What about the counterintuitive like bishop d5 and rook c7 check? It always has to be checked. Although
Yes.
you have rook d7, luckily for you.
Yeah, rook d7, maybe bishop d7 as well. I'm not sure which one.
Okay, yeah. So probably not good to trade off like such an amazing piece, but yeah. Okay, let's go back then. So knight h4, your king s7, and now
Easy move.
I had said bishop c2, rook g8. Yeah, you're right. It's hard for me. I kind of want to put my pawn on h5, but my knight is in the way.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I'm not a big fan of knight h4. I think, I mean, I've always been a big fan of attacking with pawns first, and then pieces bring up the rear of the army, and then kind of once there are looser squares, the pawns loosen things up like a battering ram, and then pieces flood in afterwards. Knight h4 just feels like a one-move trick. It's like, it is pretty scary, I must admit. In a blitz game, I would hate to face knight h4, but if you've got a bit of time to think, king f7, if white at some point has to start retreating and beat the drum, knight back to f3, it feels like momentum will turn. So I don't know, Jen. Knight h4, sometimes I disagree with the computer's graphics that question mark appears. It's not a blunder, of course. It's not necessarily even a mistake, but it feels like playing for tricks.
Well, the other thing is playing for tricks is one thing, but let's face it, Lei Ting-che is not going to be like, oh, I wonder what she's doing with knight h4. Let me just play bishop to d7 and let her take on g6. I mean, we should show that though. Like, oh, she's playing king g7. But like seriously, if you were to play bishop d7, I mean, come on, you don't even calculate this. Like that, just knight g6. But no player as strong as Lei Ting-che would ever allow this to happen. No way.
Exactly. It's like you say as well. Actually, a lot of lesser experienced players, they would spend 30 minutes calculating here. They'll be like, wait, there's no checkmate and black's a piece up. But why would you ever? I mean, you've only won 1 point. So, I mean, you've only won a piece for 2 pawns. So, yeah, it's not even a massive material gain. And yeah, you risk so much in the process. If this white bishop ever lands a check, if this h pawn starts running forward, white always has a draw by repetition minimum. So you never, ever, ever allow that. So king g7. But now there's a question. Your move bishop c2, how does she intend to block the continued threat of the sacrifice on g6? My rook g8 is no longer available.
Right. So bishop c2. Huh. That does look kind of annoying. Knight e7, yeah, maybe that's it.
Looks wrong. Looks wrong though. Knight e7. Maybe it's okay. It just feels like there's some bishop c7 in the air, but for now it's not possible because I've severed the connection with the white rook to that square. Even like bishop b1, like asking the question, bishop c7, rook c7, still looks a bit scary.
But maybe bishop d6 now, trying to trade off some pieces.
Oh, that's a good move.
Yeah, that's annoying. I wish I had my pawn on h5.
She should have started with h4. Yeah. Bishop d6 though, it's the rule of 2 that you mentioned, Jen, like trading off another set of pieces and black should be safe. So maybe if bishop c2, knight e7 is the way. Just to point out to everyone at home, you can also block this threat with f5, but you never ever want to do this because you give up a key outpost for white's pieces to use as a launch pad. So don't touch the f pawn. You've already touched it 1 too many times as black.
Yeah, that's a good point. It would be sad if you made 2 mistakes in the game and they were f6 and f5.
It wouldn't be the first time that's happened to a chess player.
No, not at all. Not at all. In fact, if I had to pick a pawn where you're most likely to make 2 mistakes with, it would definitely be that one.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure I've done that multiple times in my career. But yeah, bishop c2 looks like the most natural move. I don't know what else. She's kind of walked up an alley that she kind of has to continue walking down now. I mean, she would feel really, really down about her chances if she had to retreat this knight in the next kind of few moves. So once you're on the bicycle, you have to keep pedaling. You might fall off. So keep trying to set those threats. C2. White's still fine, but objectively, maybe some of the advantage has disappeared, Jen. And low on the clock now for Vaishali for the first time in ages.
Oh, that is scary. And this game could really heat up. And the time control is so much is at stake. We got a lot of your fans popping by in the chat. Alan and Chess says, yeah, fortify that square. They give you a shout out for being on the Botez channel. They said it got to you. Yeah.
But, Jen, this feels like the perfect moment. Thank you everyone for joining us in chat, first of all. But this feels like the perfect moment just before that time scramble, which is imminent now before it happens. Let's take a very, very short break. We promise we'll be back in just a few moments. So get your popcorn, everyone, and the action will continue.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on Chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on Chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level, or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up, the best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 13, the penultimate round of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. I'm GM David Howell, and I'm joined by the wonderful, multi-talented Women Grandmaster Jennifer Shahade. And Jen, it's crunch time. This is where the blood is spilled, the trophies are taken. We're at the key point of round 13, and so much at stake. Look at this. Tan Zhongyi currently, after one game played more, but she's 1 point ahead of her main rival.
That's right, and we've really seen Lei Tingzhe struggle to get equality in this game against Vaishali. If she goes down, her rival Tan Zhongyi will be a full point ahead going into the final round, with that chance to challenge Ju Wenjun for the crown. Very crunchy. But let's take a look and see if it happens, because I'll tell you what, Vaishali's been playing a great game, but you didn't like her last move. And she's only got 3 minutes left in the clock.
Wow, this is going to be huge for the tournament in general, huge for the standings, huge for Lei Tingzhe's chances. And Jen, not just did I kind of disapprove of White's last move, I think Vaishali herself has admitted that maybe it was a blind alley. She went knight h4 just 2 moves ago, and now it's back sitting on f3. She's lost a couple of tempi, but what do you make of her chances? 3.5 minutes for White, just under 11 minutes for Black. Who's the favorite here?
You know, this position has gotten a little bit better for Black, because I think getting that bishop d6 move in, potentially advancing the pawn to a4, and having time to put a bishop on d7. I'm feeling like Black has definitely made some progress. I still would probably prefer White, but not by a lot. And I definitely prefer Black's time, because she's got over 10 compared to Vaishali's 3.
The trend is her friend. Momentum maybe on Black's side, despite White still having a perfectly healthy position. I'm inclined to agree. I think it might be a key moment here, because if she does push the Black A pawn, hitting the bishop, maybe White will be inclined to, not bishop c4, but inclined to take this knight on d5, and pawn structure would suddenly become balanced. Does look pretty level in those positions. So if she wants to win Lei Tingzhe, maybe she'll try to be able to take back on d5 with a piece if she can. I'm not sure how to achieve that. Taking on g3 first. Rule of 2. No, bishop d7. Okay, keeping her options open.
And she has played bishop d7 instead of a4, keeping that big lead on the clock, though. That's smart. And now what if we revert to your idea from before? I mean, the problem is now that your bishop's on d6, h4, now you play bishop g3, and we'd have to take with the pawn. So that's not very appealing anymore. If I want to go for that, I probably have to take on d6 first, and only then play for h4. But, you know, with so many pieces traded off, it's not as exciting. So I don't know, maybe we have to give up on that idea for the time being. I'm not sure if it's really as impressive as I'd like it to be.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vaishali, I agree. She has to shelve those kingside attack ideas, those dreams that she was kind of resting everything on just a few moves ago. But at some point, she might need to move her h-pawn. Okay, she does trade bishops. She's going in this direction. The white king is stuck on the back rank with no heir, so tactically, always watch out for those back rank tricks later. So maybe she wants to move her pawn, but I don't like it, Jen. She's traded on her opponent's terms. Knight might come into f4 at some point. If Black gets one more move, bishop c6, and then lining up knight f4, I really fear for White. Damage limitation, how's she going to do it? What's her follow-up? What do you think she has planned?
I'm afraid too, and I'm worried that this is definitely becoming a 3-result game, especially considering the times. 2.5 minutes for Vaishali. I mean, whew, not an easy situation, but I love this move that she just played. Knight to d2. The knight on f3 seems like it's a great square for the knight, but it was really very well protected by the pawn on f6. And we saw this attempt to play knight h4 and knock on the g6 pawn was pretty vain. Whereas knight to d2, we will find some improvement when we stick our knight on, well, what do you think? I probably e4 is our main ambition so that we can land on c5.
Yeah, I think that's the right circuit. You're right. Knight c4 would just be a 1-move hit on the black queen. No kind of path forward after that. But knight e4, landing into c5, and finally hitting the e6 pawn, which she should have maybe been trying to do about 10 moves ago. But better late than never. Still, yeah, like you said earlier, still healthy for white. I'm expecting bishop to c6 because what else for black? I think you got to brace for impact. Knight e4 is coming anyway. The bishop on c6 is a beautiful piece, but yeah, 3 minutes versus just under 10. I'm being told, Jen, that there's a swing on another board, so we will focus on this one, especially with Vaishali low on the clock, but maybe just a brief peek over at another game where
Yeah.
looks like Salimova in a bit of trouble.
Oh, yeah, we started to see the contours of this as she lost a pawn, but now she's also attacking the knight on d2, and when the knight moves, as it did, the question is what's going on with the pawn on b3? Well, right now she's trying to keep counterplay with that pawn on c5, but things are looking very loose, David, as she's also got to worry about the back rank and what the plan is on a queen b1 or queen d1 check.
Exactly. So many moves for black to consider. There's checks in multiple angles, as you say. I mean, even if we take this pawn, if white takes back on c5, it feels, I think loose is the right word for it, Jen. It feels all wrong. I mean, this rook, not really any way home for it. I'm wondering how to take advantage. Maybe queen c3, hit the rook, hit the knight. White's pieces hanging in midair. There might be trouble ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There's so many different ways to try to execute it too. Like queen d1 check and queen d6 was another way. Like, I don't know which one's best though. I mean, but they're, yeah, well, apparently yours.
Well, they're all good. They're all logical. And of course, I mean, she would have to calculate queen d1, queen d6 anyway, calculate queen c3. I mean, this is terrifying for white. And not just the fact that your pieces might be hanging, but the black passed b pawn. Not many safeguards of that. And Lagno, she tends to be merciless once she gets a chance. She does take on b3. Queen takes b3. Clock situation less dramatic than maybe the other board, but okay. Do you think Salimova, how would you estimate her chances to save this game?
I don't know. It's not looking particularly promising right now, especially with the time situation.
Pawn is a pawn, and with black so active, it feels really scary for white. So, okay, just a brief roundup of this one. We will, of course, update everyone on the action, but Vaishali, low on the clock, and that one is bigger for the standing. So, what's your vote, Jen? Do we go back there? Do we stay here for a while?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, especially as time pressure looms.
Let's do that. Let's jump back to the other game where we haven't seen a move, but Lei Ting-Jie has to find something now. She has to keep improving the black position. She's done a great job so far at keeping her chances alive. It's still imbalanced. 3 minutes against just under 7 now. Difficult for Vaishali to know exactly what to do next. Definitely the clock having a huge part to play in this next little part of the middle game.
Yeah, that's right. Yikes, yikes, yikes. And do you think, question, do you think that Tang Xiangji is actually watching this game right now?
Yes. How about you? I'm pretty sure.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, why not?
I mean, I know the players, they're out there giving press conferences, chatting to the fans, but as soon as she gets back to her hotel room, I'm pretty sure she's turning on the coverage. Maybe she's out watching if you are. Hey, Tan. But yeah, I mean, she'll be looking at the games because ultimately, Jen, her strategy tomorrow will be hugely influenced by what happens on her rivals game here and now in this game.
And you're totally right, because I feel like also, I know it's a stretch, but it's only 10 minutes or 20 minutes of her prep time. And, maybe she can get something, like some little hint about form or anything that could help her if she ends up having to face Lei Ting-Jie in a playoff, which of course could loom, especially if this turns in her favor. I mean, obviously the odds of a tiebreak go up if the two players are tied going into the last round. We don't need to do any complicated math to prove that, right? Right, David?
Yeah, not my strong point, the maths, the counting side of things. But yeah, win for black would be priceless. And yeah, what would your take be? I mean, you've played some big games in the past, US championships. Like, if you have a rival chasing you, would you watch their games, or would you just try not to block out the noise and focus on yourself?
I think if you're ahead, it's good to block it out. Yeah. If you're behind, I think it's a little trickier. Like you certainly do need to know. But I think she can assume tomorrow that she needs to play for a win. She's got to assume that with the great form that her compatriot is, she's not going to lose that likely. She hasn't lost to anyone this whole tournament except for Lei Ting-che. And, they don't get to play unless there's a playoff. So I think she doesn't have to look at it that hard and kind of assume that she's going to need to play for the win.
That's true. I mean, that would be a juicy playoff. I mean, I'm going to stay unbiased, but I want more chess. We get more
yeah.
more
Yeah.
games.
Yes, let's
Okay.
see that. Let's see, and the Humpy Canaro game, by the way, looked like it was headed towards that draw that we had been analyzing with the little pendulum on the Queen G3 to C7s. And I mentioned it earlier that Muzychuk has seemed to be playing well, and her opponents just keep finding good resources. And this is just another example of that, isn't it? That she had this nice Rook C4 move, but advantage evaporated with some fine play by Humpy Canaro.
Yeah. Great play by Anna Muzychuk, creating something out of nothing, but ultimately, not much to do when the opponent defends kind of super precisely like an engine. And okay, we finally see a move on this board. We will update you if there's any results on the others, but Bishop C6, very much expected, Jen. Surprising it took her so long. Suddenly the clocks are almost level, just under 3 minutes against 4 minutes now.
Maybe she's doing it intentionally. People get nervous when there's big time pressure. No, of course I don't think that. But psychologically, it can be the case. But look at that fast move by Vaishali. She's played knight to e4, immediate response by Lei Ting-che. She sticks the queen on the aggressive square. And this is the thing. Now this constellation with the bishop on c6 and the queen on f4 could be a little bit aggressive, right?
Definitely. Definitely that is her intention, to kind of create some tricks against the white king in the near future. If the black queen gets one more move and shuffles over to g4, suddenly the black knight joins the action on f4, and you don't want to be white with no time on your clock there. So I'm wondering whether she goes on the attack first of all, Vaishali, whether she tries to hit the e6 pawn. How does black intend to defend that weak spot?
Well, is there queen g4 there? How does it go after queen g4 after knight c5?
I guess white could try and kick the queen away with f3. Maybe we just quickly show this is a weakness if black tries to defend and attack. Maybe white's just in time. I really want to block this diagonal.
And my little queen g2 idea doesn't work because at the end of the day, knight to f4 check, and knight takes d3 still leaves me down a piece. So just because you have a tactic doesn't mean it's a good one. Is that true, David? Or does a tactic kind of imply that it's good?
That's a good point, actually. We rarely talk about the word tactic if it's a bad one.
Yeah, okay. Just because you calculated something doesn't mean it's good.
Exactly. No, but I mean, that exact kind of pattern you showed is going to be on her radar, and that's exactly what she wants. Just she wants to make sure that that everything falls in white's favor. So knight c5 was met by rook to e8. This is the current position. So yes, still, I think it's on her mind. Queen g5 or queen g4 or something along those lines. Knight f4, bang. And suddenly white would be the one sweating. So what to do next? First move that comes to my mind is rook e1, but then actually there's no threat there because the black queen hits the c1 rook. So white wouldn't actually even be threatening anything. Black would have the time for queen g5, knight f4. Oh dear, I really don't like white's position. Despite the eval bar saying level, Jen, I think it's easier to play black here with no time on the clock.
Can we bail out here with something like queen e4, or does that blunder something?
Yeah, well, queen g3 might be the safer way to definitely avoid
queen
a blunder.
g3, yeah. Queen g3 or queen. I'm just thinking, could it be some kind of bailout time? Because for practical reasons, I don't know. Because I don't like, you're right, I don't like the fact that rook e1, queen g5, and I can't even take on e6. That's frustrating. What else is there?
Unless you delay it one move like rook e1, if black plays queen g5, maybe now you play queen g3 and you laugh and you say, okay, queens are coming off, but I've gained a bit of time in the process. She plays rook e1.
Okay, so she's played rook e1. Now, you predicted queen g5 here, right?
Yeah.
Again, the idea is that knight takes e6, rook takes e6, rook takes e6, and queen takes c1 check. And suddenly black is totally winning.
Loose pieces, they do drop off. So queen g5, Yeah, I mean, a variation like this, even if black trades the queens and plays like king f7, I don't think I'm blundering anything. Black is totally fine. And actually, I think Vaishali will be kicking herself that she allowed it to get this far, that black has stability and still the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn. So rook d8 instead from Lei. Yeah, same trick, same tactic. You cannot take on e6 because at the end, your rook on c1 will hang. She played it quickly. She's trying to hustle on time, Jen. It's all about the clock now, under 1 minute.
That's right. Under 1 minute is Vaishali. Can she do it? And I do think as the time ticks down, the chances that she tries one of these bailout ideas goes up, David, as she's like, knows that if she gets to the end game, at least she can make a couple moves quickly, right?
That's true. That's true. In the back of her mind, she knows that blunders do happen when you have no time on the clock. We've seen it this tournament. We've seen it countless times. But okay, queen g3 is what I'm expecting. Maybe she's going to move the rook and at least threaten knight takes e6 for one more move, just to ask the opponent what she wants to do there. But 20 seconds now. She play queen h3. Wow.
Oh, that was not what I was expecting.
Me neither. That's great full board awareness, I've got to say. Queen h3. Not an easy move to have on the radar. Big threat now. Big threat of knight takes e6. Wow, this is getting crazy. Queen g5 again? Would that be a blunder? Suddenly you've got to calculate so many variations. I would be looking at queen g5 and giving up the exchange here and going knight f4 and going for checkmate. Of course, the evaluation bar says 0.0, despite the fact that black has given up so much material. I mean, this would be terrifying for the white king, this type of attack.
Nobody goes for this. It's too scary. I can't believe this is a draw. Wow.
Yeah, good luck finding the right moves for both sides in that variation. But queen g5, actually, maybe black is all in here because suddenly it's hard to defend e6. c7 would be a really sad move, retreat to play.
Oh, yeah. That would be a sad retreat indeed. And also, that just adds an extra attacker to e6 anyway because of the bishop on b3.
That's true. So, okay, actually, Lei here, she might just spend the majority of her time trying to calculate. Not even sure what she should be doing, but yeah, nice that Vaishali didn't want to bail out, actually. I think a good practical try because now the clocks will... now it's just calculation. The clocks will level out somewhat. G5. I'm obsessed with this idea, Jen. I can't get it out of my mind. Queen G5.
Yes. I'm sure she's thinking about it. I mean, look at that. Like, knight coming to f4 just looks devastating. You don't want to let that beast into the game.
Exactly. That would be the final moment for Vaishali to get off the... get kind of off the fairground ride there and go queen g3 to try and bail out into an endgame, because knight takes e6 would just be total chaos and could go either way, allowing the black knight into f4.
True. Queen g5, queen g3 still a possibility. And what about what about the calculations after taking on d4 here?
Ooh.
I guess that's not enough. I mean, I guess now you can take on e6 and we don't have any really tricky ideas here because we really need our queen on g4. Yeah. Okay. Because knight f4. Yeah. Knight f4, there's queen e7 check, and we're just not getting that g2 pawn with tempo.
Yeah, so queen takes d4. You're right. You're completely right. The first thing we should look for are checks or captures. No good checks, so there's a capture on the position. So she should calculate that, but she'll realize it backfires. So queen g5. Just this variation one more time. Knight takes e6. I think white is all in. f4. Oh my gosh. How complicated is this? g3. It's a commitment, though, from black, from Lei Ting-Jie. Like, her tournament chances could go up in smoke if she miscalculates this, gives up the exchange, and then has no follow-up. Maybe it's a draw again. Like bishop b5 check or something, and king g2, knight f4 check.
Okay.
There's also rook e8. I mean, there's so much.
Rook e8.
Calculate.
It feels like it should be winning for black somehow. And she's made a move. What did she play? She played f5. Ooh. Not one of the moves that we were looking at. What is this move? knight takes e6 check. The idea is that the queen is no longer connected. So that old tactic that we've been planning forever is that rook takes e6, and the rook on c1 hangs. So she is reinforcing this tactic. And wow, Vaishali's going under 30 seconds.
I like it. It's really anti-positional. We joked about moving the f-pawn twice, like you're giving up some key squares, but it was unexpected. It cost Vaishali some time, and you've killed the white queen, at least for now. Killed her active ambitions. So rook d1. Vaishali finds the best move, I think, defending this pawn. Okay, now there's a
Very
threat
loud
again.
one. Okay, now you want to play knight e6. I get it, but what about queen g5 here with those same ideas in the air, playing knight f4 in the end of the line?
Yeah, again, that's got my vote. You know me at this point. That's all I can think about. Queen g5. Yeah, I think
One
white
track
cannot take
here.
one track mind. Exactly. Other moves, I guess, would be like something a bit clumsy to defend this pawn, rook d6, but that feels like a step in the wrong direction. Maybe that's okay too. Okay, they're both under 1 minute. First time now.
So queen g5 and okay, rook d6 is the other move you mentioned. Rook d5, rook d6, sorry. Queen g5. Any other moves? And did you play that one?
Oh no, sorry, that was me
No.
putting on the board. Queen g5, just to show everyone. Now knight takes e6, I think would backfire. Oh wait, maybe this is okay for white. White plays queen g3 and game on. White will be a pawn up.
And she surprises us again. She doesn't play any of those moves. She plays queen to d6, protecting the pawn, and it gets a question mark.
Wow.
I mean, okay. Why does that move get a question mark? Could it be just because of queen g3, or what is it? What's the rationale?
Yeah, queen g3, at least she can trade and she's alive in that endgame. I'm surprised there's a question mark. It looks really healthy to me. Just cemento, as Peter Lecco would say, but just cement everything, defend everything.
Maybe it's an erroneous question mark, or maybe there's something, but she's made a move. Knight to d3 has been played to reroute the knight to the e5 square. Now that you remember, we were talking about how that pawn on f6 protected those money squares for the knight, but now one of them is open. Let's go get it.
Yeah, maybe it was a small positional error, Lei Tingjie there, queen d6, but I don't think we can fault her just keeping everything under control in the build up to move 40. And she's also made a move knight back herself. We could see a draw here. Maybe knight c5, knight back to d5 and a repetition. I doubt Vaishali wants that.
That's what Lei Tingjie wants. I don't think Vaishali's going for it. No, I don't think so. I think she wants to stick that knight on e5 and just see what happens. Yes.
You read her mind. That is indeed what she did. Beautiful knight now. Octopus knight. And
Bishop
black blocks the e-file.
God, it's a shame that she has to make moves so quickly, though, because any of these moves could end up becoming perilous. There's still a lot going on.
Yeah, I think I would want to improve the white queen now. She's a bit offside. I'm not sure how. Queen g3 or queen c3 or something.
Agreed. But queen c3 hits that pawn on a5. But it does potentially cede the c file to rook c8. But I think it's okay. Queen c3, try to go gobble.
Yeah.
And she's done it.
Okay. We're doing well with our prediction game. I don't know if that's a good thing for the players or not, but we're guessing their moves.
Well,
B6
so far, no.
surely.
Yeah, I think you got to keep that pawn. Not a position where you can just jettison that pawn anymore, as we really did see a lot of potential active play for Lei Tingjie a few moves ago, but I think it's kind of evaporated. Like it was very focused on getting your queen into the game, and now the queen is not pressing against the king. So it seems like more of a defensive struggle for black now.
Definitely. And black has an outpost on d5, we should mention, but at the moment, white's knight is by far the most impressive minor piece, so b6 is played indeed, defending the pawn. And okay, we're at move 35, so 5 more moves before they can take a breather. They can regain their composure. This is always the most stressful point of any day, Jen, this moment just before move 40.
Oh yeah, 19 seconds left. She's 15 seconds left. And she makes a move with just what looks about 12 seconds left on the clock. F3, very committal move. Tough move that you have to make in the increment.
Yeah, black played f6 earlier. Now white's played f3. Let's don't try that at home, kids. But here it's okay. It makes sense. Driving the bishop back. I think she'll just offer the trade.
Yeah,
There's a
she's played
move.
bishop d5, and let's see whether Vaishali goes for this trade. Remember that if she does trade, we take with the knight or the queen.
Mhm. Probably the knight lands on a nice outpost and kind of balances out. White strong knight in the center. I would be inclined to actually keep the pieces on because both the black pieces want to fight for the same outpost on d5. So I'd be inclined to keep pieces. But then, like you said, you cede the c file, and that feels a bit wrong.
It seems like she might. Did she take something?
Ooh, bishop a4.
Bishop a4. I love it. I agree with you, David. And it's not even just that. It's also even the queen on d6 potentially wants that square. So bishop a4. We're also incidentally hitting the rook on e8. So that's another cool thing about the move. Where are you going to go? Rook e7?
Yeah, the big question is whether you can take the c file before moving the rook. Rook c8. It would invite a total change of material after like. Oh wait, that doesn't work for white. Yeah, rook c8 maybe.
Yeah. So there's no what you were looking at. Bishop takes e8, rook c3, pawn c3. But at the end of the line, you get to play knight takes e8, and black is one material.
Yeah, so maybe take the c file first, and then I like your rook e7 to kind of double up on the c file. What she played? She's played rook f8. I wasn't so sure about this because maybe rook c1.
Yeah, rook c1, and now if rook c8, queen takes c8, taking it to the two rooks versus queen endgame that I think would be favorable for white in that particular situation, but I don't know because it's a lot. It's a lot to consider. But rook
Really difficult.
c1, I love the move rook c1 because we're also looking at playing a queen c7 check, and this is probably why the computer evaluation has just jumped. It's probably the simple move rook c1. And did she play it? There it is.
And in practical terms, this is really clever because now it's black with a real dilemma. Does she allow queen for two rooks? It's a massive gamble with just a few moves to go before move 40. Oh, okay, Jan, it's a coin toss. To take or not to take? That is the question.
I think you take it. Oh, but is there something with bishop attacking the rook and then queen takes d4?
Yeah,
Queen
at the very
c8, rook
end.
c8, rook c8, bishop b7. If that works, I might have to take it back. Luckily, I can take moves back because then rook c4, I get hit with the bishop a6, and I think you win that pawn on d4, which I can't allow that.
Yeah,
I
she
can't allow
doesn't
it.
go for it. She keeps her queen. I think you're right, Jen. Just it would be desirable for white, but the weakness of that pawn, if the queen disappeared, tactically would have been too much. So she wisely keeps her queen for now.
Still a bit of an advantage, although of course having the C file was huge. So very nice that Lei Ting-che correctly evaluated, despite only having a minute, that she could allow queen takes c8. The combination of strategy and tactics by these players is really flawless. Knew she needed to take the C file, and she knew that she had the tactics to do it.
Really high quality game, I've got to say. Nice kind of blow met by counter blow, and both sides kind of trying to prevent their opponent's strategic plans while forwarding their own. I quite like bishop b5 to try get the bishop into a6 to try and force the black rook to take on white's terms, try to take over the c file there.
4 seconds. 4 seconds.
Ooh, so close. Okay, rook c3.
She made it.
She's
Oh my god. She made it by like I think a second or
4
two.
seconds. Yeah, wow.
4 seconds, you're right, 4 seconds, okay. That was
Give me a
scary,
heart
though.
attack, Jen.
I don't
She's
know
made
if
no progress.
I don't know if Prague has finished his game, but if he was watching, he would
Ooh.
not be he would be feeling a little nervous, like, "Move!"
Oh, okay, and she can breathe, but Lei Ting-che, it's her 40th move. She can't forget that she needs to make one more turn, and she trades rooks. She forfeits the c file. Okay.
She does
Now
forfeit the
breathe.
C file. That is something, but she does realize that she's gonna have pressure on the D file, right? So queen c3, it's not like you're going to just have time to chill and play rook c1 and queen c7 check, right? I can move. I can try to pressure. Yeah, I can try to pressure your d pawn, and then you don't quite have time to arrange that. Although maybe you do, depending on where I put the bishop. Like, where's a good place for the bishop? Because if I put it on b7, then I'm walking into these forks potentially,
That's true.
right?
Just put that one on the board as Lei Ting-Jie kind of looks around, waiting for her opponent to return. Bishop b7. You're right. There might be ideas of rook c1, although White's bishop would also be hanging, I guess.
Ah, that's why. Okay. Although, wait, what's going on? So apparently, Black. Yeah.
This is fine for White. At the very least, you take this bishop, you take this pawn, and maybe slight advantage in the endgame. I realized after rook c1, now there's rook c8.
Just easy chess. Yes. Okay.
Boring chess, but effective chess. And Black will cash in on d4 and a4 soon. So actually, bishop b7 would be a multi-purpose move. Rook c8 coming and queen takes d4 coming. So Lei Ting-Jie, I think she's really kind of correctly assessed this position. Maybe White has to play something a bit undesirable like rook d1 or maybe knight c4 to calculate as well. But okay, we've reached move 40, the calm after the storm this time.
That's right. And now there's still 3 games going on. Salimova is what looks like down a piece against Katerina Lagno for 1 pawn. She's got 1 pawn for it. And they just made time control too, by the way. But I mean, Katerina, I expect, is probably winning, although it's not going to be easy. And then we also have the Humpy Canero and a Muzychuk game, which didn't turn out into a straight perpetual, but it does seem like the king safety is a serious issue. So Humpy might get that perpetual anyway.
It does look like a draw is most likely in that queen endgame that you mentioned, Jen. But yeah, you mentioned the drama. Salimova against Lagno. Maybe we just do a quick update. We've reached move 40 everywhere, so the players can take a breather, slow down for a while. But just to see how Black won the piece and to try and see whether there's any hope at all for Salimova. Black's king is out in the open, as you mentioned. So yeah, let's just do a quick recap because we missed a lot of moves actually towards the end in that time scramble. We left it here after queen takes b3, knight takes c5, and queen c3, which we predicted double attack. White's rook shifted and actually ran out of squares on the 5th rank. There's no safe squares now for the white rook to stay and protect its knight. It's hit as well. So rook jumped out the way, tried to give the white knight for the highest price possible. Another pawn dropped, but yeah, queen to d5. Not sure why that's given a question mark. Maybe there was stronger here. Maybe something along the lines of bishop g5 or maybe a check. Just a complicated position, right? And just before move 40, so we saw a few more moves. Queen d5, white queen activates. Again, potentially, actually, I was going to say, can we take this queen? Maybe she missed an opportunity here, taking this queen and then giving a check and going behind. The bar drops, of course. I'm wrong, but to my eyes, if you win the b pawn, you might save the game.
Yeah, and it does look like you win it here.
Yeah, but okay, she decided to kind of stake her chances in the middle game instead. Understandable. I think we ignore the question mark to that move, queen h3. And let's catch up. This is the current position, and it's really hard to evaluate. I've got to say, I think decent chances, Jen, to kind of get a perpetual or save this game somehow. The b pawn, if that drops, then white probably will save the game. So it's not over. Still some chances.
Yeah, and the king safety is, of course, an issue for Black as well. A constant issue. You have to be vigilant. You don't have any pawn cover over there. So, yeah, big advantage for Katerina, but probably would have wished that she had a little bit more time before the time control because, yeah, this is not as clean, potentially, as she would like. But I don't know if there was something obvious because, sure, the computer eval bar said that she was like totally winning, but what was the idea? Maybe something we can look into after we come back.
Yeah, we will update you, and we need to do a bit of a deep dive into kind of the nuances there to figure out where the missed opportunities were. In the meantime, yeah, we will come back to this board, but I'm thinking it might be a draw any moment between Humpy Koneru and Anna Muzychuk. Looks like she's tried everything she can, Anna Muzychuk, within the realms of safety. And I'm wondering, this is the key moment, just going through the last few moves as well. She's given a check on b1. White king has stepped forward. She's given a check on d3. The white king has gone back. So repeating this position, do you think she'll continue to do so? Is it another
Well,
pap? Another draw?
I think that she has to be really careful because the queen trade could be perilous for her because of the king coming in and that outside pass pawn again, right? So suppose she plays a move like c3, queen d7 check, and it's going to be white who might win that game.
Yeah. Also, I mean, at the very least, there's pawns to capture, but just to show you your point.
Skewers.
Yeah,
Oh,
skewers.
yikes.
This
Oh,
one.
there's skewers everywhere. Oh, but can you show us the skewers too? I like skewers.
Let's do that. So in this position, queen.
Queen takes.
Where's the skewer?
Oh, I thought it was queen takes h7, but then there's f5, right? So it has to be what, queen e6 first.
Maybe we start with this. The king goes forward. You force it back.
And then, yes, but then you have f5 anyway.
Yeah, feels winning somehow.
Maybe there's a mate.
Oh, now you force the queens off. If the king comes forward, you keep checking, and then eventually you force the queens off.
That's the problem. That's a problem. So it's this outside pass pawn is coming back to haunt you. And all these variations. We keep seeing this. This is actually what's saving Humpy, is that the pawn end games are often winning for her, even though Anna has the better pass pawn. In the queen end game, it's better, but in the pawn end game, it's worse. But look at that. She does take on a3. So wait, what's the perp here? Or what is the idea here? Queen d7 check?
Yeah.
But now there's queen d6.
Maybe a diagonal check. They're always the hardest ones to block.
Queen b7, and then if king c5, queen e7 wins the queen. So you have to play king d6, right?
Just to show you this one.
Yeah, I love
skewers left, right, and center.
Hey, how would you do? Why is it? Because this came up with Danya. So why is it that when it's a skewer, you can't save yourself with just one square in between, but if it's a horizontal skewer, you can?
Oh yeah, that's
How do you? Why is that? Like, that's like a mind teaser. I don't know. It's
way
true.
too philosophical.
I know. Somebody in the chat explain it to me. Come on, why? Like, I know, but okay. So king c5, no bueno. King d6 though.
Yeah, maybe I just keep checking you. And at the very least, I'll probably pick up this pawn. If you start running away, I will pick up the c pawn and no chance of a win. Queen b7 on the board. Diagonal checks, boys and girls. That's what we're told.
Why?
Effective.
Why?
Again, I don't know why, but they're just harder to block for some reason. I just don't understand why, Jen. But
why are the diagonals so powerful?
Mystery of the universe. Yeah, I don't know why. Queen d7 is just blocked by it. Oh, I don't know why. It's yeah. Now is the time to make the draw. I think king e5 would be super risky as well. There's f4. There's also queen c7 check at the minimum. Picking up this pawn if you want to play for a win. Now's the time to bail out. Surely.
But look how hard. Yeah, she does. She tries everything she can. Okay, somebody tells me LBAP 77. Diagonally, you are essentially 4 tiles away, but horizontally, you're only 2. I have no. I don't. You got to break that down some more. I don't get it.
How can you be 4 tiles away if a piece can move diagonally?
Diagonal is more powerful because of the Manhattan distance. All right. Wow. I think they're trolling us now. Queen b6 check.
b6. Yeah. Now, there's actually no way to save the pawn. The pawn drops no matter where you go. Unless,
right.
I mean, yeah, if you go forward, you might actually lose if you're not careful. Queen d4 check, and you got to be careful not to get mated. But yeah, if you go back, then there's a queen check here. If you go back to d7, there's a queen check here. Diagonal check again. Pick up the pawn. Guaranteed draw now, I think, Jen. That's the cruelty of chess. Like, you play so well, but the opponent defends just as resolutely, and only a draw. Only a draw. I guess a draw is a natural result in chess. Diagonal checks might not be as natural, but a draw is a natural result if both players play equally well. She does go back. She looked at her opponent there briefly, Anna Muzychuk. And now I think any check wins. Oh, not wins. Any check gets the job done with a draw.
There we go. We're getting some mathematical answers. We got a lot of nerds in the chat. No, thank you. Seriously, I'm going to look that up later. Something about the Pythagorean formula and the Manhattan distance. So, something, I think they actually mean it. And there's the draw. All right, what a well played game.
Yeah, really high quality game. Both players in the high 90s for their accuracy. Anna Muzychuk was on the pressing side. She had her chances. She created something out of nothing. But ultimately, Humpy defended really well, found a bunch of only moves to stay in the game, and earned her half point the hard way. So we're past move 40 now on all of the boards. We have 2 games remaining. We will be back after a short break to see the conclusion of round 13 at the FIDE Women's Candidates.
All right, Vaishali, I'm super excited to meet you, to be able to talk to you here in Prague, heading into the candidates in, well, only a month or so. And it's been an incredible year. I bet you will agree with that. Can you describe it, this past year, becoming a grandmaster, winning the Grand Swiss, obviously qualifying for the candidates?
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, last year has been a different year, I would say, like sort of roller coaster, but it ended very like a dream year for me. I had few bad tournaments in the row. Like starting, like YKNZ was a okay tournament. Then I didn't play well in the Grand Prix, Women Grand Prix. Then I lost my rating so much, and then I fell sick in between. I had to withdraw from some tournaments. It was really tough for me during that time. And then I made my final GM nom in Qatar Masters and winning Grand Swiss. So it's just a dream year for me to complete the Grandmaster title as well. To becoming Grandmaster has been my goal like since my childhood. So I was very, very happy to have completed the title.
This fight to be in there, to become world champion that you are now in the candidates, has that sort of always been something you feel pressure to? Have you always dreamed about being where you are now?
Yeah, like to becoming women world champion has always, like, it was also one of the things, like when to become grandmaster and to become women world champion, something it's always in my head. And yeah, that is also one of the questions. Like, I don't want to take any pressure, but at the same time, the tournament is in such a status that there is a lot of pressure as well. So for now, I'm taking it easy. Like, I'm just preparing, I'm just enjoying every day, like working on the game. And now I'm playing Prague currently, and I'm just taking it easy. Like, I don't know, maybe there will be some difference when closely, like approaching the tournaments, probably. I'm just taking now lightly.
How big of a moment is this to be playing in the candidates for you in your career?
It's a great moment. Like, we have followed candidates tournament, but especially in women's, like this is the second edition we have for the women candidates as a separate. But like as candidates in a whole, it's such a big tournament, like one of the most important tournament in chess, and I'm very happy to be playing in it. So
yeah. Oh wow. Obviously Prague will be playing in his candidates as well, so are you guys preparing at all together towards that?
Yeah, we are. We're discussing a lot about the tournament, like in general, lot about these days. Yeah.
So with all of this fantastic stuff happening, how is your confidence heading into the candidates?
I'm just in general, like, I'm very happy about like how things are panning out. Like I'm just enjoying life. All good.
And it's said that, and you mentioned it yourself, that playing in the candidates is some of the hardest thing you can do in chess. It's a very difficult tournament to win. So what do you expect from it?
Yeah, it's a long tournament. We'll be going through, I think, I'm just hoping, like a lot of emotions to like mentally also I'm getting ready for it. You have to be like fit until the end. Probably it will be the longest tournament I would ever be playing, like my first longest tournament. So I'm sort of mentally also getting ready for everything.
What kind of mentality are you then heading into the candidates?
That's a question. It's running in my head almost like every day. Like, I wanted to keep it simple, like as I did in the last few months, which worked for me. At the same time, I want to win. I want that hunger as well. So it's sort of like it's in the air. So I want to take it lightly. I just want to enjoy the game. Like, I get to play against like some best women players in the world. So I want to make use of it and give my best.
Yeah. And what would it mean if you actually win the candidates and you're qualified to play the World Championship match? What would that mean to you in your career, your family, everyone?
I mean, it's great. Every player would dream to play World Championship. Yeah. I mean, when I'm starting, when I started as a kid like chess, I mean, it is one of the things, yeah, to become world champion. So it will be great. I mean, to even think about it, it just feels great.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 13 of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. I am GM David Howell, and for those of you just joining us, I am with the lovely Jennifer Shahade, Women's Grandmaster, two-time American champion, and author, of course. I've got to say, Jen, I've been reading one of your, I read one of your books, the one we see behind you, not that long ago, and I loved it. So thank you for everything you do for the chess world.
Oh, I appreciate it. I love it when people read my books. That's the best thing.
Chess Queen. And we do see many queens out there in Toronto. And we've had two draws, two results so far. Round 13, Jen, has it lived up to expectations for you as we see two of the remaining games enter the second time control?
It has. And, as much as I was rooting on Vaishali because she was playing so great, I have to be honest, I would prefer it not to be a full point distance going into the last round from a competitive point of view. Because, then it seems very unlikely that we'll have anything but a 10 Shanti's victory, right? A full point is a big discrepancy. So I'm kind of happy to see this game get close as the tension mounts. And, if she does end up winning this game, Vaishali, she really deserves it because it has been an epic fight, an absolutely epic fight. And we do have a few more moves in that.
Yeah. I think we will jump over to that Vaishali against Lei Tingzhe game, but maybe just an update on the other board, which is maybe less relevant for the standings, but just as dramatic on the board. We will get to that other game, which maybe taking a quieter turn, I would say. But here, question mark by Lagno. Can we try and get to the bottom of this? I'm struggling to understand. Why is this a mistake? How can White save this game?
Yeah, this is interesting. So Rook C8 was Rook C8 was a mistake, you say?
Yeah, at least according to the engine, the all-seeing silicon overlords, C8.
Well, maybe Rook H6.
Yeah, that's my first intention as well.
Rook H6 allows Queen D5 check and Queen F5, but then you have E4. But then there's Queen G5, which seems okay.
Ooh, that's a really nice spot. Queen check and Queen G5, forcibly trading the queens, and then the B pawn will most likely decide this game. So yeah, that looks okay. So it can't be Rook H6. This is why it was such a mystery to me. I don't really see, unless it's Queen B4 maybe to try and win this pawn. Is that a try?
G4 is probably too weakening, right? Maybe
wow,
G4. G4 just threatening G5.
Yeah, nice. You're right. It does feel weakening. Is the idea Rook C4 maybe?
Yeah, rook c4 is a bit of a annoyance indeed. Huh.
Bit of a bummer, that one, rook c4.
Yeah.
Queen f3. We process of elimination. We need like 10 guesses. Maybe
Let's
queen
see if
f3. It shifts.
Let,
The damned bar.
let's see if chat has any ideas. I think we tried every move, guys.
Literally every move at this point. It's going to be something weird like rook h1 or rook e5 or something bizarre. Is it e4? How about we didn't try e4 yet, did we?
No, we didn't. Okay, let's try e4.
Yes. The bar didn't move.
So wait, so you're threatening e5, yeah, and rook h7 and rook h6 potentially, rook h6 too. But what if
Triple
we
threat.
play like? What if we play like? Okay. So your rook c4 though is rook h7. Okay, yeah, rook h7 check. Yeah.
King g8. I guess white has a way to somehow stop the threats of queen takes e4, king takes h7. Is it going to be something? Oh, sorry, go on, Jen.
No. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, because you're saying that queen f6, queen takes e4 check still wins. So this seems weird. Okay. Yeah, totally winning. I mean, just threatening the rook on h7.
Now rook h6 maybe. If the bishop moves, I can take on e6. And
Oh, that's deep. That's pretty
so deep. But she's played e4. Fair play
Nice.
to Salimova.
Well done. e4 on the board. Great move. Even if she doesn't see all that, it does seem like it's like a great chance.
Definitely.
Because there's just so many threats here.
Yeah. Rook h7, rook h6, e5, 3 threats right now. It took her like one guess to find e4. It took us like 10. But yeah, she's really good, I think, in these dynamic positions. From what I've seen from the World Cup last year, Salimova, when she qualified, of course, for this event, from others, she's won some big tournaments recently. E4. I'm not surprised she found it. She thrives in dynamic positions like this, and that might be a bit of a cold shower for Lagno. I don't think she expected that one. It's not obvious e4 because it looks anti-positional. It looks like to block off your queen, but ultimately you stop the opponent's counterplay as well. Now black's queen's a bit offside.
Yeah, and the most important thing I think is just this idea that you really need counterplay against the king. And this cuts off the queen from the defense and gives us just enough counterplay. Very nice. Before black gets to make all those favorable trades into the endgame where the king safety is not going to be an issue.
Yeah. If the queens come off, black will win due to the b pawn. So if a queen trade is to happen, you really ideally want to remove black's b pawn. At the very least, probably black's e pawn as well. But more importantly than that, go for the black king. That's what she's trying to do. She has the safer king. In heavy piece positions, major pieces, that's all she can hope for. Rook c4's on the board, so now I don't know if it's the only way, but we found kind of, again, by process of elimination, rook h7 and back to h6. Not easy though. Not easy at all. I think she needs to find it, otherwise queen takes e4 is such a big threat. Unless she takes... Could she take this one, Jen? Is that a draw? Nah, it's probably a loss. The rook takes b5, this endgame. Probably lost, but...
Oh, yeah.
You never know. We'll be here for 5 more hours.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be a long one. Rook c4 has not been played yet by Lagno. Oh, it has. Lagno has played rook c4. Okay.
So we found a check, forcing the black king back. King g6 would lose on the spot. Well, actually, not rook h6, just queen h6 would be checkmate. So has to go back to g8 and yeah, has to find rook h6 now if she goes for this variation. Salimova hitting the bishop. I think it's findable, right? Like it's a check and then it's an attack.
Yeah. Especially because she's in that kind of desperation mode here where her back's up against the wall. It's not like it's some random position in the middle game where she has to find a weird configuration. Here it's like she knows that if she doesn't find something, she's done.
You're right. And actually here, maybe it forces a draw instantly because the line I mentioned, bishop back, rook takes e6, it feels like black's playing for a loss here somehow. Feels like you're just playing to get mated. I guess queen d7 keeps the game going, but feels super risky for black to allow another pawn to drop. So maybe it's time for black to bail out, swap the queens, give the bishop back, and then draw an endgame. But okay, we'll see. Key moment, and maybe one we check back in on later if and when Salimova finds the check and finds rook back to h6. Anything else, and she might have to suffer for a long time in this game. Okay, shall we... Ooh, what she played? F3.
Oh, not what we were expecting. How is it? Did it get the approval from the monster?
Apparently. And this is
Good.
super brave, Jen. I just ruled it out because I saw checks and we're taught never to play F3. But
Because her
King's
king's
going
nestling up to G4. There we go. So
Wow.
rook C2 check, king H3, queen F1 check just allows king G4. And the white king is safe and the black king is not so much.
Wow, amazing find. That's ice cold from Salimova. It's not Salim game over, it's Salimova. White king. Oh, I can't do puns. The white king is nestled, as you said, perfectly on G4. Wow, F3. It's all these F pawn moves today, Jen. That's been the theme of the day.
It has been. It has been. So I hope there's not too many students watching this. No, I do hope you're watching, actually. Don't try this in your own games.
Exactly. Never open yourself up to checks on the second rank ever, unless you're Salimova and you've spotted that you can run safely forward. And white's threats persist. Still rook h7 on tap, rook h6. e5 stopped for now, but watch out for that later. Okay, I'm going to say 3-result game. Eval bar says zeros, but this could definitely go in any direction right now.
I agree, although draw seems like the most likely. And by the way, is draw the most likely in our premier game that's still going with Vaishali and Late King Che? Because, they have, of course, made time control. And I did want to check in on them as we've just seen the move rook c1, offering a rook trade, which would cede the only open file to Vaishali. So I would think that she's not going to be that keen on this.
Yep.
But what else can black do?
Good question. One thing I was taught when I was younger, kind of when there's rooks staring off at each other, you don't want to trade on your opponent's terms. So just to put this on the board, Jen, you're right. I think this would be something to avoid. The white queen now has so many access squares if black's pieces take the riot off the ball. But one thing I was taught was like you go rook c7 and then you try and line your queen up behind it.
Oh, yeah.
Try and force the opponent to take. But white might do the same, like rook c3 and then and then you have this weird standoff.
That's right, but because you have that anchor square, the white has the better thing. It kind of reminds me of the Muzychuk game where she played rook c4. She had that lovely anchor square, and notice that black doesn't have that. And it's not because she's down a pawn. She does have a pawn, but it's on b6. So the anchor square for that would be c5, which is protected by the pawn. So white's anchor squares here, b2 and d4, actually give her a square to stick her rook on. It's I guess does it have a more precise name that it is escaping me? I think of it as an anchor square.
Yeah, I would use the same terminology. I approve. Anchor square.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, chat, let us know. But yeah, here, this would actually really help white. No longer an isolated queen's pawn. Now it's just an isolated a pawn, but nobody cares about that one. Unattackable, unassailable. So pawn to c4 would come, kick away the black bishop. Now the b pawn is severely weak. This would be a decent long-term advantage for white. I think still no risk for Vaishali. So if we go back to the game, maybe that's her plan next move, Jan. Rook c3, not pre-move, but that's the plan if black does nothing.
Yeah, just to kind of like nibble a little bit on the position, although, with the big advantage he had earlier, it does feel like there's a good chance that black will be able to hold this, but white's got to be for choice in my eyes, because there's, sure, a little weakness on d4, but black's got that square that's weak on e5 and potential weakness on b6. I don't know. I kind of like white a little bit. How about you?
Yeah, I think white's got the better side of it, even if it should objectively be roughly level. I think I would take white. It just feels like less risk. We talked about open kings on the 2nd, 7th rank. Like the black king, any check might be fatal on this line. The white king, meanwhile, should be safe-ish, safe enough. And yeah, like you said, the most dominant piece is the white knight on this beautiful e5 outpost. Black's 2 pieces are fighting for the same square. Both of them want to be sitting on d5. Unfortunately, only one of them can, and white's bishop looks pretty nice, nestled in on a4. Could always step forward as well if it really needs to sit on an outpost. I quite like the idea of, like, if the black knight ever goes away, h4, h5 as well, just chip away at the black king.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been really pounding the table that for a long time in this game, David.
Broken record, that's me.
No, I mean, I can see you're very visceral about that. You want to go for it, right?
Yeah, I've seen too many Alpha Zero games where it works like a dream, but it never works in my games. I just hope it works in the games I commentate on instead. So Rook C1, yeah, I think Lei, she needs to somehow just escape this game with a draw. I don't see black winning, barring a miracle here. Well, not a miracle, but like barring a big loss of control by Vaishali, which, judging on current tournament trends, doesn't look likely. She just looks locked in, focused.
Yeah, great play here by I don't know. I mean, I was gonna say, yeah, I mean, light tank changes some really nice defense, although, Vaishali had a lot and is not gonna be that thrilled with the position she has now, considering what she had earlier.
This is true.
But she took a long time in the opening to get it. That's a problem. And then she didn't have enough time later to execute it. But at least her whole position didn't fall apart, right? So she left herself enough time to avoid total disaster, but not enough to find those precise moves she needed.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. Sometimes the trend, the momentum gets away from you and you lose control, but she managed to reestablish control as the game went on. Wow. Okay, a rook trade. Maybe just fearing that rook c3 idea that we mentioned. The rooks have disappeared from the board. I'm not sure who has more control here, but for now, black's got everything covered. I just don't see any productive moves for black. d8. Yeah, you just got to sit tight. Maybe there's no entry squares, entry points here for either side. So maybe it's kind of a state of just equilibrium here, just status quo. White just waits, black just waits. How would you approach this position, Jen? How would you try to improve for white?
For white, I guess I would try your idea of h4, but as pieces come off the board, it doesn't feel super impressive, but it seems like at least it's a try. And then for black, right now my queen isn't really doing much, so I guess I'd try to play like queen d6 or d8 and, pressure the pawn on d4.
What's your prediction in this game?
I'd say a draw because I think it's the most likely result at this point with the material balanced, and there's a little bit of an imbalance in the pawn structure, but I think that with the quality of chess they've shown so far, both of them have had like 5 weaknesses each, and they were able to hold on. They were able to patch it all up, and this, I think, 1 weakness each. It seems like they're going to be able to figure out the right defensive moves.
Yeah, you're 100% right. They're great. They're great at the fixing of their own positions. Fortunately, no holes, no kind of entry points for the white pieces to get into. Like just one outpost, but nothing else. Can't magically teleport the white queen over to like a7. Unfortunately, that would be the dream. But do you think this one's more likely to end in a draw, or the other game that we were on just a moment ago?
That's a good question. I'm gonna go with. I think I'm gonna go with this one. What about you?
Yes, I agree. This one. I think the other one could still go anyway. I actually have a feeling Salimova might turn things around if Lagno gets frustrated that she can't win with her extra bishop. While I was talking there, Jen, I just realized there's a cool tactic which definitely won't be played and probably, definitely shouldn't be played. But okay, she makes a move, queen e3. I was going to say, just to jump in for 1 second, watch out for this tactic at home, everyone. It doesn't make much effect here, but queen h6 check would be a fork, and probably doesn't lose, but it definitely doesn't win anything, and you've just traded queens in a really convoluted way. Luckily, the knight has a way out, otherwise white would be worse, but just something to watch out for later, just in case.
Well, I think it's a great point because I mentioned earlier that analyzing sacrifices is never in vain. Because suppose, well, queen e3 was played in the game, right? And now suppose black plays h6. Suddenly your idea isn't so shabby anymore, right? I mean, now it's like queen takes h6. Look at them go. Yeah, that's the move. So everybody watching at home, remember this point. You analyze something and it doesn't work, but that pattern stays in your brain and you can use it later in a situation like this.
Yeah, it's just setting up yourself for the tactic for later. Yeah, if you can trick your opponent into playing h6 somehow, like if you somehow start pushing pawns forward and get them to play h6, maybe it might work some fine day. But yeah, anyway, just Patzer sees a check, Patzer plays a check. I saw queen h6, and yeah, unlikely to happen. I guess maybe her idea is to bring the white knight back to d3 and then into f4. And I would be reluctant to remove the knight because it looks so glorious, but maybe you can repurpose it somehow. Yeah, it's to know how to improve.
Speaking of what I was saying earlier about how like looking at a tactic is never in vain, I actually think my suggestion, queen d6, might be more concerning with your queen h6 idea. Because then say queen d6, does your queen h6 idea look better here? Because I feel like my knight landing on d6 and threatening to go to the c8, it's a little scarier for black. I mean, apparently the engine thinks this is still easily drawn, but I'm seeing knight c8 as being a little bit scary. Maybe you have like, how do you draw this?
You're right. Like, I would be terrified here with black. Thanks for making my idea work.
Anytime. It's
perfect teammate setting me up for that.
Yeah, now I'm like, how is this okay? Oh, maybe we play knight h5 f4 and just get our own counterplay. Maybe we play, but if I play knight h5, I feel like you can nip me in the bud first with g3.
Yeah, unless this knight's jumping to c8. Unless the bishop moves, like sorry, mouse slip. I was going to a2. No, but then
knight c8.
Yeah, but then I just remove the knight, right? Bishop c6, and I just take and take.
So at least at a practical level, this is obviously a good choice, a good chance. Maybe that's why she put the queen on d8 instead of d6, David, because who wants to analyze that? And what is the reason that it's drawish? I mean, do you want to ask the engine for a second? Because I'm...
Yeah, so in this position, bishop... Okay, I was semi-right. It's a bishop move to the a file, but it's bishop a8, apparently. Knight c8, knight d5, bishop b3, trying to eliminate this, and now you go bishop b7, and...
bishop d5, bishop c8. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, but that's a little hard to see. So you can see
Very
like your idea queen h6, like in a rapid game against a lot of different players. I mean, that's just going to win.
Exactly. And like queen d6, just to mention, keep beating this drum once more. Like if the king goes back, then there's knight takes g6 and tactics. Like white would win. Like you take on g6 next bat, and you take on f6. You take everything. They fall like dominoes. White would be winning on the spot. So, wow. If queen d6, maybe we'll see some cool tactics appear on the board. Probably queen c7 is a safer square. Just out of the eye line of the white knight. That's a nice pattern, right, Jen? Like, I think in all positions, like a knight... Again, it's the diagonal phenomenon. I don't want to start unleashing that one again, but like when there's a square in between a knight and a piece, the knight can never attack that piece in this formation, or it takes 4 moves to do so.
Right.
Or 3 moves to attack it.
Yeah, maybe that has... The math in the chat had a lot to say about that skewer. I'm gonna have to look it up later. But you know what? I don't think Lei Ting-che is gonna put the queen on d6 because I think she's gonna see queen h6 check and not like that line. Bishop A8, I think that's super hard to find. I mean, you didn't find it, and you are a strong grandmaster, and I mean, you had like 3 minutes working with the eval bar, so it's like, and you had the position right in front of you. So it's
Exactly.
like, I think Lei Ting Che sees queen d6, and she's like queen h6, knight d6 coming, knight c8 coming. I don't want this. I don't want this.
Exactly. Moment of truth. Will she choose the right square for the black queen? I'm pretty sure she's going to move that piece. She might move the bishop as well, but I mean, nowhere to move the knight. Process of elimination. The king looks nice and safe. You don't move that piece. You can't touch any pawns. So surely it's a queen move, or maybe bishop back to b7. Just which square? I think if she gets to that position, she probably finds bishop a8, just process of elimination, everything else loses. But like you said, Jen, from afar, really, really difficult. And 12 minutes. We're entering the second time scramble, shortly at least. Do you think that might play a role? Do you think, I mean, first time around, they played pretty solidly, right? Under time pressure.
That's the thing. They've been playing very well under time pressure. Impressive. You know, they've really got the skills to justify these, you know, pressure situations that they're getting themselves into. And what do we have? We do have queen c7. Yeah, she did stay away from that danger square.
Now, yeah, what next for white? That's the issue. Okay, she offers the trade of queens. Okay, yes or no, Jan? Are you taking?
Wait.
She answers for you.
She did it. What'd she do?
Oh, so queen c3 was met by queen back to d8.
Okay.
Like a silent draw offer if white wants to repeat, if white wants to go back to e3. You know what I would do here? I would go queen c1, triangulate. We've actually had that position, but with white to move. I would go back and then say to black, okay, if you want to keep waiting, wait with your queen, and then I'll go like queen h6 to try and trick. Now that I'm obsessed with this idea this time. But do you think Vaishali, prediction time, do you think she's going to repeat the position? Queen e3, for example, in a dance between the queens?
I'm going to say no, because I think that there's a couple variation that we've been seeing that white is winning, like even the queen h6 line and then the queen takes c3 line. I think you were trying to show that that was promising for white, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that the only lines we're seeing are winning for white suggests to me that she might just play on for a little longer. Maybe Lei Ting Che will force a draw later, but hey, now's not later. What do you think?
I agree. I think white is risking nothing. Like the clocks are level. Vaishali, actually, she's psychologically, she should have the upper hand. She's got, she plays queen e3. I was going to say she's got pride and rating points and maybe a bit of money to play for, but the pressure is off. She can't come first. Lei Ting Che, meanwhile, has a lot on the line. A loss here and massive uphill struggle tomorrow. But okay, second time we've seen this position. Queen back to e3, queen back to c7. Moment of truth. Vaishali, how peaceful is she feeling? Does she want to continue this winning streak? Try to make it 4 in a row.
I think so. I don't think she's going to play. Well, I don't know. What do you? Now that she's done it once, has your answer changed? Because like, what would you prefer? Would you want the queen on c3 or the queen on e3 if you're gonna like play some move like h4 or something to keep playing?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm slightly reluctant to allow the black queen to have the c file, even though there's no entry points. Like she's not doing anything with that c file. Yeah, maybe h4 or I kind of want g3. I'm not sure why. G3 looks like it weakens the white king a bit, but at least it stops any like f4 blows. Or I think I probably would want the queen on c3, like queen c3, queen back to d8, and then like g3 slowly h4.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really get anywhere. I don't know. It's
But
really tough.
you can do it one more time, because the last time, the other time we saw the queen on that file, it was the queen on c1. So and she has declined the draw offer. Bravo, h3 on the board.
Bravo, Vaishali, giving us more action, not bailing out with the threefold repetition, h3, and that's an idea we haven't mentioned, Jen. Maybe she just wants to go g4 and kind of boot out this black knight from the nice f6 post, or at least keep that option open. I like
I
it. I
love
like
it.
it.
I love it. I love it. I mean, H4, I feel like makes even more sense in the middle game where maybe the knight wasn't on F6, but now with that, because there was a pawn on F6, remember?
Yeah.
But now that there's like a knight on F6, I like the G4 pressure even more. I think this is a great move.
And the added bonus is that it risks nothing at all. Like she can always play H4 later. She can still play G3. She's kept all of her options open, and she's forced Lei Tingjie to potentially consider G4 at some point. Lei drops the queen back, so now G4 might be less attractive if the black queen can ever land on H4. Not sure she can though. That queen. G4. What's your vote for? Does White continue waiting or?
Let's
one of those?
go.
G for glory. Let's go. G for go. Maybe. How much risk do you think is attached to that type of pawn push, both psychologically and in this exact position over the board?
Well, the king has a bit of a safe resting square in G3 in a lot of positions, where because you have a light squared bishop, you can't attack me in the dark squares, and your knight can't go to H5. So I don't know if it's super risky, to be honest.
Yeah, it feels like she's still got everything under control. White can never really lose, surely, with a white knight on E5 like that. Okay, in the meantime, big decision for Vaishali. She's already shown us her intention. She wants to play on. She wants to prolong the game, go for a win. Will it be G4? Will it not be G4? Let's go to the other game just for a short update. She plays G4, Vaishali. We see it on camera.
Wow. Keeping it interesting, making her work to stay competitive with her rival here for the world candidates, the world women's candidate spot, the challenger spot up for grabs. And Vaishali, no chance at it, but making sure that whoever wins it deserves it.
Wow. And Jen, in this position, White's been thinking for 6 minutes, and there's literally only one move to avoid losing. She has to play King H3. That makes me think that there's been a draw offer. I think the
Good
boards are
point.
correct. We see it on the camera. The board is correct. So there's no reason to think for 6 minutes, right? If you go back, you simply get checkmated on the back rank. So it must have been a draw offer from Lagno. Maybe she's just afraid, and understandably so. The black king's so open. Ooh, key moment.
There it is. Good call. Brilliant call there, David. I wouldn't, as she has indeed accepted the draw, perhaps worried that not only were there possibilities of queen F1 check, but also potentially if a queen trade comes, she's going to have to struggle for the draw instead of just getting it right off the bat. Nice game.
Nice game. Nice comeback from Salimova. We thought she was in trouble. She was a piece down for a large chunk of it, but she found counterplay, created enough attack against the black king to make her opponent nervous, and Lagno offering the draw. I think a logical result, just to show the white king, if it did move out of this check, if it did move forward, maybe Lagno's intention was to play a safe move like queen d2, force the queens off, and we could have seen an endgame like this. I think neither player wanted to fight on for another 50 moves, where this one probably just a dead draw. Rook and bishop versus rook is drawn, and black's e-pawn is going nowhere. So fair results at the end. I think a good practical decision to accept that draw offer. And Jen, that leaves us with one. That means we can fully focus now on the key game for the standings.
That's right. This game here, Vaishali missed some opportunity to make it even worse for her opponent before the time control. But now she's making up for lost time as she's really trying to put some pressure on. And you know what? This is the last time control. And the difference of getting into time pressure when you know that you're going to get that 30-minute bonus and the absolute last time control is different. So it's much riskier for them to get down to like 20, 30 seconds now because they'll never get anything back.
That's very true. That's definitely going to be on their minds throughout the next few moves. Lei Tingjie, I just love G4 as well because she changed the pace of the game. She maneuvered for a while. The white queen was going back C1, C3, E3. She did nothing for 5-6 moves, and that's totally fine. Her opponent also did nothing, and then she changed the pace. And from my experience, that's kind of a huge way to kind of assert your dominance over the opponent, to show them your intentions. no draw for you. You play, you have to find your way accurately towards the draw if that's what you want, if you want to survive this game. And Lei suddenly asked new questions by this g-pawn push. Again, I don't know the threat, Jen. I don't really see what white wants next. g5, maybe, although that would give the black knight the h5 square. But she doesn't necessarily need a direct threat, right? She's just made the opponent a bit uncomfortable, and black is a bit stuck for moves. Yeah, not easy.
Yeah.
I don't think black ever wants to trade off on g4, for example.
No, and yeah, you're right though. It's not clear what moves white makes, but you know what? You get them down on time, and then you come back with the queen c3s, and it's not easy from a practical point of view. And some of those queen h6s coming in, if you ever miscalculate, right? It's always something you have to keep in mind, that minor piece endgame, especially with the white king being closer to the center of the action. You always have to be so vigilant here.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. And also, the more I think about it, the more I think there might actually be a threat of g5. It's to do with what you said about centralization there. Like if black does nothing, I'm not sure how black does that, but like king g8, for example, then maybe you can play ideas like g5 and then drop a knight into d7. You advance your queen into e5. You see how this goes wrong for the black king. Feels like black is actually really, really stuck. Just unable to improve her position. I mean, something like this, white knight's coming in, white can just play h4 at will. We see the bar shoot up. Black's not blundered, but white's creeping in with her queen. Vaishali, I think she's got great chances, but in the meantime, this is the game position, and Lei Tingjie getting low on the clock now, down to 8 minutes. She trades off a set of pawns that won't change the nature of the position too much. It won't change the threats. I think Vaishali will capture back with her h-pawn. But yeah, we'll let her think for a while. We'll take a short break, but we'll be back very, very soon for the concluding part, the last stages of round 13 of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament.
I'm Gotham Chess, and I'm about to film the most extreme chess challenge I've ever done. I'm gonna be playing 4 games at the same time, and every kid is gonna be armed with a giant super soaker gun. Let's see if I can win all 4 games. Okay. Why did I sign up for this? This is like extreme sports. Oh my gosh, I can't even see. These two are like really brutal. I feel like I haven't even been attacked on that side. Why are you all defending your kings? Like, just let me win. Okay, all right, that's fair. I'm gonna be so excited when your water guns run out of water. I'm just gonna like... Oh yeah. How about you all do it at the same time for like 30 seconds straight? Hey, it's just... Yay! I play this. It is mean, yes. How does she still have water? Oh my god. Checkmate. Good game. For some reason? Well, that means he probably enjoys chess, right? For some reason. No? That was so fast. I'm down to 2 boards. Ah! How do you still have so much water? Okay, no problem. Okay, yay. Ah, I had a feeling she was lying. That's checkmate. Good game. I can sacrifice my queen. I'm just saying, don't so mean. Ah! Good game. You lasted the longest. I'm trying to shake your hand. Woo! That was very fun. Thank you for volunteering. You know, actually, I feel like getting revenge.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store. Literally, from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 13, the penultimate round of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. I'm GM David Howell, and I'm joined by the incredible women grandmaster Jennifer Shahade. And for those of you who are with us during the break, you might have seen an advert there. But if you missed it, then it's not too late. Go and stock up on some chess merch at the Chess.com shop. We've got you covered with fresh and new t-shirt designs, mittens, plushies, and accessories. Head to go.chess.com/merch or use !merch in chat to shop now before it's all sold out. And it's never too late, of course. It's not too late in this game, Jennifer, because still so much to play for as Vaishali goes for the win. Do you think Lei Tingzhe, can she save it? Can she keep her chances for first place alive?
Oh boy. Well, I think it's a pretty close call at this point. Because I'm really feeling more the pressure. I think the problem is, like, at first I thought, oh yeah, Lei Tingzhe should be able to draw this, but then almost every single variation we look at, David, is like white has some lines that are winning, and obviously that makes me more nervous.
Yeah, I think she will be getting nervous. I'm really surprised, I must admit, that she captured on g4. That felt just wrong to me somehow. White now has a bit more grip over the center. Black's pawn on e6. I mean, we called another pawn on e6 this round a lemon. That was the pawn of Lagno, I believe. But now this pawn is a bit of a lemon as well. And there's plenty of white moves here. First move that came to my mind was actually bishop to b3, just to hit that pawn, having vacated that diagonal by the black bishop. That's one move. Queen to f4 in this position as well looks quite tasty, trying to set up a threat of kicking away the black knight and jumping in with the white queen. I guess that would force black to, after queen f4, play the move queen to e7. What comes to your mind, Jen? How does white try to turn maybe a small advantage into something more tangible?
I think just kind of like continuing the game until it goes from 7-7 to like 1-1. Because then it's going to be even harder to find all the right defensive moves. But I like your move, queen f4, threatening g5. Seems like a smart idea, and the pressure continues. Whew.
It's yeah, I think it's a wise strategy. That's something that, for example, Hikaru would do. He'd just wait and wait and wait, turn it into a bit of a bullet game, and then create the threats when the opponent's kind of knocked a bit off balance, again changing the pace of the game. Yeah, it's really hard to see any immediate breakthrough. Maybe there's enough here for Lei to hold it. I just think the black queen needs to land on e7 sooner rather than later. Let's remember, for everyone at home, all sorts of queen h6 check ideas still on the cards with knight f7 to come. But for now, that would be ineffective. The black queen also hits d4, so the black king could just move out of the way of that check if necessary. But still, tactics galore. Tactics in the air.
Tactics everywhere, yeah. I was thinking about lemons. I really like lemons. So now it's like, why do I always say that things are lemons when they're bad when I actually like lemons? I've just been influenced by the crowd, the group, Lemons are the best. I mean, come on. Have you ever had a fish without lemon? I mean, well, you might have, but it always tastes better if you squeeze lemon on it.
That's
So
true.
in conclusion, maybe a lemon can turn into a cold glass of lemonade, as they say. But here, I do really like white's chances, but I don't think white's chances are greater than the chances to draw. I still think the chances of drawing are higher than the chances of white winning, but it's getting like closer and closer. If you had to pick between draw or white winning, what would you pick?
Ooh. I try to be optimistic. I try to be positive, especially for decisive results when I'm commentating. But I agree with you, Jen. I still think you need a big helping hand from black to win this game. Black still has nice defensive pieces. A queen on e7 will cover everything. I predict draw. How about you? You're on the same page.
I think so, especially if I get the tiny sliver of you over press and I win, because there is, I mean, it's more than 0%, right? It's something.
That's true.
Yeah, very unlikely, but we've seen stranger things happen in chess. But yeah, it's getting closer, but right now, bishop b7, bishop b3 was played, and it's Lei Tingzhe on play. So instead of your bishop queen f4 move, bishop b3,
I'm really hopeful that we might get my tactic appear on the board. I mean, maybe black just plays bishop d5 and asks what white wants to do in terms of that bishop exchange. But if knight d5, Jan, I think white's forced to go for it. Like, this would hit the queen and it would threaten queen h4 check. So I think white might be forced to play queen h6 check. Oh, and then the bar drops. Ah, life is hard. Chess is hard. I was going to say here, you give a check, you take, and maybe some chances, but of course bishop c8 at the end. Probably it's a draw anyway. That sucks. That's a dampener
Yeah.
on my enthusiasm.
These subtle little moves. Yeah. Okay, so queen h6 doesn't work, but the computer really liked the position anyway for white.
Yeah, maybe just take it then. Maybe just takes, and yeah, black could flick in a queen h4, but white just shuffles to the side. I don't think that changes too much. Maybe white here, just in control after a move like queen f4, or maybe actually just king g3, just keep kind of black's counterplay at bay. The eval bar keeps moving. I'm wondering whether that means there's actually something direct, like maybe g5 and then knight g4 and queen e5 check.
Oh, yeah. And just keeping control over all those money squares. Yeah, that could be it. Looks like it is it.
Not square
So
bind.
bishop e3, she's got a lot of choices. Bishop d5, knight d5 seem to be the candidates.
Queen e7 as well, maybe.
Well, the bishop d5, you got to reckon with g5 right away, right? Because that's an in-between move. Because if you play bishop takes b3, I have g takes f6 check, and then my queen still attacks your. Well, although wait a second, I was thinking that if bishop takes b3 takes it on f6, if I were to take with the king, now if queen takes b3, I have queen d4 check, right? That's good.
Black wins.
Yeah, so I get, but here there's a lot of checks. That's the problem. Probably knight g4 check or something, right?
Yeah. Knight g4, get the knight out of dodge, and then take the bishop. And I think there's no more checks. White has an extra knight. Should be winning.
For 2 pawns, but with all those beautiful squares and weaknesses, white should be winning this. Yeah. So what's the conclusion? Bishop d5, g5. What do you do?
Ooh, I offer a draw and hope the opponent accepts. I don't know. Knight
Yeah,
h5.
right.
Guess the knight has to move.
Right, and now I guess I take and play knight g4 or something like that. But yeah, with your queen on that beautiful square, maybe that wouldn't be that bad. Maybe it's better for me to move my bishop.
Yeah, maybe back to e4 and coming to g4 next. Queen e5 coming.
Yeah, I like that.
Nice.
I like that, especially with, look at that Leighton Che going underneath 4 minutes. So you want to keep those pieces on the board. So far, what are we looking at? Bishop d5, g5, knight d5. What did we say about knight d5?
Just take that knight if it lands on d5.
And then play g5. Okay, are there any other moves that we missed here that... bishop d5 was her choice.
Bishop d5. Big moment. What to do? Does she push immediately? I guess that pawn push isn't running away, so she could still just move. But
she could just play bishop a4, because you're absolutely right. Your idea of queen takes h6 check means that she can never play h6. Right? So just playing bishop a4, and she did it. Bishop a4, bishop d7.
But we've had this position before, actually. So this was where she previously played bishop b3, bishop d5. And the players did a bit of a dance between their bishops. So again, not for the first time in this game, the second time we've repeated. And Vaishali, it's the onus on her to keep the game alive. Lei is really hoping for the draw right now. I'm hoping that the position repeats one more time. I mean, here is where I mentioned queen f4 earlier, but she plays bishop b3 again. So moment of truth will be now after bishop d5. She doesn't need to repeat. It's still in her hands, Jen.
Bishop d5 instant, praying that she'll just instinctively play bishop a4. And also she wants to equalize that time. But I don't think so. I think she will play g5 this time.
I agree. Maybe she'll, I don't know, she could run away somewhere else with the bishop, somewhere different, but I don't think, the one thing I don't think she wants to allow is bishop takes bishop, knight takes, because then the black knight reaches a nice outpost and the black queen will come in, and that could easily turn. So definitely not a bishop trade. It's either g5 or a new bishop move somewhere, c2 or d1.
Yeah, bishop c2. bishop c2 or bishop d1, but then it's kind of annoying that if bishop b7, you can't go back to b3 again.
Oh, she's gone to c2.
She has done that. So you see what I mean now? If bishop c2, if the bishop goes back to b7,
Spot the difference.
you can't go bishop b3, right? Because
Mm.
bishop d5 will be a rep.
We briefly saw the arbiter on camera giving the players new score sheets. We're at move 56. I think each score sheet only holds 60 moves each, so opportune moment for the arbiter. But the players, that's the last thing on their mind. I'm wondering why Lei Tingzhe's paused. Bishop b7, that's the tried and trusted method. What else? I like bishop c2, actually. It lines up some sacrifices potentially on the g6 square that we were kind of aiming for in the middle game, queen coming in. So bishop b7 would maybe prevent that because there's pressure on d4, so the white queen would be tied down. That being said, Lei looks visibly nervous, and she plays something else, knight d7. Okay. That wasn't available last time, Jen, when the white bishop was on a4, so she's taken advantage of the spot the difference competition. She's found something different to do. Do you like that?
I think it's a great practical choice because in some of those lines with g5 and knight g4, it was super annoying. That said, how do things work now with, well, I guess queen h6 check, knight f7 check. That's not very good because the pawn on e6 is really well defended at the end of the variation. So what do I do here? What if I play bishop a4 and force you to take on e5, queen takes e5 check? Oh, it just looks so thin with the same color in it,
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it's a lot. What do you think?
Yeah, black's bishop is just too strong. White is active. White's queen is better than the black queen, maybe, but black's bishop just holds everything. It's making lemonade out of that pawn on e6.
So maybe knight d3, but then there's queen coming to h4. Oh, and then if I move my king to g2, you have queen g4 check.
Whoops, that would be a disaster for Vaishali and disaster for Tan Zhongyi as well if this happens due to the pin. So she cannot keep knights on the board in a good way. Yeah, maybe it's time to trade. Maybe she'll play king g3, allow the exchange on her own terms, but playing with the very minimum there. I think I would still take white, just with a queen on e5 looks beautiful, but should be a draw now with best play. I'm inclined to agree. Knight d7, a key move. Lei Tingzhe making her drawing chances much higher now.
This is why she's so good. She's so good because a lot of people would be tempted to play bishop to b7, right? They would be tempted to play bishop b7, hope that she makes a draw, but instead she takes that moment to play knight d7.
I did just check. Bishop b7 was nowhere near as strong as knight d7. Knight d7 is by far the best move there, so great find from Lei Tingzhe. Yeah, she's staving off the attack. She's trading off her opponent's best piece. Knight on e5. Great logic. 3 minutes. Yeah, the clock situations, they keep swinging. Like first, white was ahead on time, then black was. Now, then white was again. Now black's ahead on time. And knight trade has happened. Vaishali trades off. And what is the follow-up? Surely she lands her queen into the center with a check. There we go.
There it is. Queen e5 check. Such a gorgeous square. If only we had like one more pair of minor pieces here, like almost no matter what piece it was, dark squared bishop, knight, rook, white would be smashing here. Because that queen on e5 is just a beauty, but too few pieces. And I referenced that earlier, that when you have these isolated queen pawns, it's all about having a lot of pieces so that your space advantage is advantageous.
If this was Bug House, it would be checkmate. Just too many holes around the black king. But unfortunately, you only have a queen, only a bishop left. Just wonder whether she'll just slowly try to improve the king. If the black king drops back, for example, there might be some world where the white king kind of marches in with or without the queens on the board. The black king does indeed step back. Surely this is most likely going to be a draw. It's worth pointing out that white can check, but I think... Wait, what happens there? Can white win a pawn?
How?
I think there's enough counterplay. Queen b8 check?
Queen b8 check, yeah.
And queen takes pawn. I think there's enough counterplay with queen f7. That might be the issue.
Bishop d1.
Queen into f4.
Oh, maybe this will
Ooh.
be tried though.
Yeah.
Because
I think
queen
he
a
went-
well, queen
Yes,
a5, queen h2 check.
Ooh,
Oh, you got that one. No.
yeah,
No.
but I'm not sure. Feels like it should be a draw. This is a diagonal check again. And at the very minimum, I pick up on b2. Probably a perpetual check in the meantime.
But maybe
Ooh,
she'll try this.
yeah. Really, really good judgment. Really good evaluation, I feel, though, from Lei. Just kind of setting up, just giving a pawn up for free, pretty much, just to set up that counterplay with queen f7. She's seen well into the future. Really good calculation, I feel. And ooh, she doesn't go for it. Vaishali, she plays king g3 instead. I quite like it. Non-committal. Still queen b8 in the air for later. Threat, execution, something. Do you think she'll ever play bishop e4? Is that something that she wants
Maybe.
for white?
Maybe to take with the pawn, you mean? To try to
Mhm.
use that duo? But it looks like it'll probably be a draw because that king being so drafty, we've got to find a way to give checks.
Mhm. You said the word duo, and then I realized I didn't do my Duolingo. I don't think I did my Duolingo. No, it's past midnight here.
What
No.
language?
Oh, duo. No. Trauma.
What language?
600-day streak. Oh no.
No. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. R.I.P. Oh my gosh. What language?
Norwegian.
Wow.
I
Okay.
might have
Well,
done it before I went to sleep last night. I need to check. But anyway, pawn duo. That's what we were talking about.
we'll say something in Norwegian so that you can apply to Duolingo to extend the streak. Just show them the clip.
Jeg snakker veldig god norsk.
There you go.
Exactly. Thanks, everyone. Okay.
Queen
Can't believe you
C6.
put me on the spot like that.
That's what it meant. Thanks, everyone.
Oh no, it meant I speak very good Norwegian.
Very good. True, true. So queen to c6 was played. So queen b8 check no longer really leads to those complications anymore. So maybe your idea of bishop b4 now.
On the board.
There it is. Yeah.
Wow, the duo might come in. Yeah, just to put it on the board for everyone, I think black should have... Okay, the eval bar says it's fine. Maybe there's enough counterplay, but in practical terms, black has to be really careful allowing this pawn duo to be created and march forward. Maybe it's okay if black plays like king f7 here. The king's within touching distance of the pawns. But look how the bar just goes up after a natural move. You've got to watch out always for like queen h8 ideas, or maybe the d-pawn's just too scary. I don't think she should touch these bishops, Jen. I think she should just maintain the status.
How?
I don't know.
How?
That's the
A4 or
problem.
something? Like pawn A4?
Yeah, a4 or b5 or something on that flank. Yeah, I like your a4. Just fix it. Fix the queen side.
Because you just feel like after bishop f4, fe4, it's too easy for white to play.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow you have to find like a perfect series of moves. Oh, yeah.
This is tricky. I do wonder whether black can go immediately for a draw, like queen c1 and behind, and whether there's enough checks, but
yeah,
you have to calculate so much there after
I
bishop
know.
takes d5.
I know, but you probably have to calculate one of these days. The question is when, and her clock, only 2 minutes left. Because honestly, it's going to be, I think, a lot of the drawing ideas for her is going to be if we enter a queen endgame, it's going to be all about the perpetual. And you can't really calculate perpetual lines in 2 minutes or 1 minute. So it's going to be this weird thing where she has to go calculation by feel, which is a bit of a oxymoron, right?
Exactly. It's like instinct calculation. It's like a mishmash of both, and then you get confused. You're like, wait, what was my first instinct? Does this work? I'll calculate 3 moves, but I got to stop there because no time. You're right. It's total oxymoron and really mind-boggling. I mean, also watch out. Like the white king is coming. I kind of joked about it like much earlier, but it's going to come forward and forward and forward, and the black king might just get checkmated.
Oh, good point. And she's taking it. She
Whoa.
decided F takes the e4, 1 minute and 48 seconds. Look at the stress in Lei Tingche's face. Her opponent is playing so magnificently in this game, and she knows it. And she knows that she might be losing her chance if she doesn't get a draw.
Whoa, she plays the move I put on the board, but the eval bar massively rises. Question mark. To my eyes, Jen, that was the most natural. You bring your king closer, you protect that lemon on e6. But what is the downside? I guess. Oh, wait, there's d5, but I just realized there's g5 as well. Does g5
Ooh.
help white?
Well, it gives us, like, I mean, it just seems really unpleasant for you, because then if you try to come around and perp me with like queen c1, I'm going to just take all your pawns off. Well, not all of your pawns, but I'm going to take e6 off with check, which seems extremely ugly for you.
G5
Whereas,
would just paralyze black.
oof, oof, and this reminds me a little bit of the play that Vaishali had in her game against Goryachkina, where she had this gorgeous queen on e5 at the end.
Yeah. Nice spot, Jen. Like great pattern recognition. You're right. Centralized queens. We joke about like kind of diagonal checks and everything, but centralized queens. That's one thing we know are strong, and we can explain, because a queen on e5 has reach.
And
Wow,
she's done
g5
it.
on the board.
And oh my God, look at this. Speaking of patterns, imagine if Vaishali makes another knight, because, right now, if she could promote her pawn, she would make a knight. Can you
Exactly.
imagine?
Imagine a knight landing on d8. It was
Get
so
the knight.
cool when.
Remember, when you're playing Blitz and you bring the queen over to your board, you should just like take one of the knights just to, intimidate. Yeah.
Hold it in the hand, just show it to the opponent, like knight is coming. d8 equals knight.
Okay,
Wow.
okay. 1.5
threat.
minutes. 1.5 minutes here. What is she gonna do? Queen. So again, my issue was like, if you want to try to get counterplay with like queen c2 or something, it's not going to be d5. It's going to be queen f6 check and take everything with check, so that you don't have time to check me. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe by the time I can escape from the checks by just going up the board, David, like some of your ideas,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, already, like, firstly, I love g5 because now king and pawn endgames are winning for white. Like, this one pawn, the g pawn, will control black's duo, the g6 and h7 pawns. So white will just promote there, but she goes in queen c1. Whoa, she's going straight down the line you mentioned. The pawns are going to drop like dominoes. And like you said, later the white king might even just march through via the center. Vaishali now, she's not risking anything at all. She should just take a couple of pawns with check, decide where to put the white queen. I don't think there's ever going to be a perpetual here. Wow, this is going to be huge for the tournament. Oh, wow. Is queen f4 as well a consideration?
Oh my God,
That's
the
worth
pawn
thinking.
endgame. Queen f4, king f4, and we're just coming into e5, and the one pawn holds the two.
Oh my gosh.
That might be that might be even easier, David.
Yeah. I mean, my
Oh
hand is saying
boy.
queen f6. My brain is saying queen f4. And that's what I was actually talking about. Like the g pawn, she plays it.
Queen f4 check. And look at Lei Tingche. She is not happy. Queen takes f4. It's a forced move. King takes f4.
It's over. White is essentially a pawn up. I know it's level material on the board, but the white g pawn does such a good job of neutralizing the black 2. So white is essentially playing with the d and e pawns against black's e pawn. King is coming. The pawns are coming. Jennifer, it's been a masterclass.
And man, good thing for that en passant roll. Otherwise, black could play h5 here. Thank goodness. I know en passant has a lot of haters from people who start out because it's so confusing. But yeah, h5 and black would be doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
But no, g takes h6.
Yeah.
Oh, this is winning. This is winning. This is winning.
Totally winning. Black's not in time to play king g7 and create her own passed pawn, because king g7, at the very minimum, white's king will come forward and win the e pawn. Okay, there's been a move, a4, but that changes precisely nothing. She wants to fix the queen side. She knows the white king might head in that direction in the near future. She blocks off the white king. But at this point, all roads lead to Rome.
That's right, d5, and you're just going to have to sidestep. You're going to either have to go to the left and then I win all your pawns, or you have to go to the right and then I queen my pawn. This is completely busted. What an amazing, and one thing I've noticed from Vaishali in the last few rounds is her incredible ability in transitions, changing it from a queen endgame to a pawn endgame, changing it from a rook endgame to a minor piece endgame. And we've got moves, d5, e takes d5. I think she took back with a pawn.
Yeah, you're totally right, Jen. Actually, something I've also noticed, it runs in the family. Her brother Prag also really good at those kind of transformations from middle game to end game, knowing which pieces to exchange. Vaishali, 4 in a row. This is incredible, and she's earned it. This one the hard way. Like from move 40, we were predicting draw. We thought, you need a lot of helping hand from the opponent, but she didn't need any help. She created it herself. H3, G4, that was genius. And trading off the bishops, this queen endgame, judging it correctly, finding every single chance. She's earned this win. And
oh, there it is. She has won her 4th game in a row. Vaishali, she is playing the role of spoiler as Lei Ting-che, now a full point behind her nearest rival with only 1 round to go, David.
Wow. Huge win for Vaishali. Congratulations. Heartbreaking for Lei Ting-che, especially at such a critical moment of the tournament. Ultimately, Tan Zhongyi is the big winner of today as she gets ever closer to that World Championship match. So close to being the challenger now for Ju Wenjun. But Jen, I thought we were going to get 4 draws today. It felt like it was heading in that direction. But Vaishali, the star of the round.
That's right. Absolutely incredibly instructive to watch this young woman play. She is such a star. And I see many people in the chat talking about future world champion. Well, right now, she might not be winning the world championship, but she is controlling the world championship because anyone who plays her seems to lose for the last 4 rounds. And here we have the results of the day. That's right. We had only 1 decisive round, but it kind of felt like it was more, David.
That's right. A real fighting chess on every single board. The game between Tan Zhongyi and Goryachkina may be the least dramatic, with a very well-played professional draw there. But the rest, they were up, they were down, full of entertainment, and eventually Vaishali gave us that decisive result. Like you said, potential future World Championship material, especially on this current form. And taking a win with white 4 in a row, looking unstoppable at the moment. I pity her opponent tomorrow. But just a great day of chess, like you said. Really impressive that after 13 rounds of high intensity chess, they're still keeping up an incredibly strong level.
The quality has been sensational, and I've had so much fun calling the action with you today. And guess what? We get to do it again tomorrow for the final round of the women's candidates. And so strap yourself in. This is going to be really fun.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be a lot of fun as we decide who will be the winner of this year's candidates tournament. These are the standings. Remember, it's all about the top. First prize is where it's at. You qualify for a World Championship match, and Tan Zhongyi is a massive favorite now after the way things unfolded there. Tan Zhongyi on 8.5 points from 13 games and 1 full point ahead of her rival Lei Ting-che. It's only those 2 who can qualify now. We would see potential tiebreak if results go a certain way, but you've got to say, Jen, she's on the brink. Do you think she's going to do it now? Cross that finishing line?
Definitely the odds are very much in her favor. But one thing we can be sure is that surprises are always in store in tournaments with this much intensity. Like today, for instance, I did not see Vaishali winning that once Lei Ting-che had removed so much of the pressure. But when she did, and here we are with a full point lead going into the final round, is Tan Zhongyi. And the pairings for tomorrow, she's going to be black against Anna Muzychuk. So we know that Anna likes to fight, so that will be an interesting game. Lei Ting-che going to have to go all out against Humpy Kanaru.
Yeah, statistically, it doesn't look good for Lei Ting-che. She's actually down in the head-to-head against Humpy Kanaru, and Tan Zhongyi is up in the head-to-head against Anna Muzychuk. On the bright side, Lei gets white, and Tan Zhongyi will have to fight with black. The other pairings, Lagno against Vaishali and Goryachkina against Salimova, not playing a part in first place there, but we'll be keeping an eye on them nonetheless. A lot of fun ahead, lots of decisive results historically for tomorrow's pairings.
Well, I can't wait to call it. And thanks everybody in the chat and everybody watching and listening. We've had a blast, and a lot of that's because of you.
Yeah, that's right. I can only echo Jennifer's thoughts. And yeah, it's the first time we've commentated together. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I have. Jen, we do it all again tomorrow.
I loved it. And the good news is we get to do it again tomorrow. So see you all then. Same time, same place. We are going to crown a winner of this tournament, and she is going to be playing for the World Championship. So don't miss it.
That's right. See you tomorrow, everyone. Bye-bye for now.